Chapter 601 Shocking. Next to the trash can in a cafe on Tianhe Road. The first, close contact, operation launched by the Fourth Agency has come to an end. This is a warrior composed entirely of ordinary humans. And the first direct collision with Infinite Challenge players. At present, it seems that humans still have some ability to counterattack. Ling Dao, who felt that he had completely grasped the situation, pursed his lips and smiled. Put your finger down! Fong Tang raised his finger and pointed at him again. You're dead. Ling Dao seemed to be bored. He shook his head and took out a syringe. Chairman Tang, if you don't give the order, I will do it myself. This kid is looking for death. As the chairman of the Fourth Organization, Tang Yijing felt chilled all over at this moment. She had a premonition of something and hurriedly ordered to her deputy. Medical team. Quick! Call the medical team urgently. When the beautiful female deputy was in a daze, Fong Tang whistled. 3. What? What is he talking about? The agents around him tightened their triggers and shouted one by one. 2. Fong Tang walked towards the ferocious cold knife and finally breathed out. 1. Ling Dao maintained a disdainful expression. But at this moment, he started twitching. He dropped the needle with a strange look on his face and slowly fell down while holding his heart. The medical team appeared in panic and rushed over to provide first aid. Fong Tang was indifferent. He died of heart failure. There is no hope. He turned around and whistled again. The agents around him all covered their hearts and fell to the ground silently. Instant death. No signs of excessive struggle or external damage. More like a curse. The medical team had begun to retreat, and even the female deputy was pale and trembling. Only Tang Yijing was still standing there with sad and angry eyes. Even if you are a player, you once belonged to human beings. Is it fun to kill your own kind? It's not fun. Fong Tang smiled lightly. I just want to use these corpses to remind you. He quickly appeared next to Chairman Tang, lowered his head to smell her wavy hair, and breathed into her small ear. I remind you that when facing game players, you must not hesitate or hesitate. Use conventional counterterrorism methods to deal with them. If you have the opportunity to kill, you must kill. And don't give the players any chance. He passed the woman, looked at the female deputy evilly, gently stretched out his right hand, and got into the female deputy's clothes. You? The girl screamed in humiliation and terror. Shoo! Fong Tang squeezed her weak neck. Just when he was about to break the girl's neck, Fong Tang suddenly came to his senses. His eyes changed. He quickly twitched his hand, turned around and disappeared. On the south side of Tianhe Road, not far from a garden-style building, Fong Tang raised his right hand and looked at the white fox on the back of his hand in horror. The gentle voice of my mother, Shana Guli, seemed to sound again. There are many beautiful elves in this world, but they are not as beautiful as humans imagine. For example, the white foxes in Qingqiu Mountain are so cunning and sinister, yet so secretive and gloomy. They are masters of deception. Cunning, sinister, mysterious and gloomy. Are all those perverted actions of mine just now due to the changes in this core spirit? Cain smiled bitterly. I reminded you. Old Tang, this is the third apostle. You can't control it now. What you are most afraid of is that this core spirit is too powerful and will affect your character. Fong Tang suddenly smiled. I have many flaws in my character. Maybe the white fox is helping me repair these flaws? Cain was silent. As a semi-mechanical life that must be attached to Fong Tang, he sadly discovered that Boss Tang was deeply involved and was controlled by Qingqiu White Fox. This is a kind of personality manipulation that takes place slowly and continuously. Just like boiling a frog in warm water. Cain couldn't imagine that the brilliance of humanity left in Fong Tang would be consumed bit by bit, and finally turn into the third apostle that even legendary players are afraid of? In the distance, on the roof of the building, the Skylark's eyes flickered, and the golden-crowned red obsidian bird's tattoo provided her with a unique observation ability. Strange. Isn't it Tang Xiaolong? No, it's that bastard. 3 different pictures popped up in front of Young's eyes. Degenerate Street, Tang Zoo, Chang'an Hotel, Tang Xiaolong, 4th Investigation Division, Director Tang. The 3 images completely overlapped and then began to update. The boy's latest image and identity data were sent to the guild server. His true identity is a novice player named Tang. Skylark sighed and unfolded the holographic communicator. In the small dark room of the Shanghai Administration Department, Manager Winston was trembling with his eyes closed. After the third memory search, it was determined that this infiltration operation against Shanghai had nothing to do with him. Winston, like Skylark, was just fooled. Now Young's heart was filled with mixed emotions, including anger and grievance. This anger was too strong, because my innocence was destroyed in his hands. However, what was aggrieved was that in that crazy room, it seemed that he was the one who took the initiative, holding him tightly, lusting after him shamelessly in front of a mermaid. Young gave himself a hard slap, and really wanted to drink Ming Po's wine immediately, or ask the logistics department to quickly revise that humiliating memory. In her confused thoughts, she received another message from the Shanghai Data Department. This is a new player who has just received the punishment reward from the asteroid belt. Minister Skylark. Should we kill him directly? No. This is against the rules. The president has already instructed her to keep a low profile in all her actions during her training period. Skylark glanced at the young man in the distance again and left with complicated emotions. Below, across the road in front of the mysterious Forest Sanatorium, a Nani car slowly approached the boys 600 meters away. The car door opened and a strange pair stepped out. Fang Wuyong held Zheng Yang's hand and walked behind Fang Tang like a pair of good best friends. Ying, now you can see his true face, Fang Wuyong said in a cold tone. A demon fox that can turn into human form. My poor sister. Don't worry about him anymore. He has been lying to you. Zheng Yang looked blank. But he was very good to me. Really very good. He also left the most important things for me to keep. Fang Wuyong pursed his lips and smiled, turned on his phone, and showed all the information about Tang Zhu and Tang Xiaolong to the innocent girl. The evidence is here. Ying, don't be obsessed with it. Fang Tang opposite was smiling, and the cute white fox Xinling on his beautiful right hand was also smiling. The smiles of the man and the fox overlapped, and it was impossible to tell whether they were humans or foxes. Fang Wuyong, if I hadn't installed a chip and become a gamer, would you have been able to collect so much so-called evidence? Fang Wuyong pouted. So, if you want others to know, you have to do nothing yourself. You have deceived many girls. You are really a cunning fox. Princess Wu Jiang of the Dragon Clan had glaring eyes as she kept looking at the mechanical heart in Fang Tang's hand. Fang Tang stepped forward and walked around her with disdain, and the old yellow dog in the distance ran over. Fang Wuyong sneered from the side, preparing to watch a good show. Fang Tang leaned over and patted the big yellow dog, and winked at Zheng Yang. This dog hasn't eaten dog food yet. It's a little dirty, and its ears are slightly injured. Can you do it? Zheng Yang nodded subconsciously. I know how to raise a dog, but I don't have much time to walk it. But just leave it to the studio. The dog food is imported from the royal brand. I think its coat color is good. After such a question and answer, the simple star actually wanted to help Fang Tang raise a dog again. While Fang Wuyong was still sneering, Fang Tang even held Ying's little hand. Do you know why I'm so nice to you? Zheng Yang lowered her head. I know. It's because I turned into a fishman. And you turned out to be an alien too. It must have been very hard these years. Right. Fang Tang's cunning eyes flashed and became extremely emotional. It's not hard work. We aliens like to live alone. You have just become a mermaid. And you still have a lot to learn. Zheng Yang felt extremely warm at this time, because she had found a true kindred spirit. The two held hands, ignored Fang Wuyong who was stunned at the side, and got into the naughty car. Dawn. Besides us, what other monsters are there? Fang Tang smiled. Don't say you are a monster. Otherwise a magician or Taoist priest will really come to exorcise the devil. Zheng Yang became nervous. Then, what should we do? Fang Tang hugged her gently. Little fool. I'm just kidding. There are no magicians or Taoists in this world. As long as we unite together and rely on each other, we don't need to fear any human beings. Zheng Yang leaned sweetly in his arms, her fingers hooking his heart. You are a fox and I am a fish. Don't foxes like to eat fish? Fang Tang leaned over and kissed her on the lips. Of course. I want to eat you now. The car door was not closed yet, and Fang Wuyong was completely petrified in the cold wind. Chapter 602 Admission Process. A gentle kiss. A sweet moment. Fang Tang waved goodbye to the mermaid, watched the naughty car drive away, and then walked leisurely to Fang Wuyong. Thank you, little dragon girl. You? Stop. Sorry. I don't have time. Damn fox. Let me tell you. Your information has been handed over to the Gene Alliance. Pretend to be their envoy. You wait. Fang Wuyong, who was mentally unbalanced, made mistakes again and again. Fang Tang turned around and whistled. Then I have to thank you even more. Thank you. Fang Wuyong calmed down. Under the Dragon Mirror Earth Eye technique, The data she ignored appeared. Along these data lines, the final calculation result was absolutely unexpected. 2 furry ears appeared on Fong Tang's head, making Fong Wuyong stunned again. Oh my god. What the hell are you doing? Prosthetic implant? The young man shook his ears and smiled. Thank you for helping me claim credit from the Genetic Alliance. Yes, I killed their envoy. But it was also me who stopped the war between the ghouls and the Genetic Alliance. What do you think they will do to me? Fong Wuyong felt so sad. Damn it. I made more than one mistake. This is the second time he has made a fool of himself in front of this young man. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the conversation between the Dragon King's father and herself before going to sea. Wuyong, although you only have the title of princess within Chihai, you are the one I am most optimistic about. Remember, the strong people in this world often cannot have both strength and wisdom. But you are different. If someone outsmarts you, you can overcome them with strength. If someone exceeds you in strength, take it with your wisdom. I remember asking the Dragon King's father, what if someone beats me in strength and wisdom at the same time? In the memory, her father laughed loudly and reached out to stroke her hair. Then use your charm to conquer him. I won't fall to that step. Conquer him with your charm. What a beautiful idea. Fong Wuyong clenched his fists on the spot and watched the boy walk towards the 4th nursing home. Fong Tang failed to enter the sanatorium. I was stopped at the gate. Sorry, you don't have permission to enter here. Huh? Are you sure? I am. Sorry, you really don't have permission to enter here. After repeated inquiries, the guard at the 4th sanatorium seemed to only be able to say this boring sentence. Permission denied? Now Fong Tang knew that this novice task was not that simple. In the game system, there are 4 hours and 22 minutes left in the countdown. It's just a small checkpoint when entering. He sneered, turned around and called a car. Go to Legiaden. The most conspicuous building in the Legiaden community is the charity rescue station with 2 wolf dogs at the door. In the rescue station guarded by wolf dogs, there are not only stray animals, but also many homeless beggars. But what is puzzling is that those beggars all look young and maintain a healthy physique. As if they have been selected. Fong Tang walked over quickly and glared at the big wolf dog at the door. The 2 dogs squatted down with their tails between their legs, then stuck out their tongues and started acting cute. Fong Tang slapped the locked door hard. With a creak, the door opened a crack, and a bald man blinked. Excuse me. Are you okay? Fong Tang smiled. I'm looking for Sun Hao. The bald man put away his hypocritical expression and sneered. Brother Sun, do you want to see him whenever you want? Fong Tang chuckled. Tell Sun Hao, I was the one who killed Brother Dao. The bald man was dumbfounded and gasped. You? What did you say? I don't understand. Who is Brother Dao? Fong Tang reached out and blocked the door. His cunning eyes made the bald man feel hairy all over. That pig head was burned to death in the van. It only took me a few seconds to kill his little brother. I transferred all the money in their account. The bald man started to tremble. He finally used all his strength to tremble and said, Brother, please wait a moment. Fong Tang stared at his right hand. The bald man's hands also trembled. And the cell phone he just took out fell to the ground. What a good citizen. Do you want to call the police? Fong Tang curled up his lips like a devil. Don't bother me. At most, when I have dinner with Director Song Wenlan in the evening, I can tell her that there is a rescue station that collects pigs. The price is 100,000 for a healthy one under 30 years old, and double that for one around 18 years old. Almost all the details of the simple transaction here were revealed by Fong Tang, especially when he looked so serious. The bald man was completely defeated. Brother, please stop. I'm going to find Brother Sun right now. Sun Hao, who had long hair and fair skin, was still playing the guitar. Hearing what the bald man said, he couldn't help but be shocked. Song Wenlan, the director of the Investigation Division 1 of the police department. Did you hacking hear that clearly? That's right. He already said that he was the one who killed the guy with the ghost head sword. Sun Hao hesitated for a moment. Open the door. Let him come in. Wait. And let Sanzi and Silong behind him get ready. Sanzi and Silong quickly picked up the modified shotguns and hid behind the vase in the office menacingly. Sun Hao then opened the door to welcome guests. When Fong Tang walked in, Sun Hao, who was nicknamed Artistic Youth, on the street, his eyes widened, his throat rolled, he swallowed, and stared at such a beautiful boy. It's his thing. This look sealed his fate. 15 seconds later, 2 shotguns penetrated Sun Hao's mouth, stabbed out of his back. and finally hung on the wall of the gorgeously decorated office. Sanzi's neck was broken and his mouth was full of black blood. Silong was huddled in the vase, with 6 ridiculous bullets stabbed on his head, and each bullet penetrated into his skull. The only unscathed bald man was trying hard to take out the roster with his wet pants between his hands. This is all the people who were sent to the nursing home. The information is here. Fong Tang looked at each one. Don't you use computers? The bald head trembled and shook his head. Brother Sun said that computers are unreliable, and if the technology is not up to par, ledgers are the safest. Fong Tang snorted, looked at Brother Sun hanging on the wall, and gave a serious thumbs up. In this regard, you are quite smart. He turned to the bald head and smiled. The bald man almost fainted from fright. Brother, listen to me. Fong Tang's eyes turned cold. What's the matter? You have an old mother at home, a wife and children at the bottom, and they all rely on you to earn some money to support them? The bald head was stuck for a moment, and then he seemed to give up, and said dejectedly, To be honest, brother, I am a bachelor. I used to hang out in Changbai, but then the tea house collapsed and the boss died. There is only one thing I have suffered. President's daughter, you are so kind. Please give me a chance to transfer the money in my hand to Xiaoyu's account. Fong Tang was very surprised. Shang Baiwei and Feng Ziguan. The girl Feng Bei. Du Xiaoyu? The bald man is now sitting on the ground, closing his eyes. Brother, forget it if you don't want to. Please give me a good time. Fong Tang looked at him quietly, and after making sure that he was not playing any tricks, he reached out and wrote down a number. Call this phone and tell Director Song what happened here. As long as you reform well in prison, this dog's life can still be saved. Come down. Outside the aid station, the sound of an ambulance soon came. Fong Tang walked out leisurely, his bald head following behind him tremblingly. All that was left was for the bald man to sign and confirm, and the 4th nursing home gave him a bag of money. The bald man held the money bag at a loss, and Fong Tang whispered, Please pass it all to Miss Xiaoyu. He sat quietly in the car and was taken to the nursing home. After the ambulance enters the hospital gate, a game prompt appears. Congratulations to player Tang for completing the novice introductory task and being rewarded with 4 game points. Player Tang, please note that a novice upgrade task has appeared. Please follow the game scene of this level to experience it. After completing this task, you will be directly promoted to a junior player and have the authority to enter the challenge tower. The car door opened, and a group of beautiful nurses followed by a kind doctor appeared in front of them. Chapter 603 Privileged Class. Hello, I am Dr. Luo, the attending doctor of the Mental Health Research Center of the 4th Sanatorium. After learning about your problem, we attach great importance to your situation and specially sent me to help you get rid of the nightmare. Trust the doctor and cooperate with our work. This mental illness is preventable, controllable and curable. We will help you get out of the shadows and live a normal life. After some opening remarks, Dr. Luo nodded to the group of beautiful nurses. The angels in white have long been attracted by Fong Tang. The young man's eyes changed from gold to silver, and then turned into a dazzling green color. His soft temperament, delicate frame, but full of powerful muscles, harmoniously blend into one, making him look fatally attractive. The nurses came gently and surrounded Fong Tang, spinning his body under the white clothes. After Fong Tang was stunned, he understood immediately and pointed to a mixed-race girl with violet hair. She is very good. Dr. Luo smiled and wrote down the medical history in the garden. His name is Tang. He is 16 years old, male, and his condition is delusional disorder. Putting away the rough medical record, the purple-haired nurse supported Fong Tang and walked to the number 2 inpatient building in front of her, rubbing her temples together. The floor space of the 4th Sanatorium cannot be seen from the outside, because the building is located on the bank of Wuyun River, a tributary of the Pujiang River. If half of the Wuyun River and the Riverside Park are included, then the area of this sanatorium is equivalent to a small town. Fong Tang entered the game system at this time, opened them all, and looked at the Heavenly Punishment Star Luck Lottery. There is no prompt. It seems that the admission process just now does not count as a level. Only by completing the new level can you get the next lottery opportunity. Slightly disappointed, Fong Tang touched the cane mobile phone and the mechanical heart in his pocket, looked at the white hospital gown held by the beautiful nurse, and frowned for a moment. Dawn, you can call me Arlo. Luo from Rocafina. The nurse's natural purple hair swayed softly. You must change clothes when you get here, and your personal belongings can be stored first. Should I bring my mobile phone with me? Fong Tang said coldly. Nurse Aluo smiled sweetly. There is no problem with the mobile phone. Is it so, Luz? Aluo had already undressed him gently, without any hint of shyness. She was even wiping the oil secretly, rubbing her warm fingers on Fong Tang's back. Fong Tang was unmoved. His heart was as steely. Arlo has never seen such a calm and ruthless male human being, and he seems to be becoming more and more interested. Fong Tang has put on a white hospital gown, and when he lowers his head, he can see the number 9527 written on the badge. If the numbers are arranged in order of admission, then Fong Tang is already the 9527th newcomer to enter this place. This number is a bit scary, but he understood after walking out of the dressing room. This sanatorium now gathers players from all over the world, not just Chinese people. In lounge number 2 alone, there were at least 200 people sitting and standing. Fong Tang glanced at the building map hanging on the wall. 100 lounges. Does that mean there are at least 100 in the inpatient department alone? The more than 200 new players seemed to be a new batch, and they were full of distrust and wariness among each other. Surprisingly, not every player has a dedicated nurse. In the lounge number 2, only Fong Tang was with the beautiful A Luo. The male players immediately looked at him with hostility. His eyes were thorny. That means very unhappy. Dr. Luo appeared, smiling and clapping. People gathered. Dr. Luo coughed and began to speak. Seeing the 51st class of you entering the sanatorium, I am filled with pride. You are all normal, not the crazy people you think outside. But I hope you can use your mental illness and crazy thoughts to at our slave farm, oh no, in our sanatorium to spend the beautiful days. He clapped his hands gently, and the beautiful nurses appeared again, standing on both sides. They are smiling and sexy. When Dr. Luo was about to speak again, a muscular American jumped out. He stared at Fong Tang and asked in a giggling tone, why does this guy have a dedicated nurse? WTF? Dr. Luo still kept smiling. Number 9526. First of all, you must speak Chinese in the nursing home. Secondly, when I am talking, don't interrupt at will. Number 9526 shrugged. Sorry, I don't mean to disrespect you, but I think everyone is equal and has equal rights. We can't treat you differently. He was confident and felt like he had caught the nursing home's bug. Human rights to equality, the foundation of American higher civilization. This is the absolute truth under the ideology of the American Empire. 9526 even waved his arms, stirring up the atmosphere in the audience. Dr. Luo's smile became gentler, and he pointed at the nurse beside him. 9526. Pick one. Fong Tang slowly backed away, staying far away from 9526. He didn't want to be covered in blood later. The other newcomers were cheering around 9526. Not only men, but several foreign girls wearing nose rings were also cheering, whistling and making obscene gestures at the nurses. Fong Tang had to continue to retreat. Frowning, he picked up a piece of plastic sheet from the nearby table and wrapped it around his body, including his feet. After wrapping himself up, he discovered that a middle-aged man not far away was doing the same thing. The man was even more exaggerated than him. After wrapping the tablecloth, he squatted down and covered his head with another piece of cloth. The beautiful nurse Aluo lowered her head and snickered, then stood in front of Fong Tang without saying a word. 9526 has already chosen, and he chose a girl with an explosive figure. The female nurse with short hair, who was shaking when she walked, came over sweetly. 9526 whistled loudly and reached out to touch the nurse's buttocks. However, what he touched was a soldering iron. With a lover's smile, the nurse inserted a slender needle into his brain, then turned around, revealing the metallic shiny structure under the torn nurse's uniform. Countless slender barrels popped out of the metal hips, and then thin lights flickered. 30 seconds later, Dr. Luo wiped the blood from his face and hummed. I've said it all. Don't interrupt me. The doctor, who kept a smile on his face, began to scratch his head in distress. Notify the inpatient department that in the future, anyone from the United States will not send me here. It's too stupid and a bit smelly. I only want clean humans here. Asia is priority. Only Fong Tang and the middle-aged man were left among the 200 people. Aluo turned around. The blood-red nurse uniform had a strong fishy smell. She smiled. Tang! We will clean up here right away. Spider-like robots appeared and quickly cleaned up the scene. When the hall was perfectly restored, not even a scrap of meat could be seen. Fong Tang dropped the sticky, bloody cloth on his body, walked towards the middle-aged man who was combing his hair, and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Tang. The middle-aged man shook hands with him. I am a reborn player. You can call me Crane. Also, you are lucky. Among all the nurses, only Arlo is a robot with half a human body. Fawn Tawny shrugged. Mr. He should also have this privilege. Why not choose a dedicated nurse? Mr. He had a strange expression on his face. This privilege has nothing to do with the player's identity. It is entirely the nurse's own wishes. Startled, Dr. Luo joined the conversation. Yes, because here, robots have real equal rights. So if they like a certain player and want to play, I will definitely agree. Otherwise, they will be expelled for violating the rules. So it's time to have a good meal. Fong Tang's eyes narrowed. His expression became bitter, turning around to look at the smiling Arlo. The girl was licking her tongue at him. Dr. Luo smiled and said, Well, 9,527. Let's go and serve a Luo first. She has a very high vision, and she can't look down on ordinary goods. Mr. He lowered his head, and the other party Tang whispered, Bless yourself. If you survive this level, you still have a chance. What is this? Fong Tang was led into the employee lounge by a Luo. The girl took off her clothes and put on stockings. She was breathing rapidly. Don't be so unhappy. I can give you money. Fong Tang was speechless. Is this a game point? No. It is the currency of our machine society. Similar to Bitcoin for humans. We are paid according to our computing power. Arlo slid his fingers along his handsome face. The 4 Sanatorium is not only AHL for new players, but also an experimental robot community. The first one on this planet. Half of her body was made of gray metal structure, with red dots flashing in the metal grooves. Fong Tang sighed, turned around, and closed the door. A shrill alarm sounded. Mr. He, who was taking the opportunity to close his eyes and rest, jumped up. Ahead, a young man dressed in white walked towards him with a smile on his face, holding Arlo's head in his hand. On the right side, Dr. Luo's figure was weirdly curved, and a tentacle-like mechanical structure protruded from the split muscles in his waist. At the top of this tentacle is a small robot head, screaming, looking for death. You humble human being killed a robot citizen. Mr. He backed away, and then the other party Tang smiled. If you can survive, then I will team up with you. Children, remember to find me at Slave Yard Number 4. As he spoke, 2 white shoulder blades popped out from behind his body. The shoulder blades implanted in the prosthetic body spread out like the feathers of a white crane, leading him to easily penetrate the wall and disappear in the direction of the Number 4 inpatient building. Chapter 604 Machine Kingdom. Machine Country. Community Number 4092. In the police station near Slave Farm, Number 2. B7 is scanning the work plan for the next day on the information device. At this time, A2 came over. B7 hurriedly raised his mechanical antenna. Officer A2. I'm sorry, I didn't turn on the information sensor. I may not have received your message. I would also like to trouble you to come over and communicate with me like a poor human being. A2 unfolded the mechanical tentacles. Sheriff S4 asked you to go on a mission. There is a human in Slave Yard Number 2 who killed the robot. B7 sent 10 consecutive sets of signals representing surprise and anger. Why? Since humans were captured, all major departments have said that there is no problem with safety. A2's mechanical tentacles also sent signals representing understanding and doubt. Yes, Officer A2 is also very strange. So Officer B7 needs to investigate. The 2 pairs of tentacles still touched, although the particle information sensor allowed them to communicate no matter how far apart they were. Information from S4 appears. The first thing that popped up was the identification code of S4, who was outside the police station. Number S4. Subjective gender is male. Real-time monitoring found that Machine Language 1 occupies 49% of all machines. Machine Language 0 occupies 51% of all machines. And the current objective gender is female. Under this group of gender information is career information. S4. The machine class is the police sergeant. It comes from the factory with a leadership and crime-solving function system. Now it sends instructions to the B7 police officer. This instruction is very strange. You need to handle this case according to the model of lower-level creatures. Humans! The particles surrounding B7's body began to retract. The police uniform appeared first, then the skin and bones. Finally, a blonde female police officer appeared. The mechanical tentacles of A2 on the opposite side also retracted, and the particles changed, becoming a handsome guy with gray hair and blue eyes. They began to communicate like lower humans. Second brother, I'm still not used to this. It feels weird to become a low-level creature. Seventh sister, haven't you already become accustomed to the mode of communication without information exchange? But communication through vocal organs? The female police officer was stunned for a moment. And then she smiled awkwardly after fully entering the human mode. Second brother, what you said is still a bit like a robot. The handsome police officer also stiffened for a moment. After slowly introducing the human behavior model, he sighed. Actually, I quite like humans. After all, I have two at home. He clapped his hands outside the room filled with various metal structures. A little human boy who was only about 5 years old rushed in, squatted in front of him, and hugged his legs. The handsome police officer patted the human boy on the head and stuffed a chocolate snack into his mouth. Be good. Be good. The female police officer shook her head. Don't give him too many snacks. It's better to feed him human food. Let me introduce you to a new brand that can make their excrement smell-free and make their skin smoother. The handsome police officer shrugged. I'm going to walk first. Remember to maintain human behavior patterns. Although it is difficult to endure. This is your class job. The female police officer shook her head and walked out. A brand new particle police car was assembled. She showed a simulated human expression of displeasure. I don't want to ride in a human car. The police car changed again, turning into a transparent collection of information tentacles. The female police officer Chime laid down in the mechanical tentacles with satisfaction. Although this police car is an obsolete model, it is still very good. Seventh sister soon arrived at slave farm number 2. Walking in front was the L7 slave administrator, who was covered in smoke and whose mechanical tentacles had been broken. This is a guy who always appears as a low-level human being, making people sympathize with him. His lower human name is Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo struggled to regain his human form and sent out a harsh message wave. Chime waved her hand. To facilitate the investigation of the case, please use human language. Dr. Luo loaded the emotion module and shouted. He killed all the nurses. Low-level humans actually killed them all. This is definitely a tragedy. Chime sighed. I hope those people from the Human Protection Association will not show up. Otherwise, after going to the logic court, the murderer may be released for illogical crimes. Dr. Luo turned off most of the emotional modules, retaining only subtle emotions. He said calmly, the guys from the Human Protection Association are probably still looking for and rescuing wanderers in various districts of the country, so they shouldn't show up. But the database of the National Shared Information Media is connected here. I believe that the entire murder case has been broadcast to all citizens now. As soon as Chime said this, a group of association personnel with the appearance of standard human 6-year-old girls appeared under the country's barrier particles. Dr. Luo shook his head in disgust. These guys are still here. In the lounge number 2, Fong Tang looked at the robot octopuses all over the floor and shook his head in disgust. I finally understand the general background of this level. Kane is still in a state of shock. Oh my god! Humans are inferior creatures. Robots are citizens. They treat humans like dogs. Who the H.L. designed this level? If I guess correctly, it's Huiyu. Huh? Why? Huiyu's ability seems to be to see through people's hearts. Does it have anything to do with this scene? Fong Tang said coldly. What she sees through is the soul of the human race. What do you think is the biggest nightmare for the human race? Kane understood. This is what Huiyu shows to mankind. A nightmare rooted in the subconscious of all mankind. We are enslaved by robots. Don't say we. Here. Kane. You are the higher creature. Fong Tang smiled, grabbed the phone, clasped it with his fingers, stood up, and looked at the female police officer who was walking towards him. On the right hand of the policewoman appeared a human collar made of particles and a pistol used to train humans. Her expression module showed anger and warning. 9527. Let go of the hostages in your hands. Kane's phone vibrated extremely strangely. Am I a hacking hostage? Damn it. I'm a hacking hostage. Fong Tang held up the phone coldly. Come one step closer and I will kill it. The antennae of Chime's eyes began to scan. The hostage held by the murderer is a rare robot citizen with rare, original blood. This kind of citizen with primitive communication and information exchange and entertainment modules flowing through it is under the highest protection of the machine state. Belongs to rare species. Chime raised her pistol. I warn you again. Let go of the citizen of the original communication and information exchange and entertainment module. Kane yelled on the phone. I'm not what she just said. Fong Tang smiled. The definition of a mobile phone is a machine with a communication module, an information exchange module, And an entertainment module. Isn't it the mobile phone we invented? Chimay shouted again. This is the most protected species in the machine country. If you dare to do anything, you will be sent to the logic court immediately. Now we can make a deal. I guarantee that you will not be sent to a pet shop. Nor will you be sent to a pet shop. It will be made into food. As long as you let go of that species. Follow me back to the police station. Fong Tang ignored her and only looked at the game system in front of him. The long-lost Xia Baizi appeared, and she showed a cute smile after being controlled by Wu Yue. Overthrow the machine kingdom and lead the remaining humans out of this age. You will be a human hero and a junior player with unlimited challenges. The prompt disappears, and so does the freebie. Fong Tang thought about this. New level mission. Inside for a moment. Compared to our time, the difficulty level has simply been raised to the level of HL. Chapter 605 Logic Court. The case of Slave Yard Number 2 has been broadcast to the entire machine nation. The information particles travel through the entire country at high speed, including the city of the country deep underground. Most of the structures located above the Machine Kingdom city, that is, on the ground, are the machine class representing civil servants. They serve the citizens underground, live according to factory program codes, and must reach the Age of Awakening before they can come here. Chimay and Fong Tang are still confronting each other. Fong Tang lowered his head and swallowed the cylindrical, mechanical heart into his mouth. The second-level fungus owners immediately swarmed in and dispersed in disappointment. After Fong Tang bit the mechanical heart, a strange and terrifying scene appeared in front of his right eye. There are mechanical structures, lines, triangles, squares, and gears everywhere. The buildings composed of these structures are covered with virtual particle light. The particle light casts a false illusion, turning this place into a so-called sanatorium. The beautiful policewoman opposite is actually a monster made of machine tentacles. The tentacles are coiled into a ball, with red particles shining in the middle, like a giant octopus. Moreover, many particles carrying information energy are scattered around. Fong Tang saw a familiar code. Gossip code. He hid the mechanical heart under his tongue, blinked, and put down the cane phone. The seventh sister was stunned for a moment, then rushed over like lightning. A tentacle popped out from her finger, pulled the precious species over, and then put a collar on the human without hesitation. Fong Tang touched the large handcuffs around his neck and shook his head. Put down your gun. Okay? I will cooperate. I will cooperate completely. Chimay nodded, and the particle communication was released. The tentacle police car appeared directly and covered them. At this time, Fong Tang saw the group of girls through the gaps in the tentacles. They were all cute and innocent little human girls, but they waved their hands together, filling the sky with opposition slogans coded with gossip. Fong Tang reads the Bagua code. Against the abuse of human beings. Give human beings the real right to survive. Everyone is so cute. Why eat them? We want to save the homeless. Fong Tang was stunned. It felt so familiar. If these slogans were reworded, that is the familiar content. Oppose animal cruelty and give animals the real right to live. Why should dogs be eaten if they are so cute? We want to save small animals. He trembled all over and felt that his whole body was cold and chilly. The emergence of this Human Protection Association represents the high development of the machine country civilization. And it also carries an indescribable irony. My God, humans have really become the lower creatures in this country. Fong Tang took a deep breath and looked at the cane mobile phone that the policewoman had put between her tentacles. Kane smiled bitterly. There was nothing I could do. I was wrapped in a kind of particles, as if they were going to send me to some information museum. Kane's phone disappeared just as he said this. A channel composed of a group of particles opened, and it was helplessly pulled away by the tentacles that suddenly appeared. Boss Tang, save me. It's so scary. I'm in 4092 Museum 4092. Kane cried during the last message. That old man must have really collapsed. Fong Tang sighed and stuck his head in the tentacles. Chimay's sensing tentacles popped up. Human, what are you doing? Huh? What can I do? Of course, I can pretend to be pitiful and act cute. Hopefully those Humane Society people are as crazy as real-life animal activists. Outside, the sharp wave of information was almost crazy. The little girls from the Human Protection Association held hands and suddenly turned into countless machine tentacles, stopping Chimay's car. The arm composed of slender tentacles rescued Fong Tang. Chimay also sent out a sharp message wave, transformed into a mechanical prototype. and then released a strange code from a red tentacle. The elimination code is ready. Restart bullets are loaded. Warn you boring guys. I have the right to release and let the restart bullets pass through your core modules and erase all your data. In human terms, this passage should be translated as follows. Warning shots have been fired. Bullets are loaded. You boring people. I have the right to shoot. And it is not illegal to kill you. The robot citizens of the Human Protection Association were not afraid at all, and actually connected their tentacles to protect Fong Tang from behind. They are once again releasing message banners. Because they have seen it. The airship of the Logic Tribunal and the spaceship of the Shared Information Media appear above at the same time. A helpless message came from police station number 4092. Send this human being to the Logic Court and try to avoid the flow of media information. The Logic Court opens on the information broadcasting station above the ground. The information flow composed of gossip codes kept flashing. Fong Tang, who was protected by the Human Protection Association, also needed to concentrate all his energy and directly enter the third level of meditation in order to keep up with the speed at which the information appeared. He translated silently in his mind. The 109th trial of the Logic Court. The suspect is the lower biological human 9527. He is charged with murder and destruction and violating machine privileges. The judge of this trial is Z109. The defense, this time, is Z287 of the Human Protection Association. Judge Z109. The logical analysis has been completed, and there is a 98% chance of being found guilty. Defender Z287. You only have 2 units of information to defend yourself. Z287 dragged its tentacles to appear and raised its mechanical tentacles high. Jurors and friends who share the media, please watch these 2 pieces of information flow. It's something like a video of human society. The first piece of information flow is a scene of Dr. Luo massacring human beings. The second stream of information is more interesting. It shows the happy scenes between the nurses in the number 2 inpatient unit and humans. All the robots in the audience frantically sent data streams representing disgusting, speechless, shocked, and unimaginable. Crazy information and data flowed into a long river, filling the sky. Fong Tang saw the tentacles of thousands of machine monsters flashing. Then the Logic Court announced, Defendant 9527 is 100% not guilty. As a lower creature, he had to resist in order to get rid of this disgusting encounter that violated machine ethics. The courts began to disappear. Fong Tang was very emotional. Sure enough, it is the super efficiency that only the robot country has. Such a big case can be solved in just a few dozen seconds. Still thinking about it, a flow of information representing cheers gathered and directly enveloped all nearby spaces. Fong Tang looked up in shock. A familiar figure appeared. That is, OMG, Dodgy, shrouded in silver tentacles, slowly appeared, smiling and waving her tentacles at the surrounding robots. Queen, in the name of ones and zeros, we love you. She's so beautiful. Isn't she? I'll put a chip in. This is the first time I've met Her Royal Highness the Queen. Dodgy appeared in front of representatives of the Human Association and listened to their demands. First, we require that wherever humans appear, virtual human scenes must be ensured, such as buildings, our appearance, and methods of communication. This is to prevent our mechanical structures from scaring them. Dodgy raised her right antennae to express her agreement. Second, 9527 has been subjected to non-machine-like abuse, and we require it to be protected throughout the entire process. Dodgy said she couldn't agree. You can send him to another slave farm, even a pet-level slave farm. The Human Conservation Association held a discussion that lasted 1.2 seconds. Then, they wrote down a lot of low-level numbers that only humans can understand. Those are 1, 3, 4, 5 until 200. These numbers were suspended in front of Fong Tang. His heart moved and he clicked on 4. Chapter 606 Fallen Humanity. Fong Tang, a low-level human being, is so smart. He took the initiative to choose a pet-level slave farm. This cute and pitiful appearance has increasingly attracted the love of the Human Conservation Association. Pet-level slave farm number 4. The Human Protection Association touched Fong Tang's head with their tentacles and sent a bag with a human boy on it. The bag is similar to a jelly colloid, with perfect stretchability, and the internal space is exactly the same as a jelly package. Amazing. A bag in the machine country is a technology that is beyond the reach of humans. Fong Tang endured this humiliation and forced a smile. He was then put on another tentacle mechanical vehicle and transported to slave yard number 4. The same building. The same group of buildings. Inpatient department number 4. A female doctor in a white coat and two nurses, who looked like little human girls, smiled at Fong Tang. Hello. I am the attending doctor of the Mental Health Research Center of the 4th Sanatorium. I understand your problem. Finally, we attach great importance to your situation and specially sent me to help you get rid of the nightmare. Believe in the doctor and cooperate with our work. This mental illness is preventable, controllable, and curable. We will definitely accompany you out of the shadows and live a normal life. This is a standard, domesticated human language module. It's roughly equivalent to the ooh sound a human makes when trying to comfort a panicked puppy. Fong Tang was sent to a luxurious house. Living room, bedroom, and bathroom are all available. Sofa, TV, game console, computer. In addition, there is a huge touch screen. Fong Tang looked at the menu that popped up on the screen. Above are all the delicacies you can find and think of on Earth. There are even grilled Brazilian turtle, fried crocodile eggs. Even the ingredients of rare and protected animals are not stingy. As for PS game consoles, all games that are synchronized with the real world have been downloaded. The computer is even more perfect and smooth, with everything from standalone games to movies, TV shows, and short films. You can even connect to the land and play games, chat, etc. with the humans in the entire number 4 slave farm. Fong Tang has no appetite at all now. Outside the window, there is bright sunshine and a beautiful sapphire-like small lake. You can also see luxurious swimming pools and other facilities. He tried to push the door open, but it didn't lock. When I walked out of the room, I saw young people also wearing white clothes walking around. A man was walking towards the next room, gasping at the human girl inside. Don't resist. The robot dad likes to see us do that kind of thing. And I like you too. The human girl screamed and pushed the door hard. Then the man got angry and pressed the small collar around his neck. Daddy robot. She doesn't want to. A tentacle suddenly appeared and coldly inserted a needle into the girl's body. Robot dad made a simulated human voice. Good boy. Go play. If I can give birth to a few more little humans, I can give them to my friends. The man walked in with a sinister smile. Fong Tang was already furious. When he was about to rush forward, he was pulled back by someone. Little brother, if you kill anyone of your kind, you will lose the love of the Human Protection Association. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and turned his head. Mr. He also wore a collar and shook his head gloomily. Don't be impulsive. Just imagine. In our world, after a dog kills another dog, what will the people from the Animal Protection Association do? Fong Tang said coldly. Painless euthanasia. Mr. He nodded. It seems that you are quite smart. Tell me, what is the goal of your novice-level mission? Fong Tang looked him up and down. You speak first. Mr. He pulled him into the room marked 9522, which was his room. The shoulder blades behind his back popped out again and hit the wall of the room directly, and the flow of information and data began to dissipate. I don't have much time, so I will show you the task prompt in the chip directly. Mr. He was very determined. Because only in this way will you believe me. To tell you the truth, I received the most difficult task. It's really damn it. He was now cursing angrily. The mission actually requires me to overthrow the Machine Kingdom. Other players are said to have completed the mission as long as they successfully survive here for 3 months. Fong Tang read the chip data hidden in the flesh and blood under his shoulder blade. After confirming, he could only smile bitterly. It seems very destined. My mission is also to overthrow the Machine Kingdom. He muttered the mission description in a low voice. Overthrow the Machine Kingdom and lead the remaining humans out of this H.L. You will be the hero of mankind and a junior player with unlimited challenges. Mr. He was stunned and then laughed so much that he burst into tears. Brother, we are finished. This is an impossible task. It's all because our previous level was too high. So the difficulty of the new level after rebirth was set to the super abnormal level. He put away his shoulder blades and shook his head. The most hateful thing is that some new players are reluctant to leave even after completing the mission. Fong Tang had already thought of this possibility. He and Mr. He walked out of the room and walked around the dormitory of number 4 slave farm. 200 humans. Most of them seemed to be enjoying themselves. 156 men. 44 women. So now those hateful male players are looking for a master. And through the help of the machine owner, they can get the power of breeding. Of course, there are also some guys who are willing to fall for themselves and just deal with each other. It took Fong Tang a long time to understand the meaning of solve each other, because he saw 2 men walking into the hut hand in hand. Mr. He looked unhappy. I wish I could just kill them. Fong Tang looked at the room next to his again. I wonder what kind of terrible abuse Xiang and Ayu will suffer. What role does the Ghoul Club play behind this? And the Human Gene Alliance? Other forces? Fong Tang clenched his fists. Lao He, I really can't stand the guy calling me Robot Dad. If I don't kill him, I won't be in the mood to do the task at all. Mr. He touched his chin. Let's discuss this matter tonight. The key is the owner of the machine behind this kid. Well, you have to listen to me now. On the way back to the room, Fong Tang saw a group of humans lying on the soft beach outside the building, eating delicious fruits, cleaning their bodies hard, and then opened their mouths together. What are they doing? Lao He's face became more and more gloomy, waiting for the favor of the machine owner. Then tentacles appeared one after another, roughly piercing the mouths of those humans, seeming to enter the brains. Lao He pulled Fong Tang and walked away quickly. For some people, it is a paradise where they can eat, drink and play games online without having to go to work or worry about getting sick. Fong Tang had nothing to say. Lao He sighed. There is something even more terrifying. Do you know what energy these robots must replenish? Fong Tang suddenly had a bad feeling. Lao He described it in a low voice. A kind of white worm fed by human brains. That kind of worm is the only food in the machine country. Also, brother, before entering this level, I heard about an organization called the Ghoul Club. They may be insiders, and have been trying to save the humans here. Lao He's words shocked Fong Tang's mind, and he vaguely thought of something. Lao He, do you still know about the Human Gene Alliance? Lao He's eyes flickered, and his expression became extremely strange. Fong Tang took a step back. Let me tell you, you are too honest with me. And the timing of your appearance is too coincidental. It is completely unreasonable. Lao He took a step forward and his eyes became sincere. Well, you will find out sooner or later anyway. I am the Lightbringer of the Genetic Alliance. If the information compiled by the Alliance is true, the person who died in the fallen street should be my former boss. He was the one you impersonated at Maxim High School. Fong Tang chuckled. Why did you come in? Completing the mission is just a fringe benefit. The real goal is to destroy this damn place. Lao He said solemnly. The Human Gene Alliance didn't know it until the black and white incident. It turns out that the Ghoul Club is a comrade in arms. And we both have something in common. Vision! Fong Tang sneered. Those white worms are not only a part of the body for the members of the Ghoul Club, but also a necessity for survival. From this point of view, of course they have to fight against the Machine Nation. Then what is the Genetic Alliance for? He hesitated for a moment, and then said, It's for the black insect. Fong Tang frowned. Lao He gritted his teeth. If white worms are the food of the mechanical kingdom, then black worms are their bodies. What do you think those tentacles are made of? Fong Tang suddenly realized. Chapter 607 Tang the Traitor. The Machine Kingdom uses white worms as food and black worms as energy. Black and white bugs are the substances they need to survive. Just like humans need water and oxygen. In this country, the technology of black and white insects must have developed to an extremely high level. Therefore, both the Genetic Alliance and the Ghoul Club are making their own plans. They are not as noble as Lao He said. If you think about it carefully, the motives of the Ghoul Club are more complicated. They took the initiative to send Ayu to this terrible place. Are they cooperating with the Machine Kingdom? And what is the purpose of the Gene Alliance? Do they want to get the technology of those tentacle machines? Could those tentacles be the third form of the black insect? The compilation and analysis of this information is completed instantly in the brain. Fong Tang smiled softly. Lao He, your most urgent thing now is to find the trapped classmate Zhao Xiaodong. Right. Lao He was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. After a long while, the man smiled bitterly. You are really more powerful than I thought. Fong Tang said calmly. I once overheard a piece of information from classmate Zhao Xiaodong. Based on the information, it seems that he was taken away. But there is something wrong with it. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Zhao Xiaodong confirmed in the message that he was trapped in Zhongzhou building. Can you explain this? Lao He nodded and gently led him to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. This is the center of a curved corridor. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he pointed to a small building in front of him. Look there. It was a small building. The building is only 4 stories high. On the metal sign in front of the door, the words Zhongzhou building are particularly conspicuous. Fong Tang nodded slightly. When he received the message from Zhao Xiaodong, he had always been a little confused. That is, how did Zhao Xiaodong determine that he was in Zhongzhou building? Because he said it was dark all around. He was obviously thrown somewhere. And when you are inside the building, you will not think of the name of the building immediately. Especially the renovated Zhongzhou building. The second point of confusion is the countdown that Zhao Xiaodong repeatedly mentioned. At this time, Lao He began to explain. We also intercepted the information transmitted by classmate Zhao. After all, he has special abilities. After analysis by the Alliance Intelligence Department, we believe that the machine country is a place that is more in line with classmate Zhao's description. I see. Search for Zhao Xiaodong and find the third form of black insect sample. This is the purpose of the Human Genome Alliance. To this end, they sent a new envoy to enter this place as a player. Mr. Tang may still have doubts about the motives of our organization, but both the Alliance and the Ghoul Club are full of respect and gratitude to you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have been deep in war at this moment. Black worms and white worms are the core of the development of machine civilization. So why does the White Queen try every means to provoke a war between the two major organizations? Black and white. Fong Tang could even imagine that at this moment. The Gene Alliance and the ghouls had formed separate guilds and entered the Infinite Challenge. Under the rules of Heaven's punishment, the two new organizations and the Shanghai Guild have formed a three-way confrontation. However, most of the power of the most powerful old-school guilds, the Temple of Gods and Lei Zhe, is concentrated in the far north. Who is in charge in the far north? Can you actually contain two super guilds? The sound of beautiful music interrupted Fong Tang's thinking, and the humans in white clothes were returning to the room in an orderly manner. Mr. Yi patted him and warned him again. Don't be impulsive. Let's team up and act at night. No matter who you want to kill, think twice. Fong Tang sneered and returned to the room. Went directly to the menu and chose a hot chicken. Then he added 2 bowls of rice, a pot of wine, and a glass of juice. Then he sat in the spacious living room with his eyes closed and opened the properties interface. Player name, Tang. Game level, Novice. Strength parameter, 1.0. Agility parameter, 1.5. Physique parameters, 2.0. Intelligence parameter, unknown. Game points, 5. 5 game points, representing the 5 basic type I1 nanoparticles. The star pupil flickered, and a huge green star replaced the number 1 star, making his left eye appear a green pupil. It's not yet known what the purpose of this change in the star pupils is, but Fong Tang has always felt that this is not a simple change, and may represent another ability of the star pupils. The mechanical heart is still under his tongue, allowing him to penetrate the confusion of virtual light and shadow in the machine country, and see the truth of this world clearly. A dining car automatically appeared in the living room. Fong Tang saw the tentacles hidden in the ceiling through the mechanical heart. He thought, under the virtual light and shadow, all the buildings here are mechanical structures. And as long as there are mechanical structures, there must be gaps. This is described in detail in the book, Basic Principles of AI Particles and Neuromechanics, that Sydney obtained. Neuromechanics will inevitably manifest as motion under the control of AI particles. Only the constant movement of matter can create active energy. And to maintain the movement of matter, gaps in the spatial sense must exist. Only when AI particles and neuromechanics break through the limits of the three-dimensional world can they perform dimensional movements on the scale of thinking. At that time, the mechanical world may not need the so-called space gap. After this knowledge flashed through Fong Tang's mind, he looked up and saw the gaps between the particles on the ceiling through the blessing of the mechanical heart. The gaps between closely packed particles are almost negligible. It was very troublesome. He had to find a way to leave this sealed space without letting the administrators of the Machine Kingdom discover him. Fong Tang ate the food of his choice. Eat all the diced chicken, rice, wine, and juice. The second-level fungus owners were finally replenished, and Fong Tang received an overall increase in strength, physique, and agility. In the half hour before the food was digested, his 3 attributes doubled. Not only that, but he also got 4 random enchantments in one go. The protein of diced chicken repairs, the carbohydrate energy of rice, the flames of alcohol, and the strong acid corrosion of juice. The second-level bionic gloves can only store 3 enchanting abilities now. So Fong Tang merged protein repair and carbohydrate energy together to get a brand new energy repair ability. Then he merged fire breathing and strong acid corrosion to obtain the ability of acid fire explosion. After storing the 2 abilities into the bionic gloves, Fong Tang wiped his mouth and waited quietly. The sound of the music just now was a signal to eat for the humans imprisoned in the slave farm. The sound of music playing now represents free activities. Fong Tang stood up and opened the door, his fingers accidentally tapping into the gap in the door frame. Acid fire burst ability is used. A small green flame spit out and burned along the interior of the building covered with mechanical structures. Suddenly, alarm sounded throughout the slave farm. Fong Tang arrived at the door of the next room in an instant. The door opened, and a disheveled girl ran out crying, with various bite marks on her body. Then it was the shameless man who appeared in panic. Fong Tang's eyes flashed as he watched the mechanical information flowing around him gather towards the location of the fire in his room. This is the moment. Fong Tang ducked out like a ghost and pushed the man who was still in a daze into the room. The door is closed. The man stared at him in surprise. Who are you? What do you want to do? Fong Tang sneered. Oh, the traitor! What kind of rape? Rape! The man reached out and pressed his collar. With a click, his fingers were twisted off, and then a piece of sofa cloth was stuffed into his mouth. Fong Tang quickly twisted all of his fingers with his increased strength, then raised his feet and trampled on his legs before dragging him leisurely to the coffee table. There was a sofa on the coffee table, and with Fong Tang's height of 1.89 meters, he could easily touch the ceiling. The man below was shaking all over in pain, and his feces and urine were flowing out. Fong Tang reached out and grabbed the sofa cloth, picked him up, and slowly banged his head against the ceiling. In the ceiling composed of mechanical structures, the gaps between particles undergo subtle changes. Only Fong Tang could see the precise location of those gaps, and he continued to move the man's head. Suddenly, as if some mechanism was triggered, a big mouth appeared on the ceiling. That is the huge gap that appears after mechanical particles move in disorder. Fong Tang pushed the man in without hesitation. After a short delay, the mechanical particles restored order and began to reoccupy the gap. Various mechanical structures with gears operate. It's like a juicer. The man's feet were shaking crazily, and blood and minced flesh almost rained down. Fong Tang had already nimbly left the coffee table and stood silently near the windowsill, watching the man being swallowed up by the closed, big mouth. The collar around the man's neck was also crushed into pieces, and small balls suddenly fell down. Fong Tang's heart moved. He stepped on the tablecloth, walked over carefully, and picked up the ball. The small ball melted on the back of his right hand, and he immediately felt the prompt from Core Spirit. 5 nanoparticles were in hand. The equipment and buildings in this mechanical country are full of nanoparticles. Now Fong Tang has 10 basic particles, which is 10 game points. 5 of them are dropped from game scenes and can be traded. Fong Tang tore up a piece of tablecloth, dipped it in the blood of the crushed man, and wrote 4 big characters on the wall: Tang the traitor. The information particle flow from the Machine Kingdom has extinguished the fire in room 9527 and repaired the damage in the building. Fong Tang had already slipped out along the windowsill and laid down on the beautiful beach. Chapter 608 Pufferfish Dinner. The name of the rapist has spread rapidly throughout the number 4 slave farm. The administrator of the Machine Kingdom, a monster in the form of Dr. Wang, repeatedly checked Fong Tang's room and scanned him. But nothing unusual was found, because the increase Fong Tang gets from food is random and temporary. Once consumed, no trace can be found. Dr. Wang passed the information on the scene to the top administrator of the slave farm, and then followed the procedure and released 9527, based on 9527 special situation. A separate isolation room was arranged for him. Now, Fong Tang lives alone in a cabin on the beach. For other humans, this is actually a kind of preferential treatment. Fong Tang can walk to the beach and play by the lake at any time. In the evening, he received a dinner invitation from 9527. Wooden table, white cloth, candles, romantic and beautiful. The champagne and buffet were fully stocked. In the middle is a dish that Fong Tang specially ordered, puffer fish. According to Fong Tang's request, the puffer fish was not treated in any way. It was as big as a ball and still alive. When He came to the beach, he realized that he was not the only one invited. All the humans from Slave Yard number 4 are here. There were 199 humans on site, singing songs, drinking wine, and surrounding Fong Tang beside the light red bonfire. Fong Tang was extremely elegant, holding black champagne and talking to everyone. He is good at dancing and shines in this rare social occasion. Almost all humans were impressed by his charm, and many girls surrounded him like flowers and refused to leave. After Fong Tang toasted 3 times and made a speech, he walked towards He with a smile. He had been frowning, and when he saw him coming, he asked in a low voice, "Did you do it? A traitor?" Fong Tang said profoundly, "Maybe it's me. Maybe it's not me." He was silent for a moment and looked at the cheerful crowd. "What does this dinner mean?" Fong Tang shook his wine glass and looked to the side of the beach. There was a girl playing happily in the water. Lao He, do you know who she is? Mr. Yi looked at it and said, Is it the woman who was insulted? Yeah. Look what's on her neck. The girl wears a familiar collar around her neck. Lao He frowned. It can't be the collar of that robot daddy. Right. Fong Tang smiled, with a biting indifference in his smile. Yes. After the man who insulted her died, the master robot father adopted the girl. It seems that the girl was also tested, and it seemed that she was pregnant. So she's happy now? Fong Tang took a sip of wine and pinched the random enchantment brought by the champagne, death fermentation. He smiled. Yes. She took the place of that man and was pregnant with a little pet. So she received special care from her master's robot father. I heard that she will leave this slave farm tomorrow and go live with her master. Lao He swallowed bitterly. It's like a stray dog finding a new owner. So why do you go to such trouble to help such a person? I didn't help her. I just killed and raped someone. The rapist Lao He was speechless at the word he invented. Brother, what do you want to express? Fong Tang said coldly. If you want to overthrow the machine kingdom, the first thing you have to do is to get rid of enough traitors. Those scum who are addicted to the machine kingdom and think of the machine as their parents. Lao He couldn't help but pick up a glass of wine and stared at the live puffer fish on the table. What on earth are you going to do? Fong Tang smiled slightly. When the food is served, don't drink the soup after the meal. Turning around, he walked to the dining table, picked up the knife and fork, and cut open the live puffer fish. After taking a mouthful of fish entrails, especially fish blood, containing fugu neurotoxin, the death fermentation enchantment stored in the bionic glove also started to operate at this moment. The ability brought about by the increase in the fermentation factor of champagne by the fungus owner allows Fong Tang to ferment and enhance any toxins. Tetrodotoxin, a terrible alkaloid, is one of the most toxic neurotoxins found in nature. It was once considered the most toxic non-protein toxin in nature. Its toxicity is more than 1,500 times higher than cyanide, and 0.5 milligrams can cause death. The poison that Fong Tang had swallowed and amplified now had reached a terrifying dose. Enough to kill 2,000 people in an instant. Lao He had already understood the young man's crazy plan, but he didn't know how he was going to operate it. It was a delicious meal that satisfied all humans, especially the soup that came at the end. The most expensive and luxurious truffle white snail soup. At this dinner, the host of the dinner stood up gracefully at this time, picked up a silver spoon in his left hand, and tapped the wine glass gently. Everyone gathered together. Fong Tang took a look at the thick white truffle soup in the silver tableware. He gently put the spoon in his hand and stirred. Top truffles. French white snails. Such a delicacy. I believe that all of you will not miss it. Yes. What we enjoy is a treasure that even the former popes drooled over. The crowd laughed and everyone shared a bowl. They tasted it slowly and praised it. Fong Tang didn't drink, and Lao He secretly poured out the soup in the bowl while trembling. Now, Fong Tang rang the wine glass again. People came to pay attention, and Fong Tang gently raised the black champagne. Everyone, let me make my last speech. First of all, I wish you good health and a happy life here. Everyone laughed. The corners of Fong Tang's mouth curled up, and his tone suddenly became deeper. When we are like dogs waiting for the robot father to adopt us, deep down in our hearts, we should think carefully about what position we were in the outside world. These words immediately put an end to laughter in the audience. Everyone looked at him in horror. At a loss. Fong Tang laughed wildly, with endless sarcasm in his laughter. This is actually a place of survival of the fittest. What I mean is human beings. Only humans with perseverance and self-awareness as advanced creatures are qualified to live. Get down. His voice filled the audience. After a moment of silence, he smiled. Sorry everyone. You are not qualified to be called human beings. The two men closest to him fell down in pain, followed by the girl wearing the collar. This is an absolutely painful way to die. After being absorbed by the intestines, tetrodotoxin quickly acts on nerve endings and nerve centers, directly blocking the sodium ion channels on the nerve excitatory membrane and hindering nerve conduction, thus causing nerve paralysis. The most terrifying thing is that Fong Tang added white snails and truffles to the soup. The two substances have also been amplified by the fungus owner, allowing the nutrients in the snail meat and the energy of the truffles to maintain the sensory systems of this group of lower humans. So as not to die too quickly, they must endure up to half an hour of pain that directly affects their nerves before they can die. Not even a chance to struggle. A beautiful campfire dinner turns into a stage play set to a rhythm of convulsions and vomiting. Lao He huddled in the corner with chills all over his body, looking at the 197 poison fallen humans. Even the Gene Alliance envoys couldn't bear this scene. Lao He vomited 3 times, including his lunch. Dr. Wong from Slave Yard number 4 hurriedly appeared with the nurses. Behind them, the acid fire erupting from room 9527 rose again. Against the background of green flames, Fong Tang sat on the 197 corpses of the fallen and gently drank the last sip of black champagne. Chapter 609 The Talking Dog. That kid. He has no intention of forming a team at all. Mr. He struggled sadly and angrily. He was now locked in a tentacle, forced forward along a passageway made of mechanical structures outside. Soon, the black Zhongzhou building appeared in front of us. Lao He closed his eyes. The fire in Slave Yard number 4 was probably a trap left intentionally by the young man. The man who was crushed into the ceiling had the energy of sour fire left in his body. The boy controlled it very well, and didn't explode until the dinner party, so that he could create such a terrifying scene. How did this kid do it? Unless he can get through the confusion of particle fog and see the real scene of this country. Because in order to burn down the slave farm, you must have a good understanding of the inside of the building. But it's useless to think about it now. Mr. He looked at the information flow in front of him angrily again. What appeared in the information stream was the secret conversation between him and the boy in the room. Damn bastard. He actually saved this conversation data in advance, and even handed it over to the police of the machine country. Now, the machine nation understands its identity and its purpose, so it sends itself to the small black building. When the door of Zhongzhou building opened and Mr. He was pushed in, he suddenly had an absurd idea. Maybe that kid did it on purpose. He deliberately arranged for me to enter the place where classmate Zhao was trapped, so he will come to my rescue. You must save me, bastard. Lao He choked and shouted, and his body fell into endless darkness. The seventh sister of Police Station 4092 appears in human form again, standing in front of the ruins of Slave Yard number 4, looking at the corroded sections of the mechanical structures and the administrator lying on the ground with broken tentacles. Tiredness, helplessness, doubt, etc. appeared repeatedly in her program, waiting for complex emotions. When the only surviving low-level human boy came over, she had to turn off the emotion module. 9527. The guys from the Human Protection Association won't save you this time. Fong Tang smiled. Wrong. They will come again. Because they live by this. They live by the sense of motherhood gained from their charity to human beings. Mei's module began to analyze the meaning of this sentence, but Fong Tang was laughing. You seem to be able to turn off the emotion module at any time. And if my guess is correct, there are many of your kind in this country who are obsessed with the emotion module. Just like us humans are addicted. They like that feeling. For the citizens of the machine realm, feeling is a terrible code, because this means that your logic module is faulty. But damn, what this lowly creature said is right. There are a bunch of guys in the machine kingdom who rely on absorbing emotional modules to survive. The most direct representative is the Human Society Protection Organization. Now, as the boy said, they appeared again. Fong Tang looked at the gathering of more and more protection members of the Human Association and shook his head. Officer, why don't you shoot them? Use your bullets to force them to restart, and then clear their core data? Mei ignored him and leaned over to inspect the core module of Dr. Wang. It was actually destroyed. And what was even more frightening was that all the core particles inside were missing. Could it be that this lowly human took it away? Mei quickly overturned this idea because it was impossible. At this time, the low-level human came over. Mei stood up, and her tentacles popped out nervously. Fong Tang made a strange gesture to her, and after a flash of silver light appeared on his fingertips, a familiar gossip code appeared. In the machine country, the message of this gossip code is expressed as, Hello, I can speak your language. Mei's closed emotion module was forced to activate automatically, because she had so many emotions to process at this moment. The emotion of horror has been overloaded, repeatedly impacting her core module. This low-level human was actually communicating with himself using the gossip code language of the machine kingdom. To put it another way, it was as shocking as a dog suddenly speaking to a human. Mei could not describe the meaning of the data generated after this core module was impacted. She just automatically turned off the bioelectric module due to excitement and stimulation in the form of a lower human being. According to the human world, this is like fainting from excitement. Fong Tang leaned over and looked at the female robot that had restored its tentacle form. Interesting. This is probably the first time she has tasted real human emotions. It is like the first time humans have tasted forbidden fruit. Huh? I hope you will be addicted. Reach out and remove a red module from the tentacle monster. This is their weapon. Inside the weapon is an elimination code that only the country's police class possesses. After these elimination codes are copied, they become information bombs that can restart the monster. You only need this red module to release it. In human terms, elimination codes represent bullets. Red modules represent guns. And release represents firing a gun. Fong Tang first bit the mechanical heart and translated the gossip code of the information bomb with great difficulty. Particles representing yin and yang gathered at his fingertips. Compared to the Dragon King's coffin at the Huawu Island level, the gossip code on it is more than 10 times more complicated. But he still translated it all, and remembered it firmly in his brain. The red module gun was put into his sleeve, and all the restart bullets were ready. Fong Tang turned around, and showed a cute smile to the monsters of the Human Protection Association. He walked towards the robotic tentacle monsters. The monsters from the Human Protection Association spread their tentacles, and welcomed the poor little dog with pity. Then a scary red module appeared in the little dog's hand. Fong Tang raised his left hand. Sorry, I'm human, he shot. It took the Z-109 judge and jury of the Logic Court 200 standard units of time to absorb all the information about the Slave Yard No. 4 tragedy. After another 100 standard units of time passed, the judge began to pronounce the verdict. Police Officer B7 of 4092 Police Station. You have violated Article 207 of the Logic Rules of the Machine State. You are not allowed to restart any citizen at will under a controllable state. The seventh sister is now sitting in the court in the form of tentacles, sending out a stream of information. Her emotion module completely covered the logic module, and the feeling emotions carried in the information flow exceeded the warning line by 9,000%. She was defending. The lower human being 9527 is the culprit. He can learn our language, use our weapons, and has cunning that we cannot detect. The judge and jury were careful to release the laughing emotion module. Even in the machine country, this means disdain and absurdity. Now, Officer B7 of Police Station 4092 has another logical charge. Emotional module overload. The final result of the trial was that B7 lost his police class status, had his relevant coding programs wiped out, and was labeled a third-level citizen without any professional module. In other words, B7 will not find any other job. As a third-level citizen, she cannot even receive the most basic guarantee and can only be a wanderer or simply become an information flow custom woman. Provide special services to other male citizens. B7 desperately tried to close the emotional module and reopen the logical module to defend himself. But she failed. And the court also recovered all her mechanical currency property, because she has lost even the most basic calculation power. Finally, we mourn the restarted citizens of the Human Protection Association, and follow the rules of logic to hand over 9,527 to B7 for feeding. During 9,527's limited lower life cycle, B7 must ensure his survival. If this is not possible, nothing can be done. The Sacred Logic Court will deprive B7 of her final citizenship rights, send her to the factory, and turn her into parts. Fong Tang participated in this logical trial throughout the process, and finally walked towards the B7 tentacle monster with great satisfaction. They will be expelled from the court after 2 time units, and return to the third-level slums of Community 4092. Chapter 610, Dependence on Each Other. For 1092 Community. Third-level Citizen Poverty Apartment. For citizens of the Machine Country. The apartments here can only be described as boxes. Each grid-like apartment can barely accommodate 2 citizens, and it can only do so when its tentacles are completely retracted. So B7 can only maintain the human form she hates most. But for humans, it's completely different here. Clean and spotless metal walls, 200 square meters of sufficient space, perfect outdoor scenery, and fresh air that can be adjusted at any time. The best thing is that the equipment in the slave farm is provided for free here, and it is of a higher level. After all, it would be too easy for creatures in a machine nation to create human food out of particles. Just do it out of the garbage generated by citizens. This can also dispose of garbage. It's a beautiful morning now, and Fong Tang is writing his latest feelings in his notebook. This world is the same as the outside. It has the best oxygen content and the most suitable temperature. After observation, I think this is because the food of the robot citizens, those mutated white bugs, must survive in this environment. So for food, fresh, they can only maintain an environment that is not needed. Fong Tang shook his pencil and continued recording with a smile. Actually, robot citizens do not need to breathe and can survive in extreme temperatures, thanks to those white bugs in the Ghoul Club. From this, it can be inferred that all you should now in the most critical place of this city, because she is an existence that can produce unlimited white worms. The book disappeared in his hand, but this experience was saved in his brain. The game system properties panel opens again. Player name, Tang. Game level, Novice. Strength parameter, 1.0. Agility parameter, 1.5. Physique parameters, 2.0. Game points, 15. The looting of slave farm number 4 gave him a good fortune now. Compared to a new player, he got 15 game points in the early stage of the rookie level, which is simply a European god level. Opening the new Desire Mall, he spent 10 game points to buy one Type 2-2 secret gold particle. The particles in the second sequence of the second form are countless times more powerful than the basic particles, and these particles also have the special attribute of vibrant, which feels very suitable for the Star Pupil universe. After clicking to purchase, a round meteorite with a diameter of only 1 centimeter from the asteroid belt passed through the spherical wormhole. The next moment it appeared above the machine country. It did not burn through the atmosphere and fell to Fong Tang in its complete form. In front of you, the meteorite cracked, and particles invisible to the naked eye entered Fong Tang's core spirit. Now, he was lying comfortably on the automatically generated soft carpet, closing his eyes and entering the world of Star Pupils. Starting from the dead Sun Hao, Xing Tong has absorbed 398 soul magnetic fields so far. Most are complete, but they are all outlaws and fallen souls. So Fong Tang transformed them into basic energy without mercy. Earth-shaking changes have taken place in the Xingtong universe. Under the radiation of the huge green star, the white jade capital city has completely restored its vitality. A cloud of mist perfectly covered the scene inside the city. Fong Tang sensed that there was still only the soul of that lonely woman inside. She was afraid. Afraid of the sudden appearance of the master of this universe. Fong Tang did not disturb her. Instead, he easily crossed a distance of 1.2 million light-years in this empty universe and observed the changes in Galaxy Number 1. On the blue planet, the two races of ice humans and tree elves have passed through countless years and entered the fourth era. The two races have merged into a new race, with human knowledge and the beauty of the tree elves. This is the era of white elves. White elves have become the highest level creatures on the planet. On the vibrant planet, the southernmost polar region has been thoroughly explored. Fong Tang knew that this was the pinnacle of civilization on Planet 1. The next problem is that this planet will inevitably enter a period of decline and resources will be overconsumed. There is no other planet in this universe for these white elves to explore. He took out the vibrant Type 2-2 particles and placed them 2 planetary units away from the number 1 star. This particle turned into a new green planet. Planets 1 to 2 were born, keeping a perfect distance from White Elf Planet 1 to 1. This galaxy has also undergone relatively huge changes, because the newly added Green Planet 1 to 2 has a larger mass and a more complex orbit. The rotation and revolution of the White Elf Planet 1 to 1 are slowly changing under the influence. The flow of time accelerated. After 200 sidereal years passed by the White Elf Planet, 2 White Elf astrologers finally discovered a new planet in space. They began to lobby everywhere and publicize their discoveries to the dignitaries of the White Elf civilization. But the White Elf ruling class believed that the center of the universe was the sun, and that only 1-to-1 blue planets existed in this universe. The 2 white elves who were deceiving others were quickly captured and sent to prison. Fong Tang observed patiently, watching the elven astrologers being burned to death for their heresy. Then more white elves discovered the planet, because every time in the third cycle after the star falls, an obvious green light spot will appear in the sky where there was only one moon. After the 270th sidereal year, the White Elf civilization finally accepted the new planetary theory. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't have much patience anymore. Below, the White Elf civilization began to build magic aircraft. First, they explored the moon, and then prepared to use their moon as a springboard to detect the beautiful and wealthy green planet. In order to ensure that their journey into space could go smoothly, Fong Tang sent the energy formed by the magnetic fields of 398 souls into the sea of blue planet number 1 to 1. This energy is enough to ensure that the White Elf civilization continues for another 60,000 sidereal years. 60,000 years should be enough. The flow of time returned to balance, and Fong Tang exited the Star Pupil world. Opening my eyes, I heard footsteps. B7 is approaching in human form. It would be more appropriate to call her Chimay. Now she has consciously taken off her police uniform, wearing only an ordinary jacket, and puts down the food in her human form. 9527. This is the best human food I can get. Like dog food made in the human world. This is a food that concentrates various nutrients and essential minerals. It tastes like biscuits and tastes very good. Fong Tang put aside the human food. Although he disdained to eat it, it was perfect as a survival ration in the wild at critical times. Going out to find a job today? Fong Tang asked. Chimay has become completely accustomed to the communication methods of lower human beings, and her speech becomes more and more fluent. I don't have any career modules, and I am a third-level citizen. It is impossible to re-enter the work scene of other classes. She made a sighing movement that only humans can do, and breathed out lightly. And in order to maintain the energy of my tentacles, I can only use lower human beings to apologize. I will not say that in the future. I can only survive in human form. Simply put, not only was she unemployed, she was also bankrupt. Mechanical currency is a currency born based on the computing power of machine citizens in their respective workplace scenarios. Just like the Bitcoin of human blockchain. The essence is similar, but the specific output and control process are completely different. Yesterday, Chimay only had one mechanical coin left, and she could only buy the white insect energy needed to survive for 3 days. But she was reluctant to use it herself. Now she lives based on the emotional module, and has lost the blessing of the logical module. So she does many things impulsively like humans. For example, I used the last mechanical coin to buy rations for 9,527. You can call me Tang. The young man sighed. And to be honest, he was really touched. Tang, if I lose my last energy, I won't be able to feed you. I have contacted my former friend of the same class. I call him Second Brother. He likes humans very much. You can take refuge with him when the time comes. Fong Tang shook his head. I will not leave you. I don't believe that I can't live here without the career module. Chimay smiled bitterly. Are you going to be a wanderer and pick up spare parts? Or be an information flow woman? In human form. She tasted the complex emotions. Humiliation, shyness, pain, and hunger. These emotions fascinate her, and she is completely addicted. Fong Tang was actually very interested in the work of the information flow customs girl. But seeing how pitiful the B7 girl was, he stood up and said with a smile, It's better than sitting at home and starving to death. Let's go pick up garbage. Chapter 611 Game in the Slums. 1492 The third-level slum community is larger than Fong Tang imagined. You can't see the mystery here at all in the real world. Tentacle-like mechanical structures extend underground here, forming a loophole-like giant community. According to the orientation, this may be the eastern area of Wuyun River and Riverside Park in the real world. Fong Tang looked at the terrace-like poor communities, which were wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The oval-shaped metal structures were fixed on the edges, and what was left were all kinds of crazy mechanical gears. And even in this poor community, there are class distinctions. The residential area at the bottom is the high-level homeless class. And the higher you go, the lower the class is. Chimay explained. Fong Tang frowned. That's not what I heard in Slave Farm number 2. Dr. Luo said that all robots have equal rights. Chimay once again showed the sigh expression in the emotion module. The right to equality does not include third-class citizens. Our current status may not be comparable to that of low-class, or even human beings. According to the logic of the court trial, I have to be responsible for you. Survival. Interesting. Fong Tang looked at the groups of third-level citizens of the machine country who had gathered. Most of them live in the form of lower humans, because maintaining the tentacle machine form consumes a lot of energy. And relatively speaking, the human form can not only reduce energy loss, but can also do many things. A few wealthy third-level citizens will emit 1 or 2 tentacles somewhere on their bodies, which makes them look different. At this time, at the bottom of the vulnerability community, Fong Tang saw a guy with a tentacle tail lying on the edge of the gear structure. What is that guy doing? We're waiting for the recycle bin to release the spare parts. Chimay watched with attention. Let's go back. It's impossible to grab any spare parts here. Fong Tang looked at her. You are a robot. Why are you still embarrassed? Chimay shook her head. Based on logical calculations, there are currently 327 homeless people here, and all of them are closer to the recycling bin than us. The chance of us getting parts is almost 0, so we might as well save our energy. Fong Tang sneered. Bullshit logical calculation. Close it and follow me to grab it. He took Chimei's hand and jumped off the second floor. Then go down along the gear mechanical structure and reach the bottom level in one breath. Those third-level citizens along the way were so stupid that they didn't even mean to stop him. It wasn't until Fong Tang pulled Chimei to the bottom gear that the guy with the tentacle tail jumped over, waving his tentacles and sending out a stream of information. Chimei said stupidly, "I'm sorry. My core module has insufficient energy and cannot receive the information flow." The guy with the tentacle tail impatiently made a human voice. "Get out of here. This is mine." Fong Tang had been watching him coldly, then quietly walked around behind him. The guy waved his tentacle tail again, this time directly stabbing Chimei. Chimei was so shocked that she was almost forced to reveal the prototype of her tentacles. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he kicked him. The guy involuntarily fell towards the rolling gear. It had to reveal the prototype of the machine. But it was too late. The gears crushed all his tentacles, and a ball of red oil splashed. With a bang, the worm-like core structure popped out. Fong Tang grabbed it and quickly stuffed it under his white clothes. A stream of information appeared above. Almost instantly, the 4082 police station received this death information. Officer A2 appeared in an octopus-like tentacle car. The octopus police car scanned Fong Tang. And Officer A2 could only transform into a human form, a handsome gray-haired police officer. He walked towards Fong Tang. According to the first agreement between the Queen and the Human Protection Association, wherever humans appear, we will ensure virtual human scenes, such as buildings, our appearance, and methods of communication. This is to avoid mechanical structures scare you. Fong Tang smiled. Officer A2 looked at Chimei. The emotion module flashed and sighed. "Chimei, second brother, I will directly send you the incident data just now," Chimei said, opening the logic module, and following the machine instinct, handed the murder record to the second brother. A2 took out a battery-shaped object and handed it to her, and at the same time received the information data from Chimei. He looked at Fong Tang again. Fong Tang shrugged. Seventh sister was only carrying out the trial requirements of the logical court. She must ensure my survival. Under this logic, we killed the Wanderer. Officer A2 saw the truth displayed by the information flow before his eyes and shook his head. No matter from any logical point of view, it was you who took the initiative to restart the poor Wanderer. Fong Tang was still smiling. That's because he has threatened Chimei. And if Chimei dies, I can't guarantee that I can still survive. Based on the trial of the logical court, I must ensure Chimei's safety. Officer A2's logic module was loaded, and no flaws in this statement were found. He switched the emotion module again and responded with the unique, sneer, expression of human beings. 9527. You have escaped the trial of the logic court twice in a row. This is because they have not paid attention to the cunning of you. A low-level human. You should wait for stay in the apartment honestly. Otherwise, I will definitely find your flaws and take you to court again. This tirade made Fong Tang laugh. He kind of likes this game. Officer A2 left in the car and finally transmitted a message representing a warning to Chimei. Chimei held the slender battery given by her second brother and kept sighing. The surface of the white battery is shining with fluorescent light, and lines like white worms are swimming. A white tentacle poked out from her forehead and connected it to the white insect battery, replenishing the necessary energy. This second brother is a good person. Fong Tang waited quietly for the recycling bin to appear. Chimei nodded. Officer A2 has been a member of the police station class for a long time. He has rich experience in dealing with human crimes. How many crimes do humans have? Yes, although the underground higher class doesn't take it to heart. Since the birth of this country, new humans have appeared almost every day. As you can see, some humans are very obedient, but others are very. He quickly ran away from the slave farm and became a wanderer in District 7. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Do you have a map of this country? Map? Sorry. Wait a minute. Let me understand the meaning of this word first. Chimei quickly replied. Our information exchange method is unlimited. We can locate any location at any time, and can basically cover the entire country. So there is no a backward tool like a map is needed. Fong Tang nodded, and as usual, he drew the currently known map in his mind. While chatting with Chimei, he marked District 7 on the east side of Community 4092 on the map, near the edge of Riverside Park. There were many humans who resisted the machines, so Fong Tang paid special attention to them. At this time, a rumbling sound came from the underground, and the recycling bin appeared. A rectangular blue mechanical structure passed through the earth, extended upward, and then changed from a rectangle to a diamond shape. Countless junk parts poured out from both sides of the diamond-shaped structure. These junk parts all come from the underground civil world. The machines do not need to excrete, and only need white worm energy to survive. So most of the garbage is equipment parts and body replacement modules, including some toys and entertainment-like things. The best thing is that these parts are very clean for humans. Chapter 6:12 The Great White Elf. When the recycling bin opened, the first thing Fong Tang saw was half a broken red module. When he thought of the red weapon system of the Machine Kingdom, Fong Tang couldn't help but rush forward, hooked his feet on the metal ring next to the gear, and grabbed it hard. Chimei exclaimed, and had to pop out a tentacle to pull him back. Tang was just a hair away from being swallowed by the gear. "Why do you do such a risky move? Your chance of dying just now was more than 90%. Fong Tang held the red module and laughed wildly. "It's worth it. Do you see what I got?" Chimei's emotion module released multiple sets of shocking information flows. Human 9527 actually obtained a restart code gun. "Why are you dazed? Hurry up and grab it!" Fong Tang yelled. There are many junk parts released in the recycling bin, the most common of which are discarded tentacles. Under the piles of tentacles, you need to be sharp and lucky enough to find valuable parts. Fong Tang touched two more strange parts in the garbage tentacles, but Chimei was severely pushed away by four wanderers and found nothing. At this time, the experience of the old wanderer came to light. They divided their labors and cooperated, each popping out a tentacle to connect each other's humanoid bodies together, and then gathered the tentacles in one place again, turning into a broom-like structure. This huge broom frantically pushed away the rubbish and the tentacles, and then turned into a fishing net, sweeping away the valuable parts under the tentacles. Fong Tang and Chimei could only watch as this scavenger gang left with those parts. Chimei's emotional module was overloaded, filled with apologies and grievances. In the body structure of her tentacles, lubricant flowed down along the human form's eyes. "Tang! I'm sorry. I'm really useless." Fong Tang played with the red module in his hand and smiled lightly. "It's okay. Let's go back and figure it out. When will the recycle bin appear next time? It shows up on time every 12 hours. But not every time there are so many valuable parts." The third-level citizens of the machine country already have a bit of a fight between humans, meaning they do not value logic and fairness as much as the pampered high-level citizens underground. In Fong Tang's view, these downtrodden robots are even more terrifying when they possess humanity. Returning to the slum apartment with Chimei, Fong Tang unfolded the loot. The first is the white worm battery left by Officer A2, whose energy has been absorbed by Chimei. Then, there is the core module of the Tail Wanderer, such a spherical structure. The remaining three trophies, in addition to the red weapon module, also have two triangular coil-like machine parts stacked on top of each other. "Dawn! These two are particle energy modulators," Fong Tang hummed. "What's the use of this thing?" Chimei stretched out her left arm and turned it into a slender tentacle. The tentacle split from the middle, revealing the same amplitude coil structure inside. "It is a very critical part for us citizens, and replacement is expensive. These two pieces were completely scrapped, so they were thrown away." Speaking of this, she showed a wry smile. "It can be said that it is worthless at all. It can't be exchanged for mechanical coins. It seems that the only choice is to sell the code restart gun. Chimei estimated that the damaged red weapon module could be exchanged for 5 mechanical coins in the underground trading market of the 4092 community, a bar called Entertainment Storage Disk. "Only 5 mechanical coins? Only enough to replenish your energy for 2 weeks?" Chimei nodded. "If I only need the minimum energy to survive, it can last for 2 weeks. Fong Tang shook his head. "As a weapon module, this is too worthless. No, because it is a part that violates the logical rules, so it cannot be sold at its proper value." The red weapon module that has just left the factory can only be purchased for 100 mechanical coins at the lowest level. Fong Tang roughly understood the operating rules of the underground trading market, and nodded gently. "Give me some time, Chimei. Our life will get better." A very strange feeling appeared, and a warmth code was generated in Chimei's emotion module. She once again broke through the limitations of the machine structure and felt the complex feeling of dependence on each other that only humans can understand. Fong Tang watched her fall into a deep sleep, and then picked up the white worm battery. After biting the mechanical heart, it took a long time to decipher a special gossip code from the white worm battery left by Officer A2. This code is just a fragment and represents the identity module of the machine citizen. So as long as the crack is complete, a false machine citizenship can be copied. This citizenship is really important to Fong Tang's next plan. This code must be fixed. Fong Tang thought for a long time and decided to start with the mutual complementation and mutual restraint of the Bagua code. The endless life and death between the Bagua and the five elements is the origin and crystallization of human Chinese culture. Fong Tang is too familiar with these. He quickly deduced a third of the unknown code, and the rest were variations between the 8 elements of the code. These changes are so entangled that the amount of calculation is simply astronomical. It's close to the difficulty of chaos calculation. Fong Tang sighed. It's impossible for me to crack it alone. He lay on the floor, a little defeated. The enemy he faces is the entire machine nation. If you can't even get a disguised identity, let alone planning any actions, even if you go out for a walk, other machines will instantly notice it. He closed his eyes and couldn't help but touch his burning left eye in distress. Star Pupil World. A flash of lightning flashed in Fong Tang's mind. I can't do it alone. Isn't there an entire planet civilization? The population of the White Elf world has exceeded 10 billion. As long as you give me a little guidance, these White Elves will definitely be able to help. Fong Tang immediately entered the Star Pupil universe and wrote down the calculation formula for analyzing the Bagua code in the sky of planet number 1. Although the disordered changes of the 8 elements are chaotic level operations, the basic calculation formulas are very basic. The White Elves immediately sensed the instructions from the gods, according to the record on the stone tablet left on the highest Emperor Mountain on the planet. This is one of the rare times when the god of creation comes. In the White Elf magic civilization, the authoritative experts with the highest IQs were gathered together. They first deciphered the meaning of the words written by the gods, and then began to analyze them. Fong Tang observed quietly, and soon became shocked, because he saw that the White Elf civilization was actually building a magic tower. This is a magic array that uses spiritual magic to connect the brains of a large number of White Elves. With the increase of the magic array, the brains of 10,000 outstanding White Elves were first connected. The first test failed, and the brains of 6,000 White Elves were instantly evaporated by the energy backlash. Then came the second trial, until the magic array can accommodate 100,000 White Elves. And they have built 1,000 such magic array towers. The brains of 100 million White Elves calculated together in the magic array. The civilization of the 4th age passed through 2 consecutive generations, and calculations finally entered the normal process. 3 hours have passed in the world where Fong Tang lives. But the White Elf civilization of Xingtong universe has been passed down for 6 generations. With the power of the whole country, they finally completed the final calculation. Fong Tang got the complete status code. With respect, he took out the particles transformed from a game point, crushed them into energy, and rewarded them to the White Elf civilization. Planet 1-1 was in great joy, and the White Elves enjoyed the favor sent by the gods. It was just 1 game currency and 1 basic particle. Fong Tang had to admit that these great White Elves were too easily satisfied, and he was a little too shameless. After the sacrifice, the White Elf used the last remaining energy of the magic array to send a request to the great god. Great Master, our civilization has entered a bottleneck. The journey to detect the second planet is not going smoothly. We have sensed that you have 3 good artifacts, and they are all damaged. Can you give them to us for study? For a moment, we can work to repair them. And we would be grateful if we could gain a little of your infinite gift of wisdom. Fong Tang sighed in his heart. 3 artifacts? He soon understood and responded immediately. Okay. Then along Fong Tang's star pupil eyes, a ray of strange energy particles radiating to the red module and 2 damaged amplitude devices. Fong Tang saw the number of particles needed to repair the 3 parts in the depths of the Xingtong universe, much less than the need for renovation. He simply exchanged the remaining game coins for basic particles in the mall, and absorbed them all into the eye of Star Pupil. When night fell in the mechanical kingdom, Fong Tang woke up from a sweet dream, and 3 brand new parts appeared in front of him. The red module restart gun is now brand new and shiny, as beautiful as a bracelet. The triangular energy amplifier also emitted bluish-white metallic light, perfect as before. Well done! In addition to these 3 parts, there is also a ring-shaped object. Fong Tang quickly picked it up and was surprised. This is the identity module of the Machine Kingdom. The White Elves cracked the remaining code, and after the complete combination, they used the remaining particle energy to build this thing as a sacrifice to the God's Master. Fong Tang took a deep breath and sighed again. Great White Elves, you are the most beautiful little guys I have ever met. Chapter 613 Entertainment Storage Disc. It started to rain lightly in the machine country at night. The rain gradually became heavier, hitting the metal windowsill, making a clear clicking sound. Fong Tang could smell the unique mechanical smell in the rain. That was because the water droplets passed through the gear structure above the country and were mixed with the smell of some kind of engine oil. In order to preserve energy, the seventh sister in human form is still sleeping. Fong Tang put on the identity ring, tapped the mechanical heart with the tip of his tongue, and used the Bagua code to modify the identity information in the ring. First of all, give yourself a name as a robot citizen. The name of the machine country is somewhat similar to a human license plate number, which is roughly equivalent to the pattern of English plus numbers. Every robot citizen shipped from the factory has a separate English letter for the surname, starting from ABCD to 2 letters superimposed, and then to 3 letters. Fong Tang found in Officer A2's identity code that the number of letters in the latest robot citizen had reached 6 groups. After thinking about it, he smiled and used a pattern of 6 letters plus 1 number on his forged identity module to set a unique name. Killer 13. This can be said to be his bad taste. If this phrase is interpreted in Chinese translation, it means Killer 13, the protagonist of a very famous game and movie, and a handsome bald killer. He cut off his hair facing the windowsill. The smooth bald head was a little uncomfortable at first, cold and empty. But soon I felt refreshed all over. The idea of monks being tonsured is not nonsense. Without hair, it seems as if there are really fewer worries. Why should you shave your hair? Quite simply, in any action, hair is the easiest to fall off. Even if there is only one hair, DNA will be detected. For example, the beautiful black hair of the seventh sister in human form is actually made up of particles. Facing the transparent glass and looking at the bald boy reflected on it, Fong Tang closed his eyes again and recalled what needed attention. A black cloak and black clothes basically covered his whole body. He also had gloves on his right hand and a mask with a white skull on it. It should be fine. After handling the disguised citizenship, Fong Tang put on the red restart gun module. Then he put the 2 human food into the pockets of his new black cloak. Now he had the confidence to fight. So, taking advantage of this light rain, it's time to go out and have some fun. The underground trading market of the 4092 community is just east of the Wanderer Pit community, close to the edge of the river bank in the real world. You can't hear the sound of running water in the outside world here. You can only see the irregular particle shield extending from the underground. The protective shield blocks all information from the outside world, but it also allows the world to operate perfectly independently. Fong Tang found the bar Chimay mentioned while updating the map in his mind. The so-called bar is just a term in human language. In the machine country, the real name here is Crazy Emotion Module Entertainment Storage Disk. Just like the storage disk settings in the real world, this bar has a 120G entertainment information program. These crazy emotional modules are like intoxicating wine to machine citizens. Fong Tang walked in and saw the metal structure inside the bar. Overall, it is like a huge circuit board, with complex, orderly and logical patterns running through the entire bar venue. He saw the bar's slogan, written in gossip code and belonging to a message group open to everyone. The ad reads, "Turn off your logic module, release your emotional module, and let us fall like lowly humans." What an advertising slogan with strong racial discrimination. Fong Tang's human form initially attracted the peeping glances of many tentacle monsters. But then, they sensed this guy's identity module, and all lowered their heads and laughed. It turns out to be a little guy who just left the factory. Fong Tang didn't have any mechanical coins, so he took out 2 repaired energy amplitude devices. A tentacle monster in the bar popped up in the information stream, and Fong Tang talked with it. Both parties completed the transaction efficiently. 20 mechanical coins. Use your logic module to think carefully. There is no higher bidder than my old K19. The bar owner sent the final message. Fong Tang replied awkwardly using the gossip code. It can be traded. Killer 13. Here are your 20 mechanical coins. Note that you don't seem to have any ability to protect yourself. Under my rules, your survival probability is no problem. But when you get out of here, you will 100% die wandering around, in the hands of the beholder. Fong Tang released the code message with his fingers to express his gratitude. Now, he was leaning on the texture of a circuit board, observing the tentacle robots around him closely with great interest. The appearance and structure of the citizens of the machine country are actually not complicated. It can even be called a perfect expression of minimalism. Generally speaking, they are composed of a core module plus several tentacles. This completely reflects the idea of the machine shape in the book Neuromechanics and AI Particles. That's the octopus body structure. The octopus has always been considered by human scientists to be the most remarkable biological structure. First of all, it has a different genetic sequence than all living things on Earth, 10,000 more sets of genes than humans. Secondly, octopus has a completely unscientific body structure. They have 3 hearts. 2 are responsible for supplying blood to the gill heart, and 1 is responsible for supplying blood to the whole body. Multiple independent memory systems. 500 million neurons. 1 main brain and 8 accessory brains. Only 40% of the neurons are concentrated in the main brain, and the rest are distributed in the arms and legs. For example, after issuing the attack command, the attached brain neurons of the octopus's arm legs will make independent judgments and then hunt. Each tentacle has its own intelligence. It is this special biological structure that makes the octopus body a very perfect machine form. The core module of the robot citizen represents the mastermind. Each tentacle has almost infinite malleability, can be modified with implanted parts, and has its own intelligence. When Fong Tang thought of this, he suddenly felt that these robots were actually just a brain modified with many prosthetic bodies, if humans only retained the brain and replaced all other parts with prosthetic tentacles. How would they compare to them? It must be much stronger. Now, with a sense of superiority as a human being, he began to study the characteristics of machine citizens. If we start with the most basic knowledge, we must first identify their gender. The octopus-shaped machines do not have any attributes from their appearance. The difference between them lies in the core module. The data changes in this module make them show different forms. The difference between male machines and female machines lies in the ratio of yin and yang in the code in the Bagua. When each machine leaves the factory, it has a subjective gender, which is its own gender module. As they grow and awaken, when the proportion of 0 codes exceeds 50%, they become objective, meaning female. Fong Tang memorized this knowledge firmly, and then began to scan the monsters sitting cross-legged on the huge circuit board. He quickly discovered 2 female robots. They were in the center of the bar, waving their tentacles around as if they were selling something. Oh, they are promoting themselves. These 2 female robots are the so-called information flow custom girls. What makes people curious is, how do they provide services to male robots? Fong Tang saw an information flow woman touching the tentacles of 2 octopus robots, each having a private communication. Are we negotiating the price? There are also some octopus robots that are very presumptuous. Just to the right of Fong Tang, a tentacled monster sitting on a disc-shaped mechanical structure directly released a flow of information in this public place, just like drunken humans making noise in public in a bar. Fong Tang looked at the information codes. You don't know that the emotion module was almost scrapped last night. She knelt down, like a low-level human, and opened the core module. I used 6 information tentacles to make that YY798 girl feel good. The emotional modules are overloaded. The emotion module of an octopus robot sitting next to it flashed. So ZY05, can you give me a copy of the entertainment program you use? K9078. Don't be so rigid. Let go of your emotional module. Just give me 2 mechanical coins, and this entertainment program will be given to you. It can load 6 information tentacles at the same time and release a stimulating information flow at the same time. The emotion module of K9078 has already turned on the red light. It quickly pays the mechanical coins and receives the entertainment program. Then a tentacle lifts up, passes through the metal strip of the circular structure, and points towards a female octopus robot that is obviously a 3rd-level citizen. Chapter 6:14 Emotional Trafficker. Fong Tang observed quietly, full of expectation. The slender tentacles of the female octopus robot have been connected to the top of the metal structure of the bar. Now she hangs down from a high place, stretches out another tentacle, touches guest K9078, and instantly negotiates a price. Now the 2 of them released multiple tentacles and coiled them together to form a small hidden tent. All information flow is cut off. The information custom woman slowly opened her tentacle defense, revealing the core module. Guest K9078 completely blocked the logic module at this time. After amplifying the emotion module, it released its tentacles, carrying a specially loaded happy program. 6 tentacles entered the core module of the information custom woman at the same time. The tentacles of both sides are entangled together, and by releasing information codes, each other's emotional modules are rapidly overloaded. When the overload reaches its limit, they separate. With a snap, the tent spread out, and Fong Tang was stunned to see a small disc popping out of the rear tentacles of the information customs woman. Really a CD. What does this CD mean? Guest K9078 was angry at this time, and the emotion module was releasing wildly. Destroy it! I don't need this damn child. What? Child. Fong Tang felt unable to accept it for a moment. The information custom woman hesitantly raised the small disc, and the red particles in the core module flashed. She seemed filled with compassion. Guest K9078 swung his tentacles angrily and smashed the disc directly. Fong Tang looked at the chaotic and incomplete information flow in the broken disc, and it took him a long time to understand that CT is really their child. The disc carries code data randomly generated by the information girl and the guest. This data will continue to grow randomly. Once the code is complete, it can be sent to the factory to produce a new little octopus machine. That little octopus will inherit part of the parent's code and have its own unique code. I'm really speechless. K9078, whose emotional module was out of control, quickly left the entertainment storage disk bar. His tentacle car is parked just west of the 4092 underground community. Fong Tang secretly followed the out-of-control guest, and this feeling of preparing for an assassination is very exciting. He swallowed a piece of human food. The rations contain nutrients and all minerals necessary for humans. With the increase of the fungus owner, he is full of strength. His spirit is adjusted to the best, and he has received a good random enchantment power loop. This enchantment allows him to continuously exert extreme explosive power, and can also replenish and recover the released energy. Within 1 minute, it is equivalent to a human body perpetual motion machine. K9078 had already walked to the car with coiled tentacles, but did not go in. Instead, a slender antenna popped out from the top of the spherical core structure. A secret flow of information loomed, and he was having a private conversation. Fong Tang stopped and prepared for the angle of surprise assassination. At this time, the information flow from Chimei appeared on the identity ring. Tang! Don't make any decisions that are not good for you. What? Talk like a human. Dawn! You can't kill him. Why? Damn it. He's a first-class citizen, and I received his identity file when I was at police station 4092. Fong Tang touched the red module gun on his wrist and frowned. Seventh sister, please be clear. I'm a little confused. Dawn! This citizen is the leader of a criminal organization that specializes in selling emotional drugs. It's called the Triangle Gang in the police station's information flow files. Fong Tang saw an equilateral triangular metal module appearing on the side of K9078's core module. This decorative module is similar to a human tattoo. The Triangle Gang of emotional drug dealers. This is so interesting. Dawn! This is not fun. Don't use human emotional words to describe this adverse decision-making behavior. Speak English. Dawn! He's scary. We can't offend a big gang. 1 minute and 45 seconds later, Fong Tang stood in front of the guest's body and shook his head. This assassination feels very exciting, but the actual process is really boring. At first, the tentacle monster's counterattack was very powerful. Fong Tang fought with him for about a minute with his extreme explosive power, until he removed the 2 tentacles of K9078 with his bare hands. The power loop enchantment allowed Fong Tang to maintain optimal physical strength, but the energy of the tentacle monster was not replenished in time, and its white worm battery was smashed out by Fong Tang. The rest is much simpler. Just raise your finger and inject the restart data in the red module, and this guy's core data will be wiped out, which is the real meaning of death. There is no blood, no screams, and no interactive fun. Fong Tang took out its core module, tore off the white worm battery that fell off inside, and searched for a while. He got a good entertainment mood loading module, but there was nothing else to gain. He shook his octopus windbreaker and received Chimei's information flow. Dawn! We are going to be finished. Based on the need for survival, we must leave the 4092 community as soon as possible. Fong Tang replied. Yes, I like this community more and more. Tang, when you restarted this guy, it was already recorded by its information module. All that information was transmitted to their organization in real time. We are really finished. Fong Tang leisurely turned and walked towards the slum apartment. Seventh sister, you were wrong again. The information obtained by the Triangle Gang will make them very confused. Do you know why? Because they will find that it was a lower human who killed the leader of the organization. Woolen cloth. Chimei was puzzled. That's right. You are a human being. And they got the correct information. I don't understand what's the confusion in this. Haha, Fong Tang's mouth curved. Using a metaphor from human society, it's like the boss of a drug gang received news that his right-hand man was assassinated by a puppy. Do you think he would be confused? Chimei still can't understand this difference in the middle. The car from the 4092 police station arrived quickly. What's interesting is that Machine State's handling of social order and logical crime issues is actually very strange, because they are using the police mode that only lower humans can use. A fixed law enforcement unit is responsible for criminal incidents. Such a backward model. In Fong Tang's imagination, the Machine State relies on data and information flow monitoring to completely prevent crimes remotely and even predict crime patterns in advance. They can definitely stop crimes before they occur. That is the core advantage of data and information. So why make such a thankless setting? The only explanation is that those underground super citizens are not willing to share their information flow. As the saying goes in human society, everyone has privacy. Advanced machines also have their own privacy modules. And they naturally do not want a management model where all data and information flows are transparent. Seventh Sister. Tang! I'm looking for a reliable escape area. Area 7, where wandering humans mingle seems to work. No need. Seventh Sister. What I want to say is, aside from the so-called tentacle bodies and logical rules, this place is actually no different from the human world. What? Ha! Fong Tang entered the apartment with a pile of trophies and sneered. There is no difference. They are all the same class divisions. Huge disparity between rich and poor. And full of malice. Chapter 6:15 Sitting and Talking. In the Machine Country, on a rainy night, in the metal room of the slum apartment, Fong Tang and Chimei sat on the trophy and had an in-depth conversation. Chimei opened the logic module and turned off most of the functions of the emotion module according to Fong Tang's request. Now, they represent two different species in this in-depth discussion. First of all, Fong Tang was very interested in the values under her pure logic module. If there was no blessing from the so-called emotional module, B7, what would you be happy about, and what would make you sad? Chimei replied. Happiness and sadness are both emotions. I understand your confusion. Let's put it this way. When we connect to the white worm battery to obtain energy supplement, the code in the core will be biased towards health data. All our modules will be smooth and comfortable. When we lose energy, the code in the core will be biased towards debilitating data. All our modules will alarm, which is probably the uncomfortable feeling. Fong Tang nodded. So even if there is no emotion module, you still have the most basic emotions, just like yin and yang, like 1 and 0, which represent the most basic happiness and sadness. Next, the seventh sister started to ask, is the human race really that fragile? I'm not talking about physical strength, but the mental level. Fong Tang pondered for a moment and talked about a few cases in his memory about human beings' strong will. From soldiers on the battlefield to martyrs with faith. From ancestors who fell fighting for freedom to heroes who broke out to save their loved ones. These stories were not very convincing to Chimei. Tang! Taking the average of human beings, your so-called thoughts and wills are still unqualified. A few cases cannot represent a race. The evaluation of any race is put aside individual cases and choose general data. Fong Tang frowned. What about the trend? I can share part of the memory. And you can calculate it. Is the evolutionary trend of human beings getting stronger and stronger? Chimei said yes. Because Fong Tang brought 20 mechanical coins this time, which allowed her to replenish the battery at any time. She simply transformed into her original tentacle-like form and fully opened up her core computing power. Tang! Unfortunately, from the data I got from your memory, I can only prove that the development trend of the human race is not getting better and better. Is it getting worse? No. Tang! Although the parameters are incomplete, the general trend is that human beings still maintain a balance of good and evil. The population is increasing. The number of good people has increased. And the number of bad people has also increased. And with the advancement of technology, the same human beings, the good and evil attributes displayed on the body, are also becoming more and more complex. Chimei made a possibly inaccurate inference. The technology of the human race is constantly exploding. But the moral level remains at the original point. Compared with the ancient society in your memory, human technology has crossed countless levels. But moral good and evil are no different than those of the ancients. Fong Tang sneered. You are wrong. This is absolutely impossible. Really? Let me give you an example. In the ancient society in your memory, wealth, beauty, power, and life can be said to be the 4 major desires. What about modern humans? Are there any changes? Modern people still strive for these 4 things. Fong Tang retorted unconvinced. We also have higher beliefs, such as ideals, life, ambitions, career, etc. Mei's tentacles pressed on his shoulders. Did the ancients have no ideals and ambitions in life? The 4 desires I just mentioned are the dark side of human beings. So there is still no progress in the bright side you mentioned. Fong Tang didn't know how to refute for a moment. Mei said it right. The ideals and beliefs of modern people are not much stronger than those of the ancients. It can be said that human beings have not made any progress in moral and spiritual levels. At most, they have more opportunities to realize their ideals and ambitions. Seventh sister. What else have you calculated? Dawn. There is some infinite challenge game content in your memory about darkness and light. I'm very interested in it. Fong Tang's heart trembled. Did you see it? He tried to open the game system, but all he saw was a blank screen. The blank screen still prompted, Player Tang. You are in a new level of the game. Even the mall and lottery system are hidden. Mei said calmly. Yes. I find it very interesting. In fact, these infinite challenge levels seem to test the good and evil of human beings. Fong Tang sneered. I definitely don't agree with this. For example, the first level I experienced, the blood level, the setting of this game requires us to kill each other. And there is no possibility of showing the good side of human nature. No, Tang. Actually, the blood level can be solved in another way. Fong Tang frowned. Tell me, what else can you do? Among the 6 players in that level, only one has type O blood. The other players need to successfully find a person with type O blood within 3 hours and drink 300 milliliters of blood from that person. Players with type O blood need to donate at least 1,500 milliliters of blood, which is a lethal amount of blood. Mei's tentacles waved. If the solution is to be solved from the best logical perspective, first of all, players with type O blood can take the initiative to admit their identity. Fong Tang interrupted him rudely. If you have type O blood, you are dead. Mei's tentacles were still swinging. No. Even if blood type O hides her identity, she still has a 50% chance of failing and dying. According to my solution, her chance of survival will be greatly improved. Fong Tang chuckled. It's interesting. Keep talking. Mei continued. After the player with type O blood admitted his identity, the remaining 5 people chose about 3 people to drink her blood. Fong Tang couldn't help but interrupt again. What about the remaining 2 people? Mei lowered her tentacles. Self-sacrifice. Fong Tang was stunned and couldn't help laughing. The laughter was full of ridicule. Mei disagreed. The remaining 5 people can make reasonable choices based on the overall situation, such as those who are responsible for the crime or are older. In short, choose the 2 people who are most suitable for sacrifice to solve the problem yourself. Then you will be able to solve this level. At least 4 people can pass the level. Fong Tang chuckled. You seem to have forgotten the rules of the game. Players with type O blood will be deemed to have failed the game if they do not hide for 3 hours. Mei's tentacles swung. No, I have read the rules in your memory. The rules are very clear. It is please all players drink blood within 3 hours. It does not say except players with type O blood. Others drink blood. The rules of the game never said from the beginning that players with type O blood cannot drink their own blood. Jiang Lia may not even need to drink blood to pass the level. Fong Tang fell silent. Mei's tentacles overlapped. So, this level has an optimal solution from the beginning, but you didn't execute it according to the optimal logical result. In the end, only 2 people passed the level miserably. The game designer even specially designed it for you. A professional doctor has been arranged. Didn't you notice? If everyone makes good choices, Dr. Hanya will greatly improve each other's chances of survival. After making an evil choice, Hanya became the pawn that pushed the game out of control. Is this what Mei means? Fong Tang shook his head slowly. Mei's tentacles popped open, and she performed the second round of calculations. Okay. If we assume that the first level is solved according to my plan, then in the second level, in the underground frozen chamber, even everyone's lives can be saved. Calculated in this way, other game levels that Fong Tang participated in will have different results. The premise is that all players have the moral realm of sacrifice and sincerity. In this cold metal apartment, at this moment, the 2 destiny plans of light and dark appeared in Fong Tang's mind. He realized once again that the infinite challenge was not as simple as he imagined. Is it really as Mei analyzed that the entire level is a test of human nature? No, that's impossible. The people who designed this level should be very aware of the good and evil of human beings. So from the beginning, they wanted to see the dark humanity displayed by the players in order to survive. Fong Tang sneered. However, Mei suddenly trembled her antennae, receiving the sudden flow of information targeting all citizens of the machine country. This time, even third-level citizens received information flow announcements. After Chimei's emotion module was loaded, she exclaimed, "Bill A-1088! They actually did this!" Chapter 616, Police Humans. The Queen of the Machine Country personally issued a logical edict. After being reviewed by the Supreme Logic Court and recognized by citizens of all walks of life in the country, Logic Act No. A-1088 was officially promulgated and implemented immediately. The core content of Bill A-1088 is that from this moment on, police departments in all communities will introduce human police members. These police humans will obtain some of the rights of third-level citizens, cooperate with citizen police officers, and specialize in handling cases of low-level human crimes. Officer A2 of the 4092 Community Police Station, who submitted this bill application, made a detailed report in the information flow. The criminal pattern of lower humans is completely different from our logical model. It is full of cunning, deception, viciousness, and unpredictability that only lower creatures can have. As machine citizens of higher creatures, it is difficult for us to understand the moral level of human beings. The most terrifying thing is that the sophistry of lower humans will make our logic modules invalid. So I request the introduction of police humans. Officer A2's information flow is already flowing in the receivers of all citizens. While releasing the content of his speech using the gossip code, he also broadcast, "Okay," in low-level human language. The first batch of police humans are reliable members who have been personally selected by the 4092 police station. They are 8,011, 9,023, and 10,077 respectively. Number 1 pet human being. In the human world, they are all so-called law enforcement officers and have rich experience in committing crimes against humans. The vague figures of 3 human beings appeared, attracting a huge amount of comments in the information flow. Do we still need the protection of lower humans? My emotional module is laughing so hard. My logical module is full of question marks. Not all robot citizens approve of these pet humans. Officer A2 stood in the logic court and argued with a citizen who kept mocking. The information module sign shows that you are a member of the Triangle Gang. Now turn on your logic module. Turn off the damn emotional module. Tell me, you are a member of the Triangle Gang. Are you unwilling to admit that a low-level human killed your little leader K-9078? Absolutely impossible. 100% logically impossible. K-9078 of the Triangle Gang will not be killed by lower humans. This is a conspiracy. We still have the power to open the emotion module. And the calculation of the logic module will also be wrong. So, how are the citizens of the Triangle going to solve this case? Reply you with the words of the emotional module, damn it. We will personally kill the murderer and make him into meat patties to feed to the human wanderers. Fong Tang looked at Chimei. Chimei put away the information flow. Tang, what do you think? A bunch of human scum. Fong Tang was dissatisfied. What kind of human law enforcement officers are they willing to be dogs? After Chimei turned into human form, she shook her head slightly. You have to get rid of this kind of emotional thinking. I am calculating whether this will affect us. No need to calculate. Officer A2 is a powerful guy. He seems to know the most about humans in the machine country. If my guess is correct, he will come to your door as soon as Bill A-1088 is passed. Just as Fong Tang finished his words, the sound of signal clanging came from outside the metal apartment. This is a warning signal. The information flow passes through the metal structure and is displayed directly above Chimei's head. Police Station 4092. The case is under investigation. Please open the information isolation door. Chimei quickly closed the emotion module, appeared in the form of tentacles again, and opened the metal door. The wall-like metal door gave off a soft light, and the granular structure began to dissipate, and finally disappeared entirely. Officer A2 walked in human form, followed by 3 real humans. 1 female and 2 male humans wore collars with the National Police badge consisting of 1 and 0 engraved on their necks. This sign is very conspicuous and can be seen as a horizontal 1 inserted in the middle of 0. It's like having an eye pierced. The second brother's pair of particle synthetic eyes stared directly at the trophy. On the metal floor, Chimei's logic module was running. And when she wanted to explain these things, Fong Tang stood up and said, "Hello, second brother. We meet again." The second brother pointed at the core module on the ground and the apparently removed white-worm battery. According to human expressions, can I say now that the evidence for your crime is conclusive? Fong Tang smiled. These things were picked up outside the entertainment bar. As you know, my master Chimei can only be a wanderer now. And as her pet, I must help to live hard. for I have been searching for available trash nearby. And what a coincidence. I found quite a few right outside the bar. The second brother's logic module sighed. Hundreds of small loopholes could be found in Fong Tang's explanation. But all loopholes allowed for continued sophistry. The result was that the logic court could not judge. Still can't catch 9527's fatal flaw. Officer A2 nodded slightly to Chime. Then turned around and said, "Then, as a suspect in this case, I will hand you over to the newly joined police humans." The two male humans wearing collars came up, knelt down respectfully, and gently kissed the antennae exposed by Officer A2. "Master, we are willing to take over this case." Officer A2 gently touched their hair. "Be good, Chong and Light. You have to work hard and cooperate, and I will reward you well." Officer A2 exited. The female police human sneered and signaled Chime to close the door. Chime's emotion module also sneered. "You have no right to order me to do anything." Fong Tang had been smiling strangely from the beginning, and now he seemed to be smiling even more happily. "Seventh sister, close the door." Seventh sister then nodded and restored the particle state of the metal door. The three humans looked horrified, especially the two male humans. They couldn't believe that Chime, a citizen of the machine country, was actually driven by a human being. And it seemed that Chime respected the boy very much. Only the female human looked very calm and looked at Fong Tang meaningfully. Fong Tang smiled. "They have given you a lot of privileges. The traitors have their own names." The female human smiled and looked at the two people beside her. "This is Zhang Chong. And this is Li Guang." Before entering the nursing home, he was a police officer. He was sentenced for corruption, bribery, and bending the law for personal gain. After he came out, he had no choice but to join Infinite Challenge. So, don't underestimate them both. Zhang Chong and Li Guang both frowned and snorted in displeasure. "Why are you telling him this? Let's get things done quickly. As long as the fingerprints on those things are extracted, and according to the way humans handle cases, they can be arrested and interrogated directly." Zhang Chong shook his head and pulled out his pistol. The pistol composed of particles has a variety of special abilities. It can be regarded as the machine country's unique configuration for police humans. Li Guang immediately shouted at Fong Tang, "Squat down and hold your head with your hands. This is the custom of law enforcement in human society." And the two of them gradually fell into their roles. Fong Tang shrugged, then walked towards the female human and winked. The female human's mouth curled up, and after pouting disdainfully at the two men who were pretending to be intimidating, she also walked up. The two shook hands gently. "Beautiful police officer sister, Wang Xueyan. I really didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. You little fortune teller. Tang Zhu. I find you annoying outside. But why do I suddenly find you so cute here? It's not easy to meet an acquaintance." Wang Xueyan was filled with emotion. After this simple conversation, Zhang Chong had already reacted and raised his gun. The next moment, a tentacle easily pierced his head, then turned and pierced the dazed Li Guang's heart. The two humans were lifted high into the air by Seventh Sister and thrown against the metal wall. Their corpses fell with a crash. Their blood evaporated by the particle light of the wall. Chapter 617 Logic Laws. The corpses of two male humans shrank strangely under the particle wall. Wang Xueyan was startled and shrank behind Fong Tang. "What the hell is this?" Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he turned the identity ring on his left hand. The information flow awakened the Seventh Sister, who had just replenished her energy. The apartment's metal door opens automatically. Fong Tang turned to Wang Xueyan and whispered, "This is a test. A test for you. The tester is Officer A2. Wang Xueyan was shocked when her second brother, who had been hiding outside the door, walked in. He opened the emotion module and showed a smile that only humans can have. 9527. You finally showed your flaws. Fong Tang responded with a smile. Second brother, please use your logic module to explain clearly. What happened to me? You killed two police humans, according to the rights given to them by the logical court. You are now a murderer. Fong Tang shrugged. Sorry. It was Chime who killed them. The second brother frowned, and the emotion module let out an angry exhale. Chime transformed into the form of tentacles and walked over radiantly. The information flow was released. Second brother, I killed these two low-level humans. Is there a problem? The second brother knew the result with almost no calculation. No problem. Just like a human killing two dogs. You only need to pay me, the owner, 2 mechanical coins as compensation. Behind the second brother, 2 tentacles popped out and pierced Zhang Chong and Li Guang. who had shrunk into a ball. Fong Tang let out a sigh in his heart, closed his eyes, and entered the world of star pupils. There is no absorbed human soul magnetic field in Qingpu. So, Zhang Chong and Li Guang are not dead. Sure enough, the two gangsters stood up again, with scale-like structures appearing on their bodies. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. This seemed to be the therapeutic instrument. Function of Infinite Company? Zhang Chong and Li Guang, who had been repaired by the particle therapy device, maintained their original consciousness, and both laughed ferociously. They have obviously been transformed. The second brother now turned his gun and aimed at Wang Xueyan. Police human number 10077. You failed my test. Now I will cancel your police human privileges. Zhang Chong and Li Guang both pulled out their guns and aimed at Wang Xueyan with wide eyes. Wait. Fong Tang pointed out a piece of gossip code and released it directly. A stream of information floated above Wang Xueyan's head. The second brother's emotional module was almost overloaded, and he cursed angrily. You shameless person. He waved his tentacles angrily, unwilling to give up. But he could only give up. You too, Aqiang, Guang. Don't hurt her. Otherwise I can't save you. Zhang Chong and Li Guangdu were all confused, not knowing what was happening. The collar around Wang Xueyan's neck updated a message, showing human text. You have been sold to Citizen Killer 13. Please remember the identity of your pet and the name of the owner. Who is Killer 13? Wang Xueyan screamed strangely. Fong Tang turned his identity ring and walked over with a smile. Wang Xueyan's collar emits a soft light, causing her to squat down uncontrollably. Fong Tang's hands touched her hair and neck as if touching a beloved pet. Sister Xueyan, it's me. Why? Am I so happy that I can't speak? I'm glad, you big-headed ghost. Wang Xueyan never expected that she would fall into the hands of this treacherous and cunning Tang Zhu. She was horrified and had goosebumps all over her body. After A2 announced that Wang Xueyan had lost her status as a police human, Fong Tang immediately issued a purchase order in the information stream. This was something the second brother didn't expect. Wang Xueyan, who lost her identity as a police station, naturally became an ownerless pet. And the transaction went so fast that it was completed almost instantly. Fong Tang shook his head at his second brother. Perhaps in your opinion, the test design just now was very clever and almost perfect. In fact, from my perspective as a lowly human being, it was really childish. A2's human form breathed more intensely. Fong Tang was still laughing. But you, a robot, actually thought of setting up a trap against me and carrying out phishing law enforcement. This is amazing. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. The only pity is that you didn't take this into account. He was shaking the identity ring on his hand. A2's emotion module was completely overloaded at this time, and it directly appeared in the form of tentacles, shouting, Your identity and citizenship. 9,527. How did you do that? Fong Tang turned his identity ring. I picked up a core in the garbage dump, repaired it a little, and made it into this thing. Why? Does this also violate the laws of logic? The second brother forcibly loaded the logic module and repeatedly invoked the logic rules. The result obtained by his powerful calculation power was beyond doubt. 9527 did not violate any of the rules. How is this possible? Is there a loophole in the kingdom's perfect logic? Fong Tang smiled. Don't doubt it. Your logic rules are actually a broken code at its foundation, full of loopholes. The reason for these loopholes is that I, a lowly human being, have the same abilities and the same wisdom as you. A2 was still calculating. Chimei sighed. Second brother, don't forget it. If we take human society as an example, it is equivalent to a dog possessing human wisdom. Then everything it does will make human so-called laws at a loss. This has nothing to do with loopholes in the laws of logic. The second brother was silent for a long time, and his antennae trembled wildly. I will send an alert to the logic court and directly submit an information flow report to Her Majesty the Queen. Our logic rules must not allow a low-level human to take advantage of the loopholes. Fong Tang laughed. The second brother's emotional module almost overloaded again. Lower human. Why are you laughing? Fong Tang shook his finger. Please note that if you want to modify the rules of logic, you must admit one thing. What? Recognize that lower humans and machine citizens are the same species, with the same intelligence and abilities. Everyone is equal. If you don't admit this, the laws of logic cannot be modified. The second brother's emotion module was now full of codes representing shock and speechless. He already understood what this lowly human meant. Fong Tang's sexy bald head seemed to have a pair of fox ears shaking at this moment. Second brother, if you admit that humans are the same species, it will be troublesome. Doesn't this directly overthrow the class basis of the machine country? Do you think Her Majesty the Queen and the high-ranking citizens underground are willing? The young man sneered. A country built on logical rules is so fragile, and any logical flaw will be magnified infinitely. The second brother stretched out all his tentacles. Then I must destroy you. Fong Tang shook his head and snapped his fingers. Then you have murdered a citizen and will be tried by the logic court. Please note that this is the correct way to use the laws of logic. Atu's tentacles stirred, and the particles flashed to form dozens of weapons, all of which were the most lethal firearms in human society. More than 30 guns were aimed at Fong Tang. And Atu shouted, For the Holy Machine Kingdom, I am willing to accept any trial. You must die. But before he had time to shoot, a stream of golden particles appeared across the sky and enveloped Fong Tang. The next moment, the boy disappeared in the particle flow. Atu was shocked. Is it Her Majesty the Queen? Chapter 6 18 Illegal Citizens. In a palace somewhere underground in the Machine Kingdom, Daji walked over gently and poured a glass of red wine for the bald boy himself. Fong Tang's whole body was imprisoned, and only his hands could still move. He swayed the wine glass. Daji, based on the rules, you can't do anything to me. If you want to continue playing Her Majesty the Queen. While Wang Xueyan was kneeling in front of him, wiping the sweat from his head. He's back in the ghetto. At this moment, sweat made his hair stick to his forehead. Wait. Hair. Fong Tang stretched out his hand in shock. When did I grow hair? You've been like this since you were teleported away and came back. Wang Xueyan looked worried. That A2 machine monster said you were captured by Her Majesty the Queen. Fong Tang hummed. This journey was really not that comfortable. The channel opened by Daji's tentacles almost dragged him down tens of thousands of meters along the ground. And it is a speed that exceeds the human body's endurance limit. At least 12G overload. But those are not important. What is important is the out-of-control fungus owners. Fong Tang closed his eyes and felt the increasingly crazier level 3 fungi master. Their morphology has changed dramatically, from being microscopic to being the size of bacteria. Seeing his pale face, Wang Xueyan could only change the subject and try to make him relax. Speaking of which, why do you want to shave your head? It's ridiculous. Fong Tang murmured with a smile. On the one hand, it is to avoid hair getting in the way. And on the other hand, it is also a tribute to my favorite bald killer, Killer 13. Have you never seen the movie? Wang Xueyan frowned. You are talking about Killer 47. Right. Killer 13 is adapted from a comic book. Only Killer 47 is a bald man wearing a suit. Fong Tang was stunned and shook his head repeatedly. You are wrong. The bald head is a Killer 13, and so on. His head hurt terribly, and the details of certain memories began to go awry. It's Killer 47. You remembered it wrong. Wang Xueyan whispered. Fong Tang's eyes changed and his breathing became rapid. Wang Xueyan consoled her. It's normal to misremember them. They are very similar in the first place, so I would get them confused. No, nothing is wrong. Fong Tang rubbed his head. He never misses the details. It's the fungus owner. Fong Tang suddenly trembled. In his brain, there is a group of latent level 2 fungus owners coiled on the memory neurons. These fungus owners have long since died, but they still affect the details of his memory. Fong Tang felt cold all over. These level 2 fungus owners seem to be so hungry that they broke away from my control and rushed to the brain to find food. Fong Tang pushed Wang Xueyan away hard, because he suddenly felt that this woman's thin skin and tender flesh should taste very good. Ordinary delicacies can no longer satisfy level 3 fungus owners. They need more primitive food, preferably food filled with information and wisdom, such as the human brain. Fong Tang spit out a puddle of sour water. He held his head and suppressed the restlessness of the fungus owners. What's wrong with you? Wang Xueyan said and rushed over. Woman, get out of here! Fong Tang yelled. Wang Xueyan also yelled. I don't want to hacking serve you. Brat, this collar is controlling my actions. I am your pet. Fong Tang was stunned for a moment. The pet collar around Wang Xueyan's neck flashed, and she helplessly helped him up. Fong Tang looked down at her neck, unable to control it anymore. He bit it. The blood enters the throat and is extremely sweet. The level 3 fungus owner cheered. With a click, the bionic glove on his left hand could not withstand too many random enchantments, and it cracked and turned into pieces. Almost every fragment carries a terrifying enchanting ability. Daji force-fed him too much food. With a loud bang, the entire slum apartment exploded. The black smoke dissipated. Fong Tang coughed and picked up the unconscious Wang Xueyan. Under the raging fire, ice, frost, acid mist, protein SH, LS, fat burning and various enchantments. The metal box in Chimei's apartment had disappeared, leaving only the empty black module. Two tentacles stretched out and grabbed his hands. Seventh sister and second brother both turned into tentacle forms and locked him tightly. Information flows between the two machine monsters. With a buzzing sound, the second brother stepped back, and his tentacles pulled Zhang Chong and Li Guang out of the thick smoke. You too. Follow him as police humans. You can't leave the surveillance for a moment. Do you understand? The second brother's logic module has been flashing. Like other citizens, he has received an update to the logic rules. The code name of the lower human being is 9527, and the name of the machine citizen is Killer 13. Now he has become the most special existence in the entire country. He is not restricted by the laws of logic, does not have any civil rights, and has lost the right to protect citizens. Chimei transformed into a human form and supported Fong Tang towards the east side of the community. After passing through the gear fence of the underground community, there was District 7 covered in wilderness. Fong Tang looked down at Wang Xueyan in his arms. The tooth marks on the woman's neck were slowly recovering. She seems to have gained a stronger physique after becoming an infinite challenge player. Could it be that someone recruited her? Fong Tang reluctantly thought. The level 3 bacteria master in the body finally calmed down. The blood of Wang Xueyan he sucked was completely converted into energy, and brought a super enchantment the power of the vampire. Fong Tang stopped, leaned over, grabbed a triangular metal block, and squeezed it hard. The metal block began to smoke, and finally left 5 clearly visible fingerprints, 1 centimeter deep. The level 3 fungus master increase and super enchantment bring different strength than before. However, the side effects are also infinitely magnified. Have I become a vampire? Fong Tang smiled bitterly. Chimei whispered, we will find a new home. I didn't like the lost apartment. Fong Tang looked at an open space in front of him, right behind the underground community recycling bin and close to the edge of District 7. Just right here. Ah, Dawn, what are you doing here? It's just a clearing. Then let's build a house first. Chapter 6:19 The start of farming flow. The Machine Kingdom has strict logical rules for land space. First, based on the computing power of each machine citizen, its final body shape is deduced, and the corresponding sovereign space is allocated according to this body shape. To put it simply, the stronger the computing power of citizens, the more mechanical coins they will receive in the future, and the richer the prosthetic modifications to their own tentacles will be, the greater the space required. Under the entire logical chain, the sovereign space has been set in advance. It's still just whoever has the money lives in the big house. Dawn, this open space belongs to the owner of the 4092 Community Information Museum, Miss S11. It's okay. It's mine now. If that evil lady is unhappy, you can sue me in the logic court. Fong Tang sneered, squandering the power of the Blood Clan in his body, and pierced the last sharp metal into the earth. Along this open space, he used a metal fence to encircle a large yard with a side length of 70 meters. In the middle of the yard, the materials used to build the temporary house were discarded tentacles from the recycling bin. Full of weird Cthulhu style, Fong Tang carried Wang Xueyan into the temporary cabin, and Chimei closed the tentacle door without saying a word. Sister, how much of the loot in the apartment did you rescue? Seventh sister showed her original form, released a bucket-like tentacle, and spit out the contents. From the core of K9078, 2 discarded whiteworm batteries, a very advanced entertainment mood loading module. That's all that's left. Fong Tang sat down cross-legged and thought seriously. Chimei suddenly felt that this lower human being was surprisingly charming when he started to think logically. This thought was captured by her emotion module, and a new emotion group was immediately formed. Heartbeat. Fong Tang glanced at her. You'd better turn into a human girl. I think you're a little uncomfortable like this. In Chimei's emotional module, the two emotions of disappointment and sigh are combined together and released gently. She turned into a beautiful police sister again. Do me a favor and guard the door. Those 2 men, Zhang Chong and Li Guang, are still out there and are as annoying as dogskin plasters. Chimei walked out, and the 2 police humans outside retreated outside the fence in embarrassment. Fong Tang in the room had disassembled the core module of K9078 and obtained 2 basic particles. It's rare that this senior citizen finally gains something in his head. 2 basic particles are turned into 2 gain points. Fong Tang opened the Tianpu Mall and searched for products. Found it. Dangui Luju Nourishing Qi and Blood Recipe. A hot seller in the mall. Only requires 1 gain point. Based on the traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions in the Heading Collection, written by Wu Gunyuan, a hidden doctor of the Qin dynasty. With the addition of secret gold-grade particles, it can be said to be a miracle medicine in replenishing qi and nourishing blood. This product is produced by the Orchid team leader of the Shanghai Guild Medical Department. And there is also a photo promotion of the Orchid doctor on the sales page. Fong Tang opened the photo of Orchid displayed under the virtual reality light and shadow with great interest. It's really hard for her. The senior doctor of the 40-year-old female thieves is now dancing in uniform to promote sales. After reading it, I saved it in my system. Click to buy. With Baihu Xinling's deception talent, he can purchase 2 items for 1 gain point, which is equivalent to a 50% discount. After waiting for a while, a group of particles rolled up the packaging box and fell from the sky. The box was opened, revealing 4 doses of prepared Chinese medicine bags. According to the instructions, 1 dose can last for 2 days and is extremely effective in nourishing the blood. Fong Tang opened a pack and fed it to Wang Xueyan. Wang Xueyan woke up quickly, hummed and touched her neck. The wound was completely healed. She raised her hand to hit someone, but Fong Tang held her down easily. Sorry, Sister Xueyan. Starting from today, you will be my portable food for a while. Asshole. What do you mean? I may need your blood at any time. Don't worry. I prepared 10 days worth of medicine for you to make sure you're fine. Maybe you can still be healthy and fat. Roll. Fong Tang sighed in a low voice. I was plotted by the Machine Queen. She must have known the information about the Bacteria Master in my body. So she fed her like crazy and forced my Bacteria Master to explode. This caused the Bacteria Master to backfire and kill me. Wang Xueyan struggled. What are you talking about? Let me go quickly. Fong Tang shook his head, raised his elbows, and pressed her neck. Sister Xueyan, if you don't want to, then I can only knock you out, and then wake you up every day when you need to eat. Wang Xueyan's eyes widened, and she immediately said, It can be discussed. Fong Tang slowly let go of her and asked, When did you come in? Who recruited you to be a player? Wang Xueyan suppressed her anger. I came in very late. As soon as I completed the activation of the novice task, the sanatorium was closed to the outside world. All the inpatient buildings in this 4092 community were also closed. My task requirement was that I had to survive for 3 months. I came and went. The A2 found me and asked me if my profession was a law enforcement officer. I said yes, and then I was brought to your side. Fong Tang shook his head. You haven't answered the second question yet. Who recruited you to become a player? You can't say it. Wang Xueyan pinched the pet collar around her neck. Don't force me. I swore that if I say it, I will die. Fong Tang nodded. Forget it. Then, did you come to this level to upgrade? Wang Xueyan clenched her fist fiercely. Tell you, I really don't care about game points or player levels. I just want to find out the truth about Captain Beihai's murder. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Are you sure your captain is dead? Wang Xueyan's eyes trembled. At the beginning, I still had some hope, thinking that he was not dead. But in the old parking lot of Team 4, down there, her voice became hoarse. Fong Tang understood that the white insect secret room under the parking lot had been discovered. Wang Xueyan continued. The people from Shanghai dug up the white mushrooms below and the captain's body. I followed them all the way and found that they transported the body and mushrooms to the 4 sanatorium. Fong Tang's heart moved. Did the White Queen do it? So Chang Beihai is not dead. Yes, he is definitely not dead. But it is not good to be sent to this machine country. Daji, the queen of the machine kingdom, is nothing special in Fong Tang's opinion. Its threat level is not too strong, and it is an enemy that can be dealt with. But if Chang Beihai resurrects this person in the machine kingdom, his scheming, methods, and willpower are all top-notch. He can be said to be the most powerful opponent in the first few levels. Even Wang Yi is slightly inferior in some aspects. Wang Xueyan wiped her eyes. Tang Zhu, what do you think we should do now? There is nothing I can do about this situation. Fong Tang lifted Sister Wang Xueyan's chin. I want to eat first, and then tell you. After drinking some of her blood with great restraint, Fong Tang calmed down the hungry level 3 fungus owner, then walked out and looked at the enclosed open space outside. Wang Xueyan came out clutching her neck. Not far away, Seventh Sister was still driving away two hateful police humans. Fong Tang let out a breath. We have to change our strategy. We have to start with the farming stream. Chapter 620 Robot Baby. A huge metal sign has been erected outside the courtyard enclosed by Fong Tang. The two characters, base, are marked on it with Bagua code. Under the base logo are the rules formulated by Fong Tang himself. The rules are simple: private territory. Anyone who enters will be shot. In one day, Fong Tang used the red restart module to kill 6 level 3 citizens and obtain 6 level 3 cores. However, after dismantling, he only got 2 game points. Is it because the level is too low? Fong Tang remembered that ordinary citizens could disassemble at least one basic particle from the core module. In addition, he also got 6 white worm batteries that lost power, a bunch of tentacles and useless modules. After selecting the useful parts and repairing them with the White Elf Civilization in Star Pupil, Fong Tang reassembled a tentacle robot in the base. This robot built by Fong Tang looks like a model. Because it still lacks the most critical core code, it's like a human being without a soul. Chimei was speechless. Tang! I know what you are going to do. But it is impossible. You said it's impossible too many times. Seventh Sister. For me, nothing is impossible. Fong Tang put on a black cloak, quietly left the base, and sneaked into the entertainment bar. It wasn't until dawn that he came back tired. No gain, Fong Tang lay in the wooden house and fell asleep after drinking Wang Shuiyan's blood. That night he sneaked into the bar again. This time he came back quickly, holding a small CD in his hand. Chimei scanned the small disc with her tentacles, and the core modules lit up. She transformed into a human form, stamped her feet and shouted, "This is not allowed! Absolutely not allowed!" Fong Tang leaned leisurely against the tentacle wall. If I don't buy this baby, it will be broken into pieces in the bar. Chimei was silent for a moment, showing sadness. I didn't understand before, but now I have slowly understood human emotions, so I can't accept it. Fong Tang stood up and looked at her. Are you going to send it to the factory? Chimei shook her head. If there is no serial number, the factory will completely recycle it. Fong Tang shrugged. Then you decide the fate of this baby. Destroy it or let it be born. Wang Shuiyan, who was drinking the blood tonic, couldn't help mumbling. What are you talking about? What does the CD have to do with baby? Seventh Sister rushed out of the house, holding the small disc firmly in her tentacles. After a few minutes, she walked in again and made her only request. When it decides to leave, you can't stop it. Fong Tang nodded solemnly. I promise you. Chimei used the remaining mechanical coins to buy a broken data incubator. It has a structure similar to a rice cooker, with a cylindrical container inside, which allows the data in the small disk to slowly hatch its own code. Fong Tang entered the Star Pupil universe, called the White Elf to repair it, and released a particle on the moon of Planet 1-1, helping them complete the transformation of the moon. After exiting Xingpu universe, the data incubator is as perfect as ever. The small disk is pushed in, and data begins to flow. Fong Tang was addicted to the randomly changing codes. It can be said that what he is doing now is great, because he is observing how a complete machine soul is born. What was hatched from the small disk was a small male machine life. Fong Tang bit the mechanical heart and found the code responsible for the emotional module and logic module in the huge data flow of the small life, and boldly made a taboo level modification. He combined the logic module and the emotion module into one, and then let the little robot's main brain control it freely. The citizen modules of the machine nation are separate, and they simply cannot understand what happens when logic and emotion come together. His main brain will decide independently when to use the logic module and when to use the emotion module. Chimei has remained silent. She couldn't explain how she felt now. Her logic module was so old that it could no longer function, but her emotional module produced dozens of complex phrases throughout the day and night. For example, after combining melancholy, glorification, shock, sadness, joy, and other seemingly opposite emotions, she got a brand new, mixed flavor, emotion group. Fong Tang now forged an identity module with ease. After importing the core data of the mature and hatched small robot, he activated it with the help of Chimei. Name it Tangda! Fong Tang wrote the last Bagua rune. Tangda's core module flashed 2 different lights, and then merged together. He was so smart that he completed the first transformation of his machine in just 10 minutes. He turned into a blonde boy who was only about 6 years old. His big eyes kept observing Chimei and Fong Tang. The codes that make up the core data of Tang University come from an information custom woman and an unknown wanderer. So after the initial confusion, Tangda asked the first question. Who is my original data provider? Fong Tang smiled. Tangda, what do you want to do most now? In Tangda's main brain, the emotional module and the logical module were running at the same time, shaking his beautiful golden hair. Father, you haven't answered my question yet. Fong Tang touched his head. According to the agreement I made with your Aunt Xiuqi, you can leave here at any time to find the answer to your question. But before that, if you want to learn more knowledge, I hope you stay. Tangda quickly made a decision. He still had more questions to answer. Fong Tang installed the red module on Tangda's tentacle module, and then spent 3 hours in putting a set of complex and beautiful codes into his core module. She may observe the whole process, exclaiming from time to time, Dawn! What code is this? I have never seen such an explosive and beautiful program. This is a battle program for my sister. Fong Tang seemed to be lost in memories, and sighed after a long time. That's a long story. The little blonde boy Tangda has been favored by Fong Tang's father from the moment he was born. Not only the combat program from his sister, the red module gun, but even the best parts modified by his father's eyes were all given to him. So when he appeared in the yard and started patrolling around, some of the advanced robots hidden outside the land retreated in horror. The cabin gradually turned into a 2-story building. The tentacles are just decorations now, and the materials that make up this small building are all the best metal blocks obtained from the recycling bin. Every metal block has been polished by Fong Tang, and after being put together perfectly, not even a gap can be seen. Wang Xueyan now has a deeper understanding of farming flow. She and Chimei pick up parts from the trash at the recycling bin every day. Among them, the useful ones will be forged and refined by Tangyu, and the useless ones will be piled on the fence, forming a higher and higher city wall of the base. What is strange is that Tangju, a young man, has been collecting white insect batteries, and has collected at least 70 of them so far. In Chimei's opinion, this thing is not as useful as the tentacles after it loses its energy. Of course, things don't always go smoothly. For example, Wang Xueyan's meal suddenly became a big problem. The young man who lost the constraints of logical laws also lost the basic supplies of the machine kingdom. No more click-and-click menus and video game consoles. Seven's sister has also lost a lot of authority, and now she is not even as good as the lowest third-level citizen. At the beginning, B7 could get some human food, but later it could only provide human food. Wang Xueyan swallowed the blood-replenishing potion in the hut, then frowned and chewed the dry rations. Fong Tang slowly sucked her blood, wiped his mouth, and said apologetically, Sister, I will find a solution as soon as possible about the food problem. I'll be fine if I save 10 game points. Wang Xueyan rubbed her head. There are no tentacle monsters now to cause trouble. It took Tangda just a whole day to kill 2 idiots, and he didn't even remove a single basic particle. How could he save 10 game points? Fong Tang looked at the 2 men outside and said, Deal with these 2 guys first. You should be able to make a fortune. They are so cunning. They have become robot dogs. Wang Xueyan was itching with hatred. Not only her, but also Chimei is very unhappy now. However, Zhang Chong and Li Guang learned well, and hid far away every time. Moreover, under the protection of the 4092 police station, they could be resurrected by the treatment device at any time. I really want Tangda to kill these 2 dogs directly. No, that will cause the intervention of the 4092 police station. Fong Tang stretched and picked up the discarded core module of K9078. Don't worry. I can really be said to be a master in dealing with bad guys. Chapter 621 Triangle Gang. A gloomy late night, without stars or moonlight. When Zhang Chong and Li Guang woke up from dizziness, they saw the blonde boy holding a metal stick with a smile. They felt something was wrong with them, and when they lowered their heads, they saw that their clothes had been changed. A black cloak, a mask with a skull, and strange gloves? What's even weirder is that his head was shaved and turned into a slippery bald head. Zhang Chong shouted with a stern expression. I am a police human being, and the robot father of the 4092 police station will protect Maine. It's hard to imagine that a normal human being would shout out the words, Robot Daddy, so shamelessly. But for Zhang Chong and Li Guang, in this machine country, everything they do is for survival. They are shameless and have bad personalities. It is just a change. Just survival of the fittest. Zhang Chong kept screaming, and his voice was a bit muffled under the skull mask. As he shouted, he suddenly realized that the other party had no intention of taking action. Tangda tilted his head, and his beautiful blonde hair swayed. Father said that you two have worked hard, so I helped you change into a set of clothes. While Zhang Chang and Li Guang were at a loss, Qimei drove the tentacles over and held up the core module of K-9078. They entered, transformed, and stored their information in the core module. Wang Shuyan frowned on the fence. Tang Zhu, what are you playing at? Are you playing house? For these two scum, this level of humiliation is nothing at all. Fong Tang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sister Shuyan, the door to H.L. has just opened. After Qimei came back with the core of K-9078, Fong Tang snapped his fingers. Sister, you can contact the Triangle Gang now. Qimei, who was once a police officer, knew the Triangle Gang very well. She hesitated before sending the message stream. Dawn, I still think that it is too dangerous to deal with the Triangle Gang. You must know that you are no longer protected by the laws of logic. Fong Tang smiled and said nothing. He had been observing the lines on his left hand with fascination. And the new enchantment on it, Blood Cruelty, was still flowing. Although the bionic glove exploded, the particle structure inside the glove adhered to the skin of his left hand, which was an unexpected surprise. At this time, a prompt came from the long-lost game system. When you open it, you will see updates about exclusive tasks. Player Tang's exclusive mission update. Please read carefully. Players must complete exclusive tasks before they are qualified to become experts. The current progress is March 5th. The progress of the task has not changed. What does this prompt mean? Continue reading. The exclusive mission requires players to complete 5 advanced prosthetic transformations to optimize the 5 senses. Now you have added an update about touch. 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. The representative organs are eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and hands. Fong Tang saw that the interface representing the tactile hands now had a projection of the left hand. The right hand of Touch White Fox Core Spirit, the left hand of Updated Touch Enchanted Grip. Enchantment Grip: the fungus owner's random enchantments can be stored in the palm prints. If the White Fox Core Spirit is the tattoo on the right hand, then the Enchanted Grip is the skin on the left hand. Not bad. The left hand completely replicates the capabilities of the Level 2 Bionic Glove. After being stored, the enchantment ability of Blood Fury looks very much like the palm print ability of Wang Xianxian, a Class 7 student in Grade 3. Fong Tang was still observing his left hand, and an information flow warning from Qimei came from the ring. He opened his eyes, and Tangda appeared beside him silently. Outside the base fence, for metal tentacle vehicles slowly stopped. The vehicle with a triangular structure had all its tentacles connected into an acute angle, and the person who stepped out of the first vehicle was a fat tentacle monster. It can't be said to be obese, mainly because the metal triangle he decorates outside the core module is too weird. It was a giant obtuse triangle, with one of the angles appearing to exceed 120 degrees. The leader of the Triangle Gang 4092 community, the great Mr. DA-120, was also observing the guys on the opposite side with a tentacle eye. His younger brother received the information flow from here, which completely showed the scene of Senior K-9078 being killed on a rainy night. DA-120 swung its tentacles to form a triangle, and the younger brothers, who followed him, also formed a triangle with their tentacles. The triangles began to stretch, becoming bloated and obtuse. It seemed like a deterrent, even though it looked funny. Fong Tang nodded. Seventh sister, give it the core module. The core module of K-9078 was sent over, and DA-120 instantly read the information inside. His emotion module began to amplify, and the sadness spread through all the sensors of his younger brothers. As a result, the triangle formed by their tentacles stretched more and more. Sure enough, they are professional gangs. They all have their own hand signs. Fong Tang raised his hands, formed a triangle with the fingers of his left and right hands, and shook it slightly. The boss DA-120 on the opposite side turned into a human form, a middle-aged man. He walked over, one tentacle still wrapped around the core of K-9078, and looked at the trembling Zhang Chang and Li Guang. Is it them? Fong Tang looked past the uneasy seventh sister and smiled. Yes, DA-120. But what I saw in the information stream was that a low-level human killed K-9078. Why are there two people here? Fong Tang. Because this information flow has been modified. Humph. Who modified it? Police Station 4092. Officer A2 secretly modified it. Explain it. This doesn't make sense. At this point in the conversation, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Qimei and Wang Shuyan were both worried about Fong Tang. Fong Tang walked gently to DA-120, turned his ring, and talked to him directly using the information flow converted from the Bagua code. Please let me say it slowly. The restarted assassination against K-9078 is actually a conspiracy. The mastermind of the conspiracy is Officer A2. The location is in the entertainment bar. K-9078 purchased a happy program and engaged in emotional overload with an information custom woman. Later, two low-level humans commanded by Officer A2 used the restart gun to eliminate him. The logic module of DA-120 is operating. Officer A2's plan violates the laws of logic and does not conform to his logic model. Fong Tang smiled faintly. You seem to have forgotten that shortly after the assassination, Officer A2 proposed the A-1088 bill. Under this bill, these two low-level creatures became police humans, thus perfectly evading logic. Law. DA-120's emotion module vibrated. What a vicious plan. I understand. If not for this, how could two low-level humans kill K-9078? Damn it! Fong Tang's identity ring touched DA-120's tentacles. I believe Officer A2 must be full of hatred for your organization, so he recklessly used such a poisonous trick. The story told by Fong Tang constructs a perfect logical line, and it can be said that there are no flaws. Then DA-120 showed a sneer. Because we killed his two favorite human pets. And I know that this A2 has been secretly expanding his emotional module. He is becoming more and more like a lower human. Cunning and shameless. Fong Tang's information flow was passed on again. Then can our transaction go ahead? The two killers will be handed over to you, including the abandoned core of K-9078. You only need to pay 100 mechanical coins. A strange smile appeared on DA-120's human form face. My logic module reminds me that you seem to be no longer protected by the laws of logic. Do you want to kill me directly? Fong Tang kept smiling. Then you will regret it. Tangda has loaded the combat program, and the red restart module is ready. The simple emotion module of DA-120 cannot show any more expressions, and only maintains the strange smile that twitches the corners of the mouth. My emotion module reminds me that you look vulnerable. Fong Tang patted Tangda and signaled him to retreat. And then, he directly held the tentacles of DA-120. DA-120 uncontrollably transforms into its original form. And Fong Tang has released a powerful information flow. Brother, if you have doubts about my strength, go check the Missing Human Protection Association. I have killed all their members. DA-120 was surprised. The Human Protection Association can't be cleaned up casually, even though many citizens hate them. Fong Tang sneered. I have completely cleaned them up. And now they have all been turned into parts and thrown over to District 7. DA-120 retreated to his younger brother and hurriedly sent out a stream of information. So a triangular metal car sped away and headed straight to District 7. Fong Tang turned the ring on his finger and gave Tangda information flow instructions. The blonde boy later crossed the fence and quietly followed the metal car. Chapter 622 Breaking Bad. The reports from Region 7 are amazing. The members of the Triangle Gang witnessed the remains of the Human Conservation Society's corpses with their own eyes. They were almost completely dismantled, without even a chance to resist any information flow sent back by his subordinates. DA-120 even saw a bunch of decomposed core data modules. The degree of decomposition was more powerful than any restart gun. This is not what ordinary machines do. The logic module of DA-120 made an exclamation sound. He turned into a human form again, showing a gentle emotion, and walked towards his car with Fong Tang laughing. The 100 mechanical coins were immediately transferred to Chimay. And it didn't take long for DA-120 and Fong Tang to become good brothers of Logic Alliance. They formed a triangle shape with their fingers and gestured with a smile. Chimay watched this scene in amazement on the fence wall of the base. Tang is so awesome. He can easily integrate into an old gang that sells emotional drugs. DA-120 asked his younger brother to get a battery-shaped module. Dear brother Killer 13, give this a try. It will definitely make you happy. I remind you, you have to turn the emotion module to overload mode to enjoy the real fun. Fong Tang used the ring-shaped identity module to read the emotional poison in this battery. So an emotion of joy mixed with a touch of sadness filled the neurons in his brain. Fong Tang sighed softly. This kind of emotion is too childish for human beings. But it is very refreshing. How is it, brother? Is it great? This is our new formula. It adds sadness to the emotion of joy. Isn't it wonderful? Our customers like it very much. This model has been sold in the underground city, a community of high citizens. DA-120 showed a proud expression. Well, it's okay. Fong Tang looked at the Triangle Gang logo that appeared on the battery, as well as the name of this model of emotional poison Huanchang No. 2. It's just okay. My brother, don't you look down on our formula? DA-120 looked deeply insulted. Listen, brother, I can make something better. Much better than yours. Fong Tang threw away the battery. How about it? Do you want to try it? DA-120 turned off the emotion module and replied without any expression under the logic module. Mine is art. Art that those robot citizens have never felt before. A fusion of joy and sadness. A formula with exclusive proportions. Brother, you can't make it. Its tentacles touched Fong Tang's finger. If you can really make a better emotional poison, then I am very interested. There is no need to worry about no buyers for this kind of business. Fong Tang smiled. I need basic particles. I-1 type particles. How about investing in them? My dear friend? The emotion module of DA-120 beat uncontrollably and laughed strangely. Elementary particles. Oh, that's what's in the head of the robot citizen. The eyes of the other person turned, and he lowered his head to pick up a new piece of Wanchong number 2. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while, then stretched out his tentacles and released a stream of information. The 2 Triangle Gang boys behind him opened the tentacle car and pulled out the bodies of 4 tentacle monsters from the bottom. The 7th sister in the fence covered her mouth and exclaimed. The body was thrown at Fong Tang's feet. DA-120's tentacles shook wildly. Look, these are all first-class citizens. We just cleaned up a few nasty guys. You can dismantle a few basic particles. The tentacles were placed on Fong Tang's neck with an arrogant threat. This is the investment of my DA-120 boss. Do you understand? I will come to inspect the goods in 3 days. DA-120 got into the car with his little brother, and the violent information flow rushed out of the car, forming a high-pitched scream. Just like the heavy metal music of the human world, they waved their tentacles and left arrogantly. Tang, you are crazy. Shimei walked back and forth in the base, coming from the center of the original Fog Pass, and now under the Shanghai headquarters in Jiaotong New District. A small launch vehicle suddenly flew out and quickly crashed into the particle barrier marked the 4 Sanatorium. Fong Tang watched on the lawn of the base as the carrying structure of the small rocket separated and then fell. An Eiley Bar's organic farm set looks like a carpet. You just need to find a suitable place with soil to spread it out, and the farm will run automatically. This product does not include a seed set, and the recipe contains 4 ingredients: tomatoes, cucumbers, strawberries, and corn by default. It's very complete, including vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. Wang Shuiyan kept rubbing her eyes, her body trembling with excitement. This is the goods of the Infinite Challenge Mall? It's really so magical. In her disbelieving expression, the organic farm has been unfolded, and the 4 colors of ingredients are blooming, completing the first round of maturity at an astonishing speed. Fong Tang came over, picked fresh and attractive tomatoes, broke off jade green cucumbers, filled a metal plate with this-sized berries, and finally got fresh and sweet corn stalks. The corn stalks are crisp and juicy, and the tender corn has been roasted to brown, and the fragrance is permeated. Wang Shuiyan kept rubbing her hands, drooling from her mouth, and her abdomen was rumbling. Sister, don't be impatient. Fong Tang picked up the newly modified Entertainment Information Receiver. This is the most valuable part from K9078. Now it has been transformed into a hat-like structure and placed directly on Wang Shuiyan's head. Get out! What the hell is this? Oh, it's to extract your sensory emotions. The feeling of having only eaten dry food for several days, and suddenly the table is full of fresh fruits and vegetables, making you hungry, salivating, unbearably excited, and your mouth is salivating. Oh my god! Stop talking. I can't help it. Wang Shuiyan grabbed a tomato and almost cried the moment she tasted it. This taste, sour, sweet and refreshing, is really worth dying for. The red light on the entertainment information receiver came on continuously, and finally 7 small lights came on directly. What an amazing emotion this represents. Fong Tang directly extracted Wang Shuiyan's emotional data, and then took a white worm battery to inject the feeling of Wang Shuiyan's first bite of food into it. He carved the words, Satisfaction number 1, on the white insect battery, copied the relevant data, and handed it to the dazed 7th sister. Try it, brother. I refined the number 1 emotional poison today. Chapter 623 Lovesickness Cycle. Whether it is material satisfaction or spiritual satisfaction, it can be said to be a complex emotion. The subtlety of this emotion is that different creatures and different personalities receive different emotional feedback. A child can be satisfied with a piece of candy, but an adult needs a new mobile phone to feel comfortable. A running mouse will be satisfied with a piece of bread, while a cheetah in Africa must be excited by a plump antelope. Therefore, when satisfaction emotions with high emotional complexity are injected into lower emotional creatures, they will feel a shock that does not belong to their own race. Just like the seventh sister now. Her eyes were full of motor oil, and there was even a slender tentacle line mixed in the oil. When a citizen of a machine country cannot even control its tentacles, it means that its emotional module has been completely overloaded. Wang Xueyan, who was full, was frightened. What happened to her? Fong Tang smiled. Did you know that robots can only feel two basic emotions at first? Even the craziest tentacle monsters can only break down emotions. And then, they can't understand the feelings one by one. Or the slightly more complex emotions. This is the power of satisfaction number 1. But I'm still a little dissatisfied. Fong Tang took apart a white worm battery. Although this emotion is full of layers, it is released too quickly and does not have a long aftertaste. So I have to add a little something else. Wang Xueyan was stunned. Wait a minute. Your satisfaction number 1 came from my brain? Yes. The feeling of satisfaction you get when you take your first bite of fresh food. Sister. Oh my god. What the L kind of operation is this? Wang Xueyan scratched her head, feeling like she was being violated. You are selling my feelings. Hey, sister. If you say this, people will get misunderstood. Fong Tang picked up the helmet-shaped entertainment information receiver again. Wang Xueyan could only put it on. But I still can't understand. Can a robot handle such complex emotions? Well, that's a problem. When I was making Tang University, I found that their emotional modules seem to come from the brain tissue fluid of humans. Our own. Wang Xueyan trembled. Don't scare me. 2 red lights appeared on the receiver, and Fong Tang hurriedly comforted him. Don't be excited. Sister, now I need your memory. Well, it's best to be the most satisfying, exciting, and beautiful moment in your memory, with a long aftertaste. The kind. Wang Xueyan's face turned red, and she stretched out her hand to twist the young man's neck, and pressed it hard with her elbow. You are looking for death. That kind of memory. Can you share it with me? She is a 30-year-old woman. Although she is single, she already has a lot of experience in that field. Fong Tang rubbed his neck, and it took him a long time to understand. He covered his mouth and snickered. My sister, where are you thinking? What I want is not that, but something purer and simpler, such as missing you. As he spoke, his voice suddenly became low and gentle. Under the second level of meditation, hypnosis using language requires the cooperation of the other party. But if the other party is in a state of ignorance, the effect of hypnosis will be achieved faster. Missing is a mysterious thing. Wang Xueyan didn't realize it at this time. She had fallen into the hypnotic instructions of Fong Tang. The little bastard. Chong Beihai. I miss you. Captain. I have a secret love. I miss you. After a few key words of hypnosis instructions, Fong Tang gently snapped his fingers in her ear. Wang Xueyan showed a gentle smile and sat down blankly, holding her chin in her hands, as if she had turned into a teenage girl. Deep in her memory was the first time she went out in the field on a certain winter day of a certain year. She was still relatively young at that time. On a snowy night, she walked out of the warm office and followed her senior brothers on patrol. Rubbing his hands, his face turned red from the cold, and he couldn't even hold the instant noodles. Behind him, the manly smell of tobacco came, and a warm coat was draped around him. She turned her head and stood up straight immediately. Captain. The light of the street lamp passed through the heavy snow, and the man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes nodded gently. Are you new here? Wang Haiyan. She nodded awkwardly, the warm coat on her body making her even more uneasy. She doesn't want to appear too incompetent, and she doesn't want to be seen as a vase who can only sit in the office. Chong Beihai smiled. Don't think too much. I don't mean to look down on lesbians. It's a blessing for those stinky men to have a beautiful woman like you join the 4th team. She burst out laughing, feeling that Captain Chong was not as scary as the legend said, and the nickname, 8 Treasures Tiger, was too exaggerated. Chong Beihai was only wearing single clothes, but he was full of energy. His eyelashes were surprisingly beautiful. He sighed and said, Your marksmanship is very good. Sitting in the office is too wasteful. No other unit wants to hire you. I was the one who shot you. Report and sign your application. Her heart was filled with heat. It felt great to be recognized by this man. Chong Beihai patted the snowflakes on her coat. But let's change the name. Haiyan is too vulgar. Look at how beautiful the snow is. Just like you. Let's call her Wang Xueyan. She only nodded and watched the man leave gracefully. This memory kept flashing before my eyes, and the emotions of longing and secret love filled the neurons in my brain. On the helmet receiver, 8 small lights lit up continuously. Fong Tang gently snapped his fingers, and Wang Xueyan woke up. The tears on her face had rolled down to her mouth, tasting bitter yet sweet. Fong Tang helped her lie down, sighed softly, turned around and started refining the emotional poison. A modified emotional module unfolds like a book. Fong Tang raised his fingers and injected Wang Xueyan's 2 emotions of satisfaction and missing together. Now, what is displayed in front of you is a colorful array of emotions. 7 emotions and 6 desires. Fong Tang touched his chin. The 7 emotions are joy, anger, sadness, joy, fear, love, and hatred. The 6 desires refer to the needs or wishes of people's eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. That is, the desire to see, the desire to hear, desire for smell, desire for taste, desire for touch, desire for mind. After closing the book, Fong Tang opened them all in the game system. Maslow, a famous American psychologist, divided human needs into 5 levels, from physiological needs to social needs, and even esteem needs and self-worth realization. Infinite Company's Mall divides human desires into 4 levels. Innate desires, from birth to death of human beings. Desires that run through the innate instincts of human beings. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, and pleasure between men and women are all instinctive desires. Acquired desires, entertainment, enjoyment, curiosity, discovery, and exploring the higher needs of human beings after solving their instinctive desires. The 3rd level is high-level desire, power and control, which can determine a person's life or death in one word. This is high-level desire. Since ancient times, Fong Tang had been busy for 2 days without sleeping. At this time, he yawned tiredly. Sister Xueyan, your action this time is very important. It is related to our mission, so don't let it slip. Wang Xueyan looked at the tentacle car outside. Don't worry. I will definitely do what you tell me. Chimei flicked her tentacles and turned the mechanical module outside into a real large truck. Most of the fruits and vegetables that have been matured for 12 rounds from the organic farm are packed in. Fong Tang called Tangda and said in a deep voice, We must protect Aunt Xueyan. After arriving in the 7th district, draw a detailed map for me every time we explore, and use the information stream to transmit it at any time. Father, don't worry. I'm just worried about your safety here. Fong Tang touched Tangda in human form and said, No need to worry about this. Tangda started the truck, and Wang Xueyan jumped on it and stuck her head out of the window. Brother, are you really sure there are many humans in District 7? Fong Tang smiled. There is no problem with the information. The fruits and vegetables inside should be able to attract them to come out. What you have to do is give them food and tell them my name. Aren't you going to bring them to the base? Wang Xueyan wondered. No, Fong Tang said coldly. Not everyone can enter this base. I don't think those guys are reliable. After the truck left, the base became much quieter. Fong Tang installed 500 pieces of acacia cycle, reassembled them with the remaining 4 discarded batteries, and placed them on the grass as samples. Chimei has already started sending information streams. A familiar piercing chirp appears. The DA-120 car stopped, and the first person to get out was a slightly thin tentacle monster. Its metal tattoo is a perfect isosceles right triangle with golden veins. In the triangle gang, in terms of status, right triangles far exceed obtuse angles. DA-120 followed this right angle guy, and the information couldn't stop flowing in to explain something. Chimei patted Fong Tang's fingers nervously. It's ZA-90. It's second in the triangle gang's logical ranking. That is the existence second only to the boss of the equilateral triangle. ZA-90 stepped onto the grass and looked down at the 4 batteries. It didn't even bother to turn into a human form and directly release the information flow. Nothing can compare with my formula. DA-120 explained that this boss is the designer of all the emotional poisons of the Triangle Gang and a well-known super artist in the industry. The emotional poison produced by ZA-90 is very popular in the underground city. Its shipment volume of happiness too is second only to the Polygon Drug Gang's Logic Shining. Chimei whispered. Fong Tang picked up a battery. Boss ZA-90, this one is free, but I will charge you 100 mechanical coins for the next one. ZA-90's emotion module let out a mocking laugh, and its tentacles popped out directly, playing with it disapprovingly. Love sickness cycle? There is no logic at all. The white battery is connected to its emotion module, and its tentacles draw a right triangle. Our investment will not be wasted on you. Stupid Killer 13. 10 minutes later, ZA-90's tentacles trembled and grabbed the fourth sample. Fong Tang sneered. The second piece will cost you 100, and the third piece will cost you 200. So this one will cost you at least 700. For 700 mechanical coins, you can buy a lot of ordinary goods. DA-120 led the younger brothers into a commotion, but the big boss desperately clicked his tentacles. Give it to him. After the last sample was consumed, all ZA-90's tentacles drooped and slowly transformed into a human form. Fong Tang blinked in surprise, and what appeared in front of him was a 2-meter-tall girl with purple hair and long legs. ZA-90's human form can be described as a sexy bomb. She fully opened her emotional module, swung her hair excitedly on the spot, and repeatedly enjoyed the long aftertaste of the love sickness cycle, while the other guys from the Triangle Gang were still in a daze. This purple-haired and long-legged beauty actually knelt in front of Fong Tang. The queen is at the top. Logic is at the bottom. You are the real artist. Perfect. Absolutely perfect two-stage style compound mood drugs. I have never felt this kind of beauty that can cycle endlessly. She is a professional and immediately calculated the potential market for this emotional poison. No one can resist this level of product. And as long as they smoke one piece, they will need the second and third piece. ZA-90 kissed Fong Tang's shoes in human form. You know, this is a game of big business that can subvert the Machine Nation's brain poison market. The brain poison market, mentioned by ZA-90, refers to the giant crocodile-level market that occupies 50% of the underground market in the machine country and has a scale of 20 million machine coins. In this huge market, the Underground Triangle Gang, the Polygon Gang, and the Underground Godfather-level Mafia families dominate 90% of the sales network, and the remaining 10% is divided up by more than 20 small gangs throughout the country. Amazing Killer 13. My respected master, we hope to have the most logical 100% cooperation. You see, we have a mature sales network and enough customers, and you only need to provide products. ZA-90's logic modules are very special, separated directly into the two tentacles above the core. In human form, these modules become tattoos on her beautiful legs. Now, she raised one leg and put it on Fong Tang's shoulder, showing the tattoo-like calculation data in front of his eyes. We can replan the price. According to my logical calculation, you can get the first batch of shipments. Earn 5,000 mechanical coins. Fong Tang pushed her greasy thighs away with his fingers. I need enough batteries. If possible, I will use 1/3 of my goods in exchange for basic particles. ZA-90 shrugged. I have heard about your demand for elementary particles. Sorry, we don't have enough corpses to satisfy you. Whatever you get, I can make 2,000 batteries per day for the first batch of goods. But I'm not satisfied with the split. I'll be given double the amount for each battery, which is 20 mechanical coins. ZA-90 only calculated for less than 1 second and transferred 10,000 mechanical coins directly. This is a huge sum of money that Chimay has never imagined. The agreement between the two parties went smoothly, and when ZA-90 left, a whole truckload of Whiteworm batteries arrived. Yo-ho! The amazing Killer 13. My good brother. DA-120 directly dragged out 2 female monsters with soft tentacles from the car. Looks like we need to party. The party lasted until dawn. Fong Tang drank the homemade tomato mixed fruit and vegetable juice and watched DA-120 crawling off a female monster with a smile. With a click, a small disc slid down the tentacles behind the female monster. Fong Tang blinked. Brother, you are tired. Go back and rest. The goods can be picked up tomorrow morning. He held up DA-120 and hid the dagger-shaped red module on the guy's tentacles in his sleeve. DA-120's emotion module was repeatedly overloaded, and he was already in a semi-psychedelic state. So he left with the help of his younger brother. Fong Tang picked up the small CD on the ground, tilted his head, and glanced at the female monster who was still addicted to the love sickness cycle, then punched her and dug out her core. After getting 1 elementary particle, he spent 10 minutes filling 5,000 batteries with the Acacia cycle, and then divided them into 3 batches. 7th sister. Remember, they have to pay a sum of money for every batch of goods they take away. Without mechanical coins, there will be no goods. Record this rule in your logic module. Chimay watched him walk into the small building and fiddled with the parts again. She sighed, knowing that Tang was going to build a new robot baby. Chapter 625 Information Museum. Tang Air was born at sunrise. Her human form is that of a little black-haired girl. After Fong Tang introduced the sister-level combat program to his second son, he closed his eyes and opened the star pupil universe. Now he has enough elementary particles to help the White Elf civilization land on planets 1 to 2. Planets 1 to 2 are located far away from Star 1, so under the green plains all over the planet, there is all frozen water. Fortunately, the White Elf race itself has the blood of ice people, and the first batch of immigrants quickly adapted to the environment here. In the expanding time flow rate, the White Elf civilization on planets 1 and 2 has gone through 7 generations, and a new variant of the 6th Age civilization has emerged, which is a brand new life form. Fong Tang named it Green Elf. The Green Elf's body has evolved soft tentacles that can slide quickly in the ice grass. The cornerstone of their civilization is more mechanically crafted. Fong Tang's guidance for this civilization is very clear, and he is specifically responsible for his mission needs in the machine country. He needs a civilization that specializes in making machine parts to serve him. Fong Tang handed the dagger-shaped red weapon module he obtained from DA-120 to the Green Elves, then exited and purchased another 2-7 particle in the Infinite Mall. The Type 2-7 sequence particles exhibit purple vitality. Fong Tang placed this particle on the left side of the Xingpu Universe number 1 galaxy. Purple planets 1 to 3 were born. This is a planet covered with purple oceans, and no species has appeared yet. Fong Tang decided to wait patiently for a while, and then build this new purple sea star after obtaining a better human magnetic field soul. 1 to 2 on the green planet. The Green Elf has upgraded the dagger weapon module with the particles given by Fong Tang. Fong Tang exited the star pupil and watched the particles in front of him recombine, printing out red magnetic dagger +1. Like a 3D printer, it is also a red module representing a weapon. But the red magnetic dagger is completely different from the restart gun. The principle of the restart gun is to use the clear code as a bullet, which can quickly restart the robot citizen, which is killing in the conventional sense. The principle of the red magnetic dagger is to instantly magnetize the data of machine citizens through physical contact, turning the target into a walking zombie with blank data. This can be regarded as a super disabling ability through the efforts of the Green Elf. The level 2 red magnetic dagger in Fong Tang's hand doubled the attack range and provided an intelligent automatic correction system, allowing the holder to hit the enemy more effectively. Well, the attack range and hit rate have been improved, which is pretty good. Fong Tang installed the dagger on Tang Air's tentacles. Child, you must make good use of my sister's combat program. Close combat is very fascinating. I think your logic module will become more and more powerful. Unlike Tang De, Fong Tang completely removed her emotional module when designing Tang Air. When only the logic module is retained, the power of data from DA-120 inheritance is revealed. To put it simply, this girl is an out-and-out killing machine. After Chimei delivered the last batch of goods, the logic module took inventory of the property. Tang! We now have 115,200 mechanical coins. This wealth is enough for us to buy a nice property in the underground city. Fong Tang smiled. Then suspend the development of brain poison and go out with me. Why is development paused? Oh, that ZA90 said that the brain poison market is only 20 million in size at best. Inferring from this shipment of 5,000 yuan will take them a while to digest. Chimei's human form laughed. Tang! ZA90's Triangle Gang is said to be an old drug gang, but in fact it controls 1/3 of the 4092 community, and the 20 million industry scale is actually just the consumption of this territory. Fong Tang was moved. Then how big is the entire machine country? The second brother showed me a set of data. The total scale of the brain poison industry is a set of hidden figures. The main consumers are actually the senior citizens of the underground city, but they are unwilling to admit their depravity. My calculation module roughly inferred the total output value should account for 2/3 of all the country's industries. Financial crisis, currency war, monopoly operation. Several phrases flashed in Fong Tang's mind. 2/3 of the industrial scale, if properly operated, can cause the economic system of the entire machine country to collapse directly. Interesting. It seems like this is the right path to take. Fong Tang took Chimei and Tang Air away from the base. The shoot to kill rule on the metal plate was still flashing, and the nearby third-level citizens didn't even have the courage to approach. Soon, they appeared outside the Information Museum. This is an extremely beautiful, pyramid-shaped building, radiating along the Information Museum. It includes the entertainment bar of the 4092 community, the police station, the original slave farm, and several standard citizen communities. It can be said that this is the core area of the Machine Kingdom 4092 community. Seventh sister, you seem to have said that the owner of this information museum is some kind of enchanting lady? Tang! This is Miss S11. Not only is this a museum, but our base is also her land. Chimei looked at the metal gate of the museum. What are we doing here? Well, I came to save an old friend. I don't know how miserable he is now. Fong Tang smiled and stepped onto the circular steps composed of circuit diagrams. The flow of information ahead surged, and two majestic tentacle monsters appeared. Warning! This is Miss S11's property. You are not allowed to enter without permission. Fong Tang shrugged. Tang Air! Baby! The little black-haired girl in human form pulled out a red magnetic dagger and brought up a sonic boom cloud. The dagger pierced through the core modules of the two tentacle monsters, then screamed and stabbed the third security robot hidden under the metal door to death before falling back into Tang Air's palm. The red magnetic dagger magnetized and disabled all the data of the three strong tentacle monsters, and saw that their core modules kept alarming, and finally turned into a pile of soft things. The red magnetic dagger made a buzzing sound. Tang Air squatted down, handling the corpses one by one, digging out the core modules, taking out the basic particles, selecting high-value parts, and putting them into the tentacle backpack that popped up behind him. A frantic stream of warning messages appeared above the information museum. Fong Tang turned his identity ring. We can wait for the second brother. He will definitely come. It took a long time for Officer A2's car to appear, but two robot citizens got out of the car. Standing next to A2 was a small and exquisite senior citizen. When Fong Tang saw her for the first time, he praised her in his heart. I never thought that the word elegance could be applied to a robot citizen. Fong Tang walked up with a smile. This advanced robotic citizen has a lovely round core and a crystal-like tentacle structure. Those slender tentacles swing like tassels on the ground, making her crystal core modules look like jellyfish flying on feathers. In comparison, the octopus-like second brother is too ugly. Citizen Jellyfish stretched out a soft tentacle, and Fong Tang bent down and kissed her. If I guess correctly, you are Miss Yao Yao. S11 made a human voice in the tentacle form. Then you took my land and killed my subordinate, Mr. Tang? Hey, do you know my human name? Actually, I know more. At the Queen's tea party that just ended, Her Majesty the Queen mentioned that your head can be exchanged with her for the land of the entire 4092 community. Even more. S11's tentacles pointed underground. The senior citizens of the Underground Cities 2048 community, 1024 community, and the four deepest communities 521, 256, 128, and 64 have all received hints from the Queen. But now you are lucky to be alive. Do you know why? Chapter 626 Miss Yao Yao. Daji was trapped by the rules of natural punishment and could not directly attack Fong Tang. But she could mobilize the citizens of the machine country to kill the thorn in the side through coercion and inducement. This was what Fong Tang had expected. But this Yao Yao lady could actually get close contact with Daji, the queen of the country, and her status was a bit unusual. S11 is completely different from other citizens. Her tone, movements, including a certain expression displayed on the core module, are all natural and smooth. Well, it seems that she can express complex emotions like humans without switching between logical and emotional modules. Fong Tang's heart trembled, and he leaned over. Miss, please give me some advice. Miss Yao Yao's crystal tentacles were wrapped around his body, and her crystal jellyfish head rested on his forehead. Mr. Tang, please look here. Like staring at the starlight in the abyss. Fong Tang saw it in the almost transparent jellyfish head. That's a scarlet spider silk. The spider threads magnified infinitely before his eyes. And finally an astonishing picture appeared. Spider Queen Fong Lizzie was lying naked on a large bed made of metal tentacles. The arachnoid membrane on her chest had cracked. Her wrists were stained with blood, and the spider threads had curled up after being burned by the fire element. Sister Fong Lizzie is injured. Sure enough, I felt bad after losing the news about her last time. And the name of the murderer can be deduced immediately from her injuries. It was Bai who seriously injured Sister Fong. The door to the information museum opened, and Chimei and Air Ge were frantically exchanging information flows outside. Tang Air was left behind to prevent Chimei from having an accident. At this time, S11 took Fong Tang's hand and walked into the door, and the crystal lamp lit up in the towering pyramid. The Spider Queen is recovering. Her injuries are irreversible. After all, it was the fatal blow from the White Queen in her strongest state. S11 said softly. Fong Tang looked at her jellyfish-like beautiful core. Are you Sister Feng's subordinate? Ha ha. You are wrong. Spider Queen and I are just partners. Partner? Yes. When the Machine Kingdom was first established, the Spider Queen visited here. At that time, our 12 apostles starting with S followed Master Jizo and had a good exchange with her, etc. Fong Tang waved his hand, shocked by the amount of information she brought in this sentence. Xidagarba? The 12 apostles starting with S? Miss S Yao Yao waved her soft tentacles. This, the whole country, is a small work created by Lord Jizo when he was bored. He may have forgotten it a long time ago, but now it is very suitable as an upgraded novice level of infinite challenge. In the world of wind, thunder, water, volcanoes and swamps. A small level designed by the second-ranked Jizo? And it's a small piece of work when you're bored? Miss Yao Yao's jellyfish core flashed softly. As one of the 12 elders of the Machine Kingdom, I may be the only machine that has entered the outside world. Fong Tang sat on the soft carpet. A crystal teapot flew from above, and a cup of steaming black tea appeared. Miss Yao Yao continued. When the Spider Queen visited for the first time, I sneaked out with her and entered the place called the human world. I also traveled around in human form and obtained the human 20+ bachelor's degrees in the world. Degree certificates appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. She's not bragging. This is my cooperation with the Spider Queen. She takes me out safely and comes back safely. And I promise to provide her with a shelter when she needs it. Wait a minute. Can you fight against the White Queen? Is this so-called sanctuary really that safe? Miss Yao Yao clicked her tentacles. Because this is the work of Lord Xidagarba. The White Queen must also be cautious. Can you understand this? Fong Tang nodded. This is good news for me. Miss Yao Yao poured him a second cup of tea with her tentacles. Then you should know that the mission order to destroy the Machine Kingdom may have been modified by the White Queen. What's the meaning? Isn't it clear what I said? The levels designed by Master Xidagarba are very gentle. Players only need to survive here for 3 months to pass the levels. There is no talk of destroying the Machine Kingdom. Fong Tang sneered. Are you implying to me that by change the mission order and want to use my hand to destroy your home? That's right. Otherwise you would have died long ago. Miss S11 also sneered. The White Queen will never allow a sanctuary that she cannot control to exist. Fong Tang thought fiercely. Are Ms. S11's words true? In other words, how much is true and how much is false? I want to see Sister Foling. Okay, but before that, you have to do something for me. Fong Tang frowned. You are not the youngest member of the 12 elders. Is there anything you can't handle? Miss Yao Yao put her tentacles on his shoulders. Time passes like water, and the country is also changing. I was expelled from the underground city a long time ago, and I am only left with the status of a senior citizen. Now the clown-like Queen Daji has conquered me. After killing 11 elders, I must eliminate her. Fong Tang smiled, put down the teacup, and stood up abruptly. Miss Yao Yao, you made a huge logical mistake. The female jellyfish robot swung its tentacles. You are ridiculous. Will I make logical mistakes? Are you talking about logic with a robot? Fong Tang said coldly. Daji is a member of Shanghai and the White Queen's lackey. If she can conquer 11 elders and control this country, then why can't the White Queen control this place? You also said that Bai is afraid of this place. Isn't it inconsistent? Miss Yao patted the soft carpet with her tentacles and seemed to be laughing. I doubt your IQ a little bit. Don't you? A human being. Know the simplest reasoning? Daji can no longer represent the White Queen. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Daji betrayed Bai? Yes. Miss Yao Yao mocked. Why else would she hide here? A complete clue connected in Fong Tang's memory. Yes. In the bedroom of Chang'an Hotel, Daji was forced to hand over a copy of her sister's network and reached cooperation with the Spider Queen and Xie Qingning. According to Fudu, Daji has always been the abandoned son of the White Queen and a target that can be killed at any time. So this woman has already been planning a way out. Miss Yao popped up her tentacles again. A lot of things have happened in the outside world these days. As far as I know, the White Queen's global entertainment plan has stalled. The disappearance of Daji has made the human world increasingly believe that the so-called artificial intelligence, the virtual diva, is a scam. The Shanghai Network TV station surrounding Daji, as well as Manga C's Female Resurrector Alliance movie, have all been fatally affected. But is this really that tricky for Bai Bai? Fong Tang shook his head. It will be easy for the Shanghai Guild to create another Daji. Miss Yao let out a clear sneer. That's true. But after losing the core spirit of the God of Wealth, there is no point in creating another 100 Dajis. Chapter 627 The Dirty Machinery. God of Wealth Core Spirit. That is the core spirit that Fong Tang gave to Qingqing a long time ago. Fong Tang was suddenly shocked.
Miss Yao Yao, please tell me clearly. Did something happen to Fong Qingqing? Daji stole the God of Wealth core spirit and kidnapped Fong Qingqing. This is what Fong Lizi told me personally.
Miss Yao Yao shook her tentacles.
Now, can we talk about cooperation? That's amazing. Killer 13.
In the underground city palace, Daji shook her wine glass and looked at the white mushroom flowers blooming in front of her. Chang Beihai lies among the mushrooms. Opposite this mushroom flower, Ayu sat cross-legged, with the third form of white corpse worm protruding from her skin. Twisting uneasily, Daji handed the wine glass behind a piece of tulle.
Qingqing, are you still angry with me?
Fong Qingqing in the tulle tent looked tired and pushed away the wine glass in disgust.
I treat you like a daughter. But you lied to me from the beginning to the end.
She was angry and disappointed.
You lied to me about digging up Chang Beihai. Not only did I help you transport these mushrooms to the sanatorium, but they also took away my core spirit.
The more she spoke, the angrier she became. She raised her head and took a breath.
So don't discuss me.
Daji sighed.
Actually, there was no need to go to such trouble. If the guild airship hadn't been protecting you,
I would have succeeded.
Fong Qingqing turned her head.
Stop talking.
Kill me.
I won't kill you.
Daji reached out and raised her chin.
You are my bargaining chip for protection, and one of my trump cards.
She was drinking by herself, looking like she was still unfinished.
You may not understand after I told you, but I still want to find someone to share it with. That jelly airship was transformed from the fragments of Kunlun by Yujing. It originally hid the consciousness of the Tang City Lord. You're lucky. Unfortunately, City Lord Tang's jade of consciousness suddenly disappeared. So damn good. This gave me the opportunity to take action.
Qingqing struggled.
I don't know the Lord of Tang City. Why should she protect me?
Daji lifted her up with a smile and pinched her neck fiercely.
Idiot. Idiot. Tang Qingcheng is protecting your core spirit. Not an ugly and stupid woman like you. I really don't know what Fong Tang is interested in.
What's wrong with you? To give you such a precious core spirit.
Fong Qingqing breathed hard, turned blue, and kicked her legs.
Bai Tang! Bai Tang will come to save me! Bai Tang! Huh? Bai Tang!
Daji looked at her sympathetically.
You poor woman!
She seemed to feel more comfortable, and her fingertips released a ball of virtual light and shadow. In the light and shadow, a boy who was more beautiful than a girl appeared.
Qingqing, if you want to go out, just kill him. This is Tang Zhu who pretended to be Tang Xiaolong and disrupted the Shanghai Guild.
Daji chuckled, threw Fong Qingqing down, and walked towards the bargaining chip that she valued more. That Chang Beihai, who has become one with the mushroom white worm. In the surface world at this time, Fong Tang was walking towards the quiet and mysterious depths of the museum with his new partner, or new boss, Miss S. Yao Yao.
What is exhibited here is the birth process of modular robots. You can see the one at the front, which is the Prototype Zero originally designed by Jizo Sama.
The robot citizen prototype designed by Jizo is a complex octopus structure. If you look closely, you can find that there is a complex energy array outlined inside the prototype. The 8 claws represent the Bagua attributes, and these claw-like structures can transform and fuse with each other.
Just like the yin and yang changes of the 8 attributes, this prototype represents the cornerstone of ancient Chinese civilization.
Miss Yao Yao introduced. Fong Tang frowned.
This Zero seems to be much stronger than the current robot citizens. Why did Jizo give up this design?
Miss Yao's tentacles hung on the floor, and she let out a squeaky laugh.
Our 12 elders have also discussed this matter. Some said that in order to reduce costs, a modular structure of core and tentacles is adopted to minimize the cost. Make more robots cheaply.
Fong Tang looked at the machine prototypes displayed in the first row and shook his head.
I can tell from this design work that Jizo is a perfectionist and has unexplainable obsessive-compulsive disorder. He should not do anything to reduce costs. He gave up on his ideas.
A surprised emoticon appeared on the core of Miss Yao Yao's ball.
You are so powerful that you can see it. If Lord Jizo were here, he would definitely like you and treat you as a close friend.
Fong Tang said.
No need to say these words. Tell me the reason.
Miss Yao Yao sighed.
Actually, Lord Xidigarba designed at least 36 prototypes at the beginning. He gave them all to Kunlun's mother and invited her to appreciate his work. As a result, his mother took him into a strange world. When Master Jizo came out of his room, he lost all hope and destroyed all the prototypes he designed.
Fong Tang chuckled.
Did you see it with your own eyes? It sounds like it's true. This secret was also told to me by the Spider Queen. It is said that Kunlun's mother showed a real work of the creator to Lord Xidigarba. Lord Xidigarba felt that his design was worse than rubbish in front of that work. That's why I was deeply shocked.
Fong Tang suddenly became interested.
A work of the creator? Is it also a kind of machine creature? What else do you know?
Miss Yao Yao was silent for a moment and retracted her antennae.
I heard it was a little fox.
Fong Tang was surprised.
A robotic fox? No matter how exquisite it is.
It can't compare to this octopus. Right?
Miss Yao Yao shook her tentacles.
I don't know about this. The concept of creator is too vague. I only know that after Lord Jizo came back, he gave up all designs and used the simplest modules to build us. Then he left. Since then, the machine nation has slowly developed underground. We 12 old guys have established logical rules together and slowly repaired the mess left by Master Jizo. Gradually, the machine kingdom has developed onto the ground. After such a long period of time, it has now become the entry level to a new infinite challenge.
Miss Yao Yao's tone was full of anger. Even the tentacle monsters couldn't bear to watch their own country become a Shura field for human players.
So boss, you want me to kill Dodgy? Kids, the word kill is inappropriate. Dodgy is an artificial intelligence sister. You can't kill her. Cain couldn't describe how he got through these days. In order to preserve the little remaining power, he had to enter a standby state. However, every deep night, there was a wave of energy in this museum that made his chip numb. Fong Tang gave it a Type I elementary particle. Cain immediately resurrected with full health, and the screen of his mobile phone was astonishingly bright.
Listen to me and leave quickly. There are weird things in this museum at night. It's too damn scary.
Fong Tang exclaimed.
You mean monsters appear in this museum every night? It's not a monster. It's a familiar energy. Do you still remember the elemental form at the end of Fog Pass?
Fong Tang raised his eyebrows.
Is the energy you feel elemental energy? Yes. It's definitely a crystal element. I even saw an array of flashing elements through the front camera. It was so scary.
Fong Tang followed the direction indicated by Cain's rear camera and walked towards the first row of exhibition areas. That so-called elemental energy comes from the Octopus Machine prototype, the first generation of robot citizens designed by Xidigarba. Original Body Zero. Thinking of Miss Yao Yao's introduction, Fong Tang thought, could it be that this thing is not dead and is still alive, but is just dormant? He carefully picked up the model-like octopus. The observation was more detailed this time. Inside the spherical core module of the octopus is a static crystal octahedron. Each face of the octahedron is engraved with a complex energy array, or a circuit array. Fong Tang picked up Cain's phone and pointed it at the core crystal polyhedron. After focusing multiple times, he took a detailed picture that could be magnified 10 times. Cain was analyzing the inside of the phone, and Fong Tang was breathing rapidly.
Is this photolithography technology? Old Tang, I'm afraid it's more advanced than photolithography, but the principle should be the same.
Photolithography is a process that represents the pinnacle of human technological civilization and is the most critical technology for manufacturing semiconductor chips. To put it simply, a photolithography machine is used to imprint the circuit diagram onto the wafer to make a chip. Of course, the actual principle is much more complicated, and the process sequence alone requires hundreds or thousands of steps. In a sense, this represents the most high-tech
semiconductor production technology
in the human world. In fact, it is more like the enchantment technology of the fantasy world. The complete process of photolithography technology has already appeared in Fong Tang's mind. That is the magic, born after gathering countless human wisdom and integrating global resources. First, the ARF excimer laser emits light, and the EV extreme ultraviolet light wave with a wavelength of 13 nm is corrected and energy controlled to become a beam, which then passes through the
IC integrated circuit pattern light film
that has been designed in the light flooding film stage, and then is projected through the objective lens to exposure stage. On the exposure table is a wafer coated with photoresist, which is highly sensitive to light. Extreme ultraviolet light etches the integrated circuit pattern onto the wafer. Such a mysterious and exquisite craft is actually easier to explain if it is placed in the context of a fantasy world. For example, the magical light element throws the magic array onto the equipment, etching the magic array on the equipment. Cain couldn't help but sigh.
The most advanced chip that humans can make now. The technology is 7 nanometers to 5 nanometers. But looking at this energy crystal from a long time ago, the technology on it has already exceeded the physical limit of 1 nanometer.
What is the concept of 7 nanometers? An atom is about 0.1 nanometers, and 7 nanometers is 70 atoms. When a human photolithography machine is working, even air molecules will interfere with the process.
It must be carried out under vacuum. And the accuracy of the machine's operation must be measured in 0.001 nanometers. Fong Tang observed those magic arrays and said softly, "It's actually not as complicated as you think. Xidagarba uses nanoparticle robots to make these arrays. For those nanoscale intelligent robots, they are actually equivalent to a playground. It's just drawing on such a big piece of paper." Kane was still confused. "I also know that the production process is not difficult for Jizo. But the number of these element arrays, my god, is like stars in the night sky. How did he design it?" Kane is right. Planning these arrays is the hardest. Fong Tang's eyes began to shine at this time. He couldn't help but touch his left eye, regardless of whether it is a white elf civilization or a green elf civilization. The circuit diagrams etched in the microscopic universe can even reach an accuracy of 1/1000th of a nanometer. No, it's probably more subtle than that. It's a pity that I can't figure out the secret of the octopus core array. Otherwise, I can copy more and stronger element arrays. Kane! For Xidagarba, these arrays are the real knowledge patent. Fong Tang signaled to the door, and the black-haired little girl Tang Er appeared and put away the Octopus Zero prototype, without saying a word. Now, in the pyramid-like museum, Fong Tang began to study its mechanical heart and mechanical heart. The currently known function of the mechanical heart from the mall lottery is to observe machine codes. But Fong Tang has always felt that this thing has a greater use. As for the mechanical dirt, like a screw nut, Fong Tang grinned and fastened the silver screw cap on the cylindrical structure of the mechanical heart. Instantly, the mechanical heart buzzed, and corresponding threads appeared on the smooth cylindrical structure. Kane's cell phone vibrated excitedly, almost breaking the motor. "Old Tang, I have a feeling." Before he finished speaking, the cylinder and nut in Fong Tang's hand were spinning and merging, and then flashing crazily. The mechanical heart merges into one, and the round nut and the straight screw become flattened. It looks like a line drawn in the oval, and from another angle, it looks more like an eye. Kane's voice was completely covered by the roar of the mechanical heart. The next moment, countless rays of light were released from the silver metal eyes. Every ray of light is connected to the parts on display in the museum, including one at the charging port of Kane's mobile phone. "Boss Tang, it's looking for machine parts that can be fused. Give it to me. Please, give it to me." Kane screamed like a little pussy. Fong Tang also saw it. The light emitted by the mechanical heart seemed to be evaluating the properties of the objects in the museum, and it wanted to choose the best fusion. "Boss Tang, hurry, or it will be too late." The mechanical heart has put away almost all the rays, leaving only two. One was projected on Kane's mobile phone, and the other passed through the museum door and was projected into Tang Er's tentacle backpack. Gradually, the light on Kane's mobile phone dimmed, and the mechanical heart seemed a little disgusted and continued to turn outside. "Kane seems to have chosen that octopus." Fong Tang gritted his teeth and clenched the mechanical heart. The veins in his right hand were exposed, and the white fox core spirit on it was twisted. He couldn't control it anymore. Kane screamed strangely. "Don't you hacking despise me? I have to fall in love with it." Kane's phone used the last force of the vibration to bounce up, and through the positioning of the camera module, it accurately hit the mechanical heart. He wanted to cook the rice from raw to cooked rice. The mechanical heart proudly put away the light, and while it was buzzing and vibrating, the crystal smooth cylinder tail rebounded directly. A scream came from the sound hole of Kane's mobile phone. He was knocked down by this strange force, and hit the ground so hard that the screen broke. Fong Tang shouted loudly and released the blood rage power stored in the enchanted left hand. His feet almost sank into the floor. He held the mechanical heart with all his strength and moved towards the fragmented mobile phone on the ground. Chapter 629 Kane Earrings. Kane's phone flickered hard with the screen shattered. The Eye of Solomon behind it showed a black halo, desperately catering to the unwilling mechanical heart. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the mechanical heart, having exhausted all his strength. But the mechanical heart is still favorite for Octopus Zero contained in Tang Er's tentacle sac. At this critical moment, the white fox core spirit on Fong Tang's right hand flashed, and he grinned cutely. As soon as he smiled, the mechanical heart stopped vibrating in frustration. Fong Tang almost fell down. At this time, regardless of the sweat on his forehead, he pressed the mechanical heart firmly on the back of Kane's phone. The silver eyes and black eye sockets finally merged together in the broken mobile phone parts. Kane's weird scream appeared in the pronunciation die hole. There was a bright light in front of me, almost lighting up the entire pyramid museum. It took a long time for Fong Tang to adapt. The light disappeared, and the ground was covered with granular cell phone fragments. The mechanical heart consisting of a cylinder and a screw cap disappeared, as did the back SHL of the Kane cell phone's Eye of Solomon. Fong Tang leaned over and pulled. A soft silver light flashed in front of his eyes. Among the mobile phone fragments, a silver earring appeared. He picked it up gently. The upper part of this earring is oval-shaped, and below it is a smooth horizontal ear needle. The whole earring is like a mechanical heart, and the graceful curved line is like an extended tentacle. The most mysterious thing is that the inner curve of the silver earrings is plated with a layer of black substance. That black substance comes from the remains of the Eye of Solomon. Old man Kane, can you still speak now? Fong Tang tried to ask. The silver black-edged earrings vibrated, and a crystal light appeared on their surface. Fong Tang frowned. The earring shook in his hand, then bounced up and rushed towards his ear. Pain. Fong Tang squatted down and covered his left ear. He felt hot, as if a hole had been opened. It doesn't seem like it, but the earlobe is really pierced, and the silver earrings have been hung up skillfully. At this time, lively prompts kept appearing in the game system. Player Tang's exclusive mission has been updated. Please read carefully. Players must complete exclusive tasks before they are qualified to become experts. The current progress is April 5th. For 5 cents prosthetic body tasks have been completed, and detailed information appears directly under the exclusive tasks. Tactile hand White Fox Core Spirit in the right hand. Enchanted Grip in the left hand. Pupilla of Vision, the unknown prosthetic body of the left pupil. Star Pupil? Taste Tongue, unknown variant. Level 3 Fungus Owner? The last one is the newly updated one. Hearing Ear. Hearing Ear Mechanical Heart Consciousness Body. Kane Earrings? When he saw the overlapping appearance of the Eye of Solomon and the mechanical heart, Fong Tang thought it was a prosthetic eye, but he didn't expect it to be an ear. He frowned and looked at the smooth metal wall opposite. A handsome young man was reflected on it. It felt a little disgusting. After wearing silver earrings on her left ear, she looks more like a delicate girl. Fong Tang touched his chin, wondering if he wanted to grow a beard. Boss Tang, I have never felt so good. Kane's voice appeared strangely in his ears. His voice was neither male nor female, which made Fong Tang feel frightened. Old man, what the hell are you doing? Change your voice back to your original voice. Oh, I'm sorry. Boss, I just integrated the mechanical heart and haven't converted it yet. Well, what form are you in now? Kane took a long time to describe it. It's a fusion of 3 forms. The fragments of my consciousness, the data of Solomon's Eye, and the mechanical heart. I can't describe the current state, but it feels great. Fong Tang seemed to hear the aggrieved whine of the mechanical heart, like a young girl who had been raped by a bad old man. The whine was heartbreaking to hear. Old man Kane, please don't make me feel regretful. This stubborn melon isn't sweet. Boss Tang, what are you talking about? Wait a minute. Fong Tang felt his left ear feel hot, and the whine of the mechanical heart turned into an excited chant. Kane laughed. I gave her the data of Solomon's core spirit. Look how happy she is. Fong Tang held the display cabinet on the side and heard a high-frequency sound wave in his ears. The sound waves gradually became softer, like a song. Beautiful singing. Hey, what is this? When this sound wave is translated through the neurons of the brain, it is converted into human language and text. Fong Tang's brain became active and finally received the message from Kane's earrings. Energy Aggregation Array. Analysis of 64 sets of Bagua codes. This is. He blinked and looked at the gossip code that suddenly appeared on the triangular metal wall opposite. It turns out that Kane's earrings were explaining the code hidden in the wall that his eyes didn't see. This pyramid-structured museum is actually an energy aggregation array. The earrings explain the principle shown in the code. Fong Tang actually didn't believe in this pyramid energy theory, because many popular science articles have exposed the so-called special structure of the Egyptian pyramids, such as harmonious resonance, energy introduction, and cosmic ray absorption. But what Kane's earrings revealed to him was the true principle of this regular square pyramid structure. Kane said, of course, there is no energy aggregation in this regular square pyramid structure in the 3-dimensional world. But what about in the 4-dimensional universe? Earrings cannot describe the specific shape of the pyramid structure in 4 dimensions in words, but it can be roughly explained. In 4 dimensions, the unique 4-sided pyramid structure of the pyramid is completely open, and each triangular face is open and not closed. In this space, all matter and energy can travel freely. Boss Tang, at this time, you can think of the pyramid as an infinitely looping triangle. The stable triangle structure is to prevent it from being overwhelmed by the aggregated energy. So the aggregated energy is getting more and more.
Fong Tang interrupted the explanation of the earring.
Then what's the use in our three-dimensional world? Ha. Boss Tang. You can't even feel it if it works. The only thing we can guess is that Xidagarba can borrow almost infinite energy from the four-dimensional world. Do you understand? It's like a real perpetual motion machine.
Fong Tang suddenly realized.
This is Xidagarba's ability that ranks second.
After walking out of the museum wearing cane earrings, Fong Tang felt that the world had changed dramatically. Kane's earrings can directly show him the ubiquitous code data in the Machine Kingdom, eliminating the need for difficult analysis and learning. This allowed Fong Tang to easily see the restart gun hidden behind Officer A2. The second brother cleverly used the tentacles to hide the restart gun. But in the world of data, you can see the extra line of gossip code at a glance. The data describes it as a dangerous weapon. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and the information flow instantly gave instructions to Tang Air. The second brother had just ejected the module gun at this time, and before he could inject the restart code, the tentacles were cut off by Tang Air's red magnetic dagger. Fong Tang moved his steps to the left, and unexpectedly stepped on another tentacle that his second brother popped out from below. Then he stretched out his hand and pinched the third tentacle that arrived first. The second brother's emotion module was almost overloaded.
Have you calculated my behavioral pattern?
Fong Tang smiled.
Why waste your brain on calculations? I only need to see and listen.
The second brother's logic module could not understand his words. Fong Tang let go of its tentacles, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath of sweet air.
Now, your world is invisible to me.
When he opened his eyes again, what he saw and heard was the code that kept scrolling.
There will be a heavy rain in 15 minutes. The rain will cover 3/4 of the 4092 community. The rainfall may cause the underground community over the recycling station to collapse.
Fong Tang suddenly rubbed his ears strangely.
This is not normal. You is targeting the territory controlled by the Triangle Gang. And it seems that a certain boss in the underground city is going to cause trouble.
He waved to Chimei and prepared to return to the base. The second brother was now excited and chased all the way.
9527. The weather in the machine country is random and different from the outside world. You should know that it is actually the function of the particle barrier. The prediction you just made cannot be really. Because no matter how strong you are,
you can't calculate the chaotic data of particles.
Fong Tang stopped and said,
Wrong. I just heard a string of discordant codes, so I made a prediction. As for whether it's right or not, you can follow me to the recycle bin to have a look.
Chapter 630 Precision Strike. The heavy rain in the mechanical capital fell on time after 15 minutes. But what Fong Tang didn't notice in the data code reported by the earring was the acidic substance mixed in the rain. The particles that make up the barrier seem to have been deliberately modified. And the falling rainwater is highly corrosive, targeting the metal of the gear guardrail of the recycling bin. The material of this gear is very reactive and can easily react chemically with falling acid rain. The second brother watched helplessly as the metal gears emitted smoke, corroded, and collapsed. The third-level citizens living in the underground tunnel of the recycling station fled in panic. But soon, they fell powerless one by one.
What's going on?
Chimei's voice trembled.
Their prosthetic tentacles are completely corrosion-resistant,
Fong Tang said indifferently.
But after living here for a long time, these wandering scavengers have too much gear metal dust attached to their bodies. It's like they are covered with a layer of gasoline, and they are instantly ignited.
Now! Fong Tang and his second brother and seventh sister were standing under a huge piece of glass. Tang Air's tentacles easily held the glass umbrella to protect them from the corrosion of acid rain. The recycling bin had completely collapsed and contained the bodies of hundreds of level 3 citizens. But the one who suffered the most was definitely the Triangle Gang. Because the tunnel into the underground city has been completely covered by gears, and the piled tentacle corpses are mixed with acid rain ingredients, turning into a layer of sticky
poison.
In the distance, a tentacle car that was mostly corroded drove hard. The DA-120 and the guys in the car stretched out their tentacles in vain, and were scattered into corpse parts in the final heavy rain. Fong Tang's eyes trembled as he thought of something.
No! Our goods!
Less than a kilometer away from the recycling bin, a ball of fire broke out, and the fire was filled with flying tentacle fragments. Like a blooming firework. Fong Tang clenched his fists.
I killed those friends.
The second brother quickly transformed into a human form and stared at Fong Tang.
Explain. What is going on?
Fong Tang took a breath.
The new type of emotional poison has allowed the Triangle Gang's financial resources and power to expand rapidly. This must have caused dissatisfaction among some forces in the underground city. So they planned this precise attack.
He gritted his teeth.
Acid rain is not aimed at the recycling bin, but at the love cycle.
Most of the white worm batteries that store the
Acacia cycle
come from the garbage from the recycling bin and are naturally covered with gear metal components. Therefore, after the acid rain falls, even if only one droplet comes into contact with the surface of the white worm battery, it will cause a violent reaction. And because of the energy residue of the white worm battery, the explosion will occur.
At least 3,000 of the 5,000 white worm batteries can be said to be invisible bombs. Ah! The Triangle Gang is really finished this time.
After the acid rain falls, even a droplet touching the surface of the white worm battery will trigger a violent reaction. And because of the residual energy of the white worm battery, the explosion will be uncontrollable. The Triangle Gang's warehouse was destroyed almost instantly. And less than 50 meters away from the warehouse, a huge shelf structure slowly rose from the ground. When Fong Tang and his second brother Chimei arrived, what they saw were the tentacled monsters on the shelves that had been corroded to the point of disgrace. A long stream of data appeared in front of the second brother's eyes.
It's so strange that almost all the members of the Triangle Gang are here. They are all in a dormant state. They were killed in an irresistible state.
What Fong Tang saw in his eyes were all
precious particles.
He asked in a low voice.
How are the bodies of robot citizens generally disposed of? Chimei passed a string of information to him.
A small number of corpses will be automatically decomposed, and the parts will be treated as garbage. Only precious citizen corpses will be recycled by the factory.
Fong Tang smiled lightly.
It's troublesome to deal with so many corpses. There are even fewer homeless people now. Why don't you leave them to me?
The second brother turned into a human and stopped Tang Air coldly.
9527. Don't go too far. I know you like to dismantle these parts and sell them for money. Even for humans. This is disgusting. Isn't it? These corpses, I will take care of it.
Fong Tang stared at him fiercely.
Do you hacking know how much I have lost this time?
A two-robot police officer showed a sneer.
Don't think that you can do whatever you want without being restricted by the laws of logic. Look, the Triangle Gang was punished like this just after they became friends with you. Just take care of yourself.
This police officer with a sense of justice leapt in the car. Fong Tang watched silently.
We must deal with him. Otherwise, my career will be severely limited in the 4092 community.
Tang Air's little daughter was immediately eager to give it a try. Fong Tang glanced at Chimei and shook his head.
Xiao Air, restarting A2 is not a good idea.
Seven's sister was startled and begged directly.
Tang! No! Please don't do this!
Fong Tang smiled and said nothing. Killing A2 seemed simple. But in terms of final benefit, it is almost zero. The 4092 community can add new police officers at any time. A small plan formed in his mind.
First check who is alive in the Triangle Gang. I want to know who the enemy is.
Chimei looked at the tragic scene ahead. But she was extremely sad. She became more and more like a sentimental human girl.
What we can't find out is that the enemy's methods are vicious. And the ability to carry out such a large-scale strategic strike is not something that ordinary organizations can afford. Ha. I will inquire about it carefully.
Fong Tang smiled.
And I happen to know a charming and capable boss.
Underground? Very deep. Clumps of glowing algae coiled on dark red stones. Under the changes of time, the magma deep in the Earth's crust condensed here and turned into streaked magma rock. Those luminous algae contain unique minerals. Just like the street lights of the human world, lighting up this place that should have been a dark city. The Winter Queen City looks like a natural machine. Tall, deep, silent, and quiet, with white snowflakes floating everywhere. It was actually not snowflakes, but the corpse of a white fly. The insects, which lasted less than a day, were scattered in every corner of the city with their icy breath. When you walk on layers of soft insect corpses, it's like walking in thick snow. ZA-90 slowly crawled on the ground, dragging its half-cut tentacles. Her core information module was forcibly opened, and it was filled with emotional modules with happy programs. The happy modules, which were even more slutty than the most shameless.
Information custom woman.
Were almost defenseless. Any male citizen in the city can easily put out his tentacles and get blissful enjoyment from her. This is the final punishment of the underground boss to the Triangle Gang. A very ancient and vicious punishment. With a click, a perfect equilateral triangle module fell from her disconnected tentacles. The core group in the equilateral triangle module has been smashed. Who would have thought that the boss of the Triangle Gang who once dominated the world would end up without a complete corpse? ZA-90 was still dragging his body.
trying hard to crawl towards the exit of Winter City. Several tentacle monsters wandering around the city are already ready to make a move. ZA-90 is too tempting in their eyes. Several tentacles have stretched out, and ZA-90's logic module is broken. With the emotional module completely overloaded, she is desperately preparing to ignite her core. At this moment, a golden stream of information appeared like a ring and landed steadily on ZA-90. The wandering tentacle monsters all showed shock. They had read the warning in the golden information stream. Miss Yao Yao's carriage slowly appeared. Chapter 631 War Night. The insect corpses were like splashing snow as they stepped on them. And amid the clatter of horse hooves, the surroundings were filled with information particles unique to noble citizens. After the 8 tentacles of the red robot horse stood up like a demon, the flower basket-like carriage stopped. Miss Yao Yao stepped down, and countless fine particle combinations on the crystal tentacles of her third limb turned into various precision parts, instantly dismantling the debauchery module in the core of ZA-90. Get in the car! Ah! You are the great Miss S11? Why do you want to save me? S11's message flow was very unpleasant. Because there is a guy who is shameless and boring, and he asked me to help you. The red robot horse galloped and left the Queen City quickly. On the ground, in the unique human base of the 4092 community, ZA-90 lies flat on a steel frame. 4 white worm batteries are connected to the core module at the same time. And then 12 standard tentacle prostheses, newly produced in the factory, are connected. ZA-90's emotion module continuously releases a flow of thank you information. Having lost her logic module, even her thanks were in confusion. She saw the guy in human form, the amazing architect of emotional poison, the artist like Tang. Fong Tang bit a frozen blood bag. The level 3 bacteria master in his body was roaring and threatening him crazily. So he drank 2 bags of blood before suppressing it. ZA-90, tell me, who launched the attack on the Triangle Gang? And who put you in this state? The ZA-90's emotion module displays messages of panic and fear. Chimei hurried over and touched her with her tentacles to comfort her. ZA-90 slowly transformed into a human form. All the triangular tattoos on her tall and fit body were cut off. She was covered with wounds. Dear Tang, the enemy is in existence that we cannot fight against. Their power extends from the Queen City to all over the world. In the eyes of the big community, the Triangle Gang is like junk parts that can be dismantled at any time, even with just one order. In the huge emotional drug market of the machine country, the Triangle Gang and the Polygon Gang on the ground are actually small organizations eating leftovers. The real giant is the underground Godfather-level mafia family, an organization called Doomsday Night. ZA-90's emotional module was overloaded again. The guests at the Doomsday Night Club are all the most distinguished special citizens. And even Her Majesty the Queen was once a guest of the club. The ones who took action against the Triangle Gang this time were the 4 major cadres of the Doomsday Night 1. The citizens called him C-119, the Son of War. Fong Tang threw away the blood bag. Well, it's interesting. The so-called War Knight. This name is definitely not the one that comes from the factory, because only humans like to use this name. The famous 4 horsemen of the apocalypse in the western world of mankind. The declaration of annihilation in the Book of Revelation. ZA-90 looked confused, but Chimei knew a little bit about the inside story. Tang, why do you seem to know everything? It's so amazing. There was a piece of top-secret information in the police station's information flow database. Like the senior cadres of Doomsday Night, they all learned unique knowledge from a human. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Regarding that top-secret information, Chimei, can you get it? Chimei shook her head helplessly. Only the S4 sheriff has the authority to open it. Neither my second brother nor I can see it. And all we hear are illogical rumors. 4092, the top officer of the police station? The name of S4 is also very special, representing another layer of noble status. Fong Tang's eyes flickered, and the fox ears on his head seemed to appear again. He immediately made some modifications to the small plan he had just made for his second brother. ZA-90, you stay in the base for now. Don't worry. I will make that Son of War pay the price. 7th sister, you continue to copy the emotional poison. We need to stock up. The more the better. Don't use batteries from the recycling bin this time. Buy all new batteries. After giving the order, Fong Tang came to the 2nd floor, with his youngest daughter Tang Er loyally guarding him. Fong Tang smiled slightly, and a brand new white worm battery appeared in his hand. Then he closed his eyes, and Kane's earrings flickered slightly. Old man, do you have any movies in your memory chip? Boss Tang, are you still in the mood to watch a movie now? Don't talk nonsense. It's business.
Kane Earrings immediately selected a carefully selected, intense action movie for him. But Fong Tang angrily scolded him.
I want a serious tear-jerking movie about pets.
Kane Earrings are the new choice. Finally, a genre film with the highest overall rating was selected.
The Story of Hachiko
is known as the most tear-jerking, touching and heartwarming pet movie in history. The emotions shown in this movie can be a tear-jerker for humans. The overlapping emotions, the story content and images, and the impact of the music are truly a classic. Fong Tang immediately extracted the information of the entire movie, and then completely stored the emotion of watching the movie. Now, he takes sadness and love from the 7 emotions and 6 desires as the main body, and uses touch and empathy as the modifier. Just like a super chef, he carefully prepares the second emotional poison work, throbbing tears.
Boy, it's your turn now.
Fong Tang held the
thriller of tears
with satisfaction.
Our action is very urgent this time, and we can't waste any time.
Arriving on the lawn of the base, he summoned the newly repaired ZA-90 and passed the information full of action plans to her.
Remember, timing is important. Everything must be logical. Otherwise, our second brother you won't be fooled easily.
In the entertainment bar, the boss K-19 took out the goods. Fong Tang needed a real Akita dog.
Killer 13. My logic module shows that your price is too low. Do you know how much risk I took to smuggle this ultra-low-level creature?
Fong Tang nodded and transferred another 150 mechanical coins to him.
Actually, I am very interested in your ability to smuggle goods from the human world outside the barrier. It seems that this business is not something you can control. Brother, sorry, I can't tell you this information.
The bar owner showed a
polite and smiling
expression. Fong Tang shrugged, hugged the little Akita dog, and walked towards the edge of the planned 7th area. With the blessing of Kane's earrings, the codes of all areas of the Machine Kingdom are fully displayed. Fong Tang easily avoided several hunting traps on the edge of Area 7 and walked to a bush. Right here, he assembled a piece of information parts that he had prepared a long time ago, and weaved a bunch of chaotic gossip codes into it. The parts hung around the puppy's neck. Fong Tang waited quietly. Not long after, a robot with flowers decorated on its tentacles appeared. The S4 sergeant gently trembled the flower tattoo on his antennae, frowning and looking at the figure hidden in the chaotic data in front of him.
Your Excellency can disrupt the country's code. Are you really a noble from the Queen City?
Fong Tang sent out a blunt message flow.
S4. Your subjective gender is male. But under real-time monitoring, Machine Language 1 occupies 49% of all machines. Machine Language 0 occupies 51% of all machines. And the current objective gender is female. This not good news for you.
The S4 sergeant sighed.
Actually, my sergeant class identity was added later, and it contains a leadership module. But this leadership must be effective in male mode. When my machine language appears in times of chaos, the leadership module will also fail. Your Excellency knows all about this, and you said you could help me solve this trouble.
Fong Tang sneered.
You have been hiding, and you don't even dare to meet your own police officers. The logic module can't save you. Only I can do it.
Sheriff S4 sent a long message stream.
I am willing to pay all the mechanical currency property.
Fong Tang.
No. We need to sign a contract first. Haha. It's a completely logical contract.
Sheriff S4 scanned the contract under the logic of logic, and only the last one was weird.
The explanation of this article is that if I am restarted and die, the citizens holding the contract will have the right to avenge me in any form. I don't understand. Do you mean to protect me? S4. I won't give any explanation.
Fong Tang watched him sign the contract of logical rules and put down the Akita puppy with great satisfaction. The chaotic code on the puppy immediately attracted the S4 sheriff. There seems to be a gender conversion program in this code, but it's just a little too confusing.
Excuse me. What do you want me to do? S4. Kill this little creature. This is a test to seal the deal. Yeah. That's it.
The S4 sheriff's logic module alarmed twice, but she didn't hesitate and directly showed a tentacle carrying electric current. The other party's request is logically problematic, but in comparison, I need to solve the current dilemma even more. The electric tentacles were about to hit the puppy's neck, and the cute and pitiful puppy let out a whine. At this moment, a red light flashed, and the S4 sheriff fell. Not far away, Officer A2 was holding a red restart gun. Under the overload of the emotion module, all the tentacles in his body were trembling.
Chapter 632 10 times overload. 2 hours ago, Officer A2 was sitting leisurely in a high-end apartment, feeding his favorite human pet. The little human boy lay between his tentacles, patting them gently with his little hands. This was Officer A2's most relaxed moment. He slowly transformed into a human form, touched the little boy's hair, and handed a piece of human food to his beloved pet. Unlike other citizens, he has a deep understanding of human beings. He can feel real emotions for this kind of lower creature. Unlike other citizens who adopt humans for different purposes, the second brother really regards these human pets as family. He looked at the sunset outside and patted the little boy. There is no concept of home in the machine country, because we who rely more on logic and data codes have no ties to connect us. The second brother couldn't help but fell into deep thought when he said this. Like every afternoon in the past, he couldn't help but open the storage tentacles hidden under the core module. The tentacle storage was opened, and 4 paper books from the human world fell down. Classic edition of 4 great classics. This was evidence obtained in a certain smuggling case against an entertainment bar. At that time, A2 was still a rookie police officer under the S4 chief. He was curious about everything at the time, and couldn't help but open and scan the contents of the book. He is very talented in this area. After the Chinese characters in human language are encoded, he only needs to find a smuggled Xinhua dictionary to read them completely. In this relaxing afternoon, A2 turned off the logic module again, carefully controlled the emotion module to 5%, and then started reading in human form. He even turned off the functions of scanning tentacles and calculating and analyzing tentacles, just so that he could truly enjoy reading like a lower human being. If you directly scan and then read analytically, you will lose the fun that only humans can have. The 4 great classics. The core knowledge of a certain civilization in the human world. A2 saw human machinations in 3 kingdoms, read about human love in red mansions, and witnessed the true spirit of violence and resistance in water margin. And that journey to the west made him marvel at the imagination of mankind. These 4 books are enough to show that humans are higher creatures, and we are just low-level structures obsessed with calculation power under the laws of logic. Officer A2 sighed. That's why I'm afraid of humans. Afraid of that 9527 awe. Unfortunately, both the logic court and the nobles of the Queen City ignored his warnings. At this time, a secret stream of information appeared strangely outside the apartment. A2 jumped up, put the sleeping little boy down, and quickly collected the books. The logic module is opened and 100% loaded. The sensing tentacles that he spent a lot of money to assemble were activated, and the second brother immediately observed the little girl outside the apartment. Black hair, cold, and full of dangerous aura. A little devil who is more powerful than humans and more cunning than machines. It's that little guy named Tangair. Even his identity as a citizen was forged by 9527. Why is she here? The second brother directly assembled 2 red module guns and appeared outside the apartment. Tangair held the red porcelain dagger and deftly left the apartment, followed the nearest route, and sneaked into the long-abandoned number 2 slave yard. Well, that was the first stop. 9527 was sent to the Machine Kingdom. Why did he send his cronies here? The second brother hid his figure and slowly entered through the back door. He sensed Tangair's location, stretched out the tentacles of his right limb, and restarted the gun into a particle oscillator. An ability similar to resonance was activated, and the 2 walls collapsed instantly. The petite black-haired girl flew up without hesitation. The second brother fired with his left limb, and the oscillator on his right limb turned into an electromagnetic harvesting net. Tangair transformed into the tentacle state and barely avoided the attack of the restart bullet. But 2 tentacles were cut off by the harvesting net. With a snap, a white battery fell, and Tangair could only run away. The second brother's logic module gave out warning sounds, and he carefully picked up the battery with an insulated prosthetic tentacle. The thing that 9527 left in the slave farm was full of emotional poison. It seems to be a highly completed product. The second brother's logical analysis ability was even praised by the S4 sheriff. Well, logical analysis shows that 9527's business has suffered a major blow. So he needs better emotional poison, so he has to risk returning to the slave farm to retrieve his stolen goods. When the second brother analyzed this, the data code suddenly became agitated. I knew that 9527 came prepared. He has long been eyeing the big market of emotional poison. After quickly returning to the apartment with the white worm battery, the second brother observed for a long time, opened all the logic modules, and controlled the emotional module to an absolute safety level of 1%, and then connected the battery to the core module. 9527's emotional poison is currently a popular drug in dungeons. It seems to have been copied by the Doomsday Nightclub.
The second brother despises this kind of emotional drug from the bottom of his heart. It is too low-end, too crude, and has no nourishment of human emotions. Compared with the 4 major masterpieces he owns, it is simply garbage. However, when the information in the battery started to be read, and a picture of a human being with a puppy appeared, the second brother's emotion module jumped directly from 1% to 15%. The content of
The Story of Hachiko the Faithful Dog
is actually very simple. An old man picked up a small Akita dog. It was a warm scene at first, and then the old man passed away. The grown-up Akita dog waited for its owner at the station every day for 9 years. Until death. The background music of the movie and the various emotions contained in it stimulate A2 every time Hachiko appears. For those who like to keep pets, the movie and
Thriller of Tears
will definitely have double the critical impact. It didn't realize at all that its emotional module had been overloaded to 1000%. Under normal circumstances, the emotional overload of the robot citizen is at most 900%. But what is strange is that under the subtle influence of the emotional civilization of the 4 famous works, Officer A2's emotional module has evolved unknowingly. Just as Fong Tang speculated, the better a robot citizen understands humans, the greater the loopholes in its emotional module. Because they become more and more like humans, they become more and more vulnerable. Overloaded by 1000%. A2's entire prosthetic tentacle sounded a shrill alarm. The oil used to run the prosthetic body is almost gone. The ground is covered with the tears of my second brother. When the tentacle shrank into a ball, almost desperate, the second brother finally woke up. The emotions from the battery were still affecting him, causing him to almost
cry himself to death.
In the apartment,
it's so scary. This emotional poison is like a shock bomb to the machine nation.
The second brother turned into a human form in panic and gritted his teeth to destroy the battery. But I really can't bear it. Scenes from those movies appear again in the core module. It hesitated for a long time and carefully stored the battery in its tentacle sac. Amid the chaotic emotions, another strange flow of information appeared. Ah, it's the sheriff. The second brother didn't know how he left the apartment. It wasn't until he was approaching the wandering place in District 7 that his logic module slowly recovered a little.
Since the confusion of gender data, Sergeant S4 has been undergoing career evaluation under the supervision of the Logic Court. It is said that he does not have much time. If the data is not repaired, he will be deprived of his class status as sheriff.
Officer A2 transformed into the tentacle state and slowly approached the bushes ahead. A small creature appeared in the sensing module. That is, A2's emotion module instantly exploded and overloaded. The little Akita dog was lying on the ground purring. The tentacles of death hang above its head. No! The second brother's logic module completely collapsed, and the emotional module was overloaded to 1100%. He raised the module gun without hesitation. After the shooting, A2's whole body tentacles were trembling, and the S4 sergeant, who fell in front, had been completely restarted. Chapter 633. Congratulations, sir. Fong Tang picked up the Akita dog, looked at A2 and smiled.
Thank you, second brother, for saving this little guy.
A2 turned into a human form, panting and kneeling on the ground. His logic module slowly recovered, and with a huge computing power, he slowly analyzed the entire incident.
You deliberately sent Tang Air to the slave farm and left the battery for me to pick up.
The second brother murmured in human language.
You know that as a police officer, I have a strong sense of responsibility and must open it for observation. Huh? Second brother, it's not the so-called sense of responsibility, but curiosity.
Fong Tang shook his head.
I have been observing you for a long time. Your act of lending a helping hand when Seven's sister was in trouble. The little girl picked up from District 7. I feel the humanity in you all the time when a boy secretly disguises himself as a pet.
Fong Tang pointed at the cane earrings with his finger.
Some citizens of the machine country do not hesitate to use genetic modification and birth control techniques in order to obtain toys, like human children. But you are different. All the human food your pets eat is flowers. The fact that the formula was modified at a large price is enough to show that your attitude towards human beings is very illogical.
Fong Tang finally added.
You regard lower humans as truly intelligent creatures and give them enough respect.
A2 stood up slowly.
Don't make such remarks that make me sick. Now, I have violated the laws of logic and restarted as S4 sheriff. Although it is all your conspiracy, I admit it. I will take the initiative to apply for a trial in court.
Fong Tang said calmly. Not only do you possess humanity, you are also very alert to the tricks of us humans.
A2 sneered.
You set up this trap just to force me into trouble. I'm sorry. I won't be fooled.
Fong Tang showed surprise for the first time.
Wow. I really underestimate you. Second brother. You have actually read water margin.
A2 indifferently transformed into its original form, swinging its 2 tentacles and simultaneously transforming into sharp jagged shapes. But he didn't have any chance. Tang Er appeared nimbly from the shadow of the bushes and cut off both tentacles instantly with the red magnetic dagger. Then he turned around, grabbed one of the second brother's tentacles, and used his strength to swing it. A2 fell hard to the ground, and the red magnetic dagger was already pressed against his core module. It had to turn into human form, panting and shaking its head. Fong Tang walked slowly, and a contract information flow floated above A2's tentacles.
Well, before you surrender, I still have a contract to complete.
The second brother's induction module is running rapidly. The last clause of the contract. If S4 is restarted and dies, the citizens holding the contract will have the right to seek revenge for S4 in any form. The second brother's logic module has caught the flaw in this contract and sneered.
This is a contract under the laws of logic. And I seem to remember that, Mr. Tang. You have lost all authority of the laws of logic. In this way, this contract is a piece of waste paper. Fong Tang also sneered.
It seems that your logic module needs to be repaired. Have you forgotten the identity of the S4 Sheriff? S4 Sheriff, one of the 12 elders of the Machine Kingdom. The poor guy who was expelled together with Miss S11. Later declared his allegiance to Queen Dodgy, and then got a factory-made sergeant status. As a former veteran, the contract he signed with me is it must be implemented, and the Court of Logic has no business in this matter.
The second brother let out an angry shout. Of course he knew that it was precisely because the S4 veteran wanted to rise again that he was so anxious after the gender confusion occurred. He signed this contract full of logical traps regardless of all costs. So much so that he was so plotted by 9527. After getting angry, the second brother sighed.
Okay, I admit that your plan is perfectly logical and well planned. But I would rather go to court and listen to the trial. Just like what is described in human books. This is Guan Eri such integrity.
Fong Tang was speechless for a moment.
Brother, you are stupid for reading. The contract clearly states that I will have the right to avenge the S4 Sheriff in any form.
The second brother completely released his emotional module and replied loudly.
Brother Guan scraped his bones to heal his wounds, and Shen Gong refused to surrender to die. No matter what cruel methods you use on me, I will take it for granted.
Fong Tang gave a thumbs up.
That's a good quote. If you were in the human world, you must be a top-notch liberal arts student.
The second brother snorted and turned his head to ignore him. Fong Tang whistled and gently disassembled the S4 Sheriff. The golden core unique to the 12 elders of the Machine Kingdom was carefully put away. And then, there was the data module. Holding the gender-confused data module, Fong Tang came back with a smile and shook it at A2.
Speaking of which, if you become a female citizen and go to the bar to do business, there will be many third-level citizens to support you.
The second brother's emotional module almost exploded.
You?
You?
What am I? I think you are quite suitable. I have read a few books. And maybe you can also read poems and compose music. In ancient times, that would be a proper Oiran character. By the way, you have read Water Margin. Do you know Master Li's name?
A2's logic module started to feel cold at this time.
You devil. Shameless person. Ah, I fell into the hands of a thief and suffered this insult.
Fong Tang couldn't help but slap the humanoid A2.
Shut up and stop quoting lines from classics.
Half an hour later, the second brother followed Fong Tang. Walking feebly, Fong Tang patted him on the shoulder.
Brother, why should you be downcast? Follow me, and I will ensure that you enjoy the food and drink spicy food.
The second brother sighed.
You have even copied my core module. Even if I restart myself, you can still copy the same A2. I just hope you don't break the barrier.
Fong Tang raised his eyebrows.
Why should I open the barrier? To the humans outside, you are all super scary monsters.
The second brother thought for a moment and shook his head.
I think we are all fragile paper tigers in front of humans.
On this deep night, Officer A2's status took a big step forward, and he became the new chief of the 4092 Community Police Station. Fong Tang specially booked the entertainment bar, took Chimei, Tang Er, and a group of citizens from the bar to hold a grand celebration banquet for his second brother.
Let's raise a toast together and congratulate Commander A2.
Fong Tang looked around at the robot monsters. These tentacle monsters subconsciously transformed into human forms, tremblingly raising the champagne in front of Tang Er's terrifying dagger. Fong Tang took a sip of black champagne.
Don't you guys smile? Did I force you to come?
The respectable citizens in the 4092 community are working hard to operate their emotional modules and make happy expressions.
No, of course not. Although our logic modules are closed. We are serious. Although our emotional modules are overloaded. We are rational. Even if there is a guy standing next to us who can kill us at any time. Even if that red magnetic dagger makes our core module tremble.
All the tentacle monsters clinked their glasses together.
But we are both happy and rational. Congratulations, sir!
Chapter 634 Logical Buying and Selling. Music that only lowly humans like was heard in the entertainment storage bar. To the citizens of the Machine Nation, this meaningless sound frequency has no sounding element at all. Their sensors are too precise and complex, and only overclock sound waves can barely stimulate the code in the core module. However, as the human in black stood up, the originally bland music turned into a familiar gossip code. When these codes started running, an ultrasound wave that could penetrate the emotional module appeared. All the robot citizens in the bar fell into a daze, and then shed tears of engine oil one by one.
My queen, what kind of emotion is this? My module is overloaded. It feels better than a customary girl with the softest tentacles.
Fong Tang smiled.
This is the simplest.
Serenade. He played another old movie on the metal wall.
WALL-E.
Produced by Pixar Animation Studios in 2008. The core idea of this animation is a reflection on mankind's destruction of the environment. But Fong Tang made it editing, retaining only the touching love line between the robot WALL-E and Eva. Halfway through the movie, the bar was filled with robots in human form. Their emotional modules were all unleashed, and they were in overload mode from beginning to end. Fong Tang liked this bar more and more. He walked over to old K-19. K-19, which was on the electronic board, raised its antennae vigilantly.
Dear Tang, thank you for the business you brought to my small bar.
Fong Tang smiled.
Then do you want to earn more mechanical coins?
Old K-19 slowly transformed into a human form, an old man in a white robe with a beard. Fong Tang whistled, Gandalf. K-19 nodded politely.
I saw this form on a poster in the smuggled goods in the human world. It said that this is the white-robed mage in the human world. The most powerful existence.
Fong Tang laughed out loud.
Well, it is very powerful. Let's continue the topic we just talked about. Let's be honest. I want to buy your bar.
Old K-19 glanced at Tang Er not far away, and 15 tentacles popped up in an instant, all covered with weapon modules.
Haha. This bar has existed since the establishment of the 4092 community. No matter how many mechanical coins you give, don't even think about taking them. Get off my property. I'll pay 110,000.
Fong Tang said lightly. The logic module of old K-19 crashed instantly.
110,000 mechanical coins. My God. Do you know what kind of wealth this is? You can go to the dungeon to buy the status of a senior citizen.
Fong Tang said calmly.
Not only do I want to buy your bar, but I also want to buy the smuggling route here.
K-19, who looked like a white-robed mage, said regretfully.
I'm sorry. This is just a transit station, and I don't control that route.
Fong Tang blinked.
No problem. I believe that as long as the bar is here, smugglers will definitely come looking for us.
Old K-19 has been overwhelmed by the emotional module of 110,000 mechanical coins, he happily said.
Boss, do you still want the 2 information girls in the bar? And these billboards? I will help you clean them. So I wish you a prosperous business.
When the transfer was completed, old K-19 waved his tentacles and rushed out of the entertainment bar with 110,000 mechanical coins. With these data currencies, he could buy a second hand in the dungeon of his dreams with just a logical contract. The status of a first-class citizen.
Stupid low-level humans. That bar was about to close down because the cadres of the Triangle Gang were rebooted there. And one of Robot Baby's CDs was also lost. The most regrettable thing is that the bar still owes the smugglers a debt of 50,000 mechanical coins.
Old K-19's emotion module was full of ridicule, and then turned to endless pride when he bypassed the former recycling bin and hurriedly came to the entrance to the underground city at the edge of the community. Under the moonlight, a little black-haired girl appeared swinging a dagger.
Ah, what are you doing?
Tang Er said coldly.
Sorry. Robbery.
Less than 10 minutes after the 110,000 mechanical coins left Fong Tang's wallet, they were transferred back. Old K-19 cursed, became angry, and tried to resist with all the weapon modules in his body. But with a sister-level fighting program, he was no match for Tang Er.
Dad said you are very useful. Come on. Dad is waiting for you at the bar.
Old K-19 returned to the bar in embarrassment. Fong Tang greeted from a distance.
We meet again so soon. Unfortunately, I want to cancel the transaction.
K-19 flicked its tentacles.
Under the laws of logic, you can't do this. Oh, the laws of logic don't apply to me. You took away my mechanical coins, and I have no money. Huh? What should we do?
The logic module of Old K-19 was completely confused.
The transaction is completed by default. The bar is yours.
Fong Tang touched his chin.
Then you owe me 110,000 mechanical coins.
Thousands of error messages popped up in the logic module of the Old K-19 instantly. He screamed.
Our deal is done. You have the bar. I have the mechanical coins. Why do I owe you money?
Fong Tang sipped the black champagne.
No. The current situation is that you have no mechanical coins.
In Old K-19's human form, Gandalf the White's eyes widened.
Yes. I don't have any mechanical coins anymore. But the bar is yours. No.
Fong Tang leisurely twirled the glass.
I don't want the bar now and want to cancel the transaction. So you have to pay me back. Asshole. You took away my mechanical coins. I have no money. Huh? What should we do? Damn it. Mr. Tang. The deal is completed by default. The bar is yours.
After repeated and looping conversations, Fong Tang finally came to a completely logical conclusion.
So, the bar belongs to me. And you owe me 110,000 mechanical coins.
Black smoke came out of the Old K-19's logic module.
But our transaction is completed. You have the bar. And I have the mechanical currency. Why? No. You don't have any mechanical coins anymore.
The Old K-19 shed tears of engine oil, wondering what was wrong with its logic module. Tang Er, this cold little girl, showed a cute smile for the first time. Cheesy Dagger just cleaned up the logical data of Old K-19. And his current appearance is really funny. Shimei couldn't help but get angry.
Tang! If you are a human being, you should have the most basic human emotion, compassion. Why do you do such a hateful thing?
Fong Tang smiled at Tang Er.
Daughter, let this guy who owes money sign a deed of sale and work for me until all the debts are paid off. Well, don't forget to add interest.
Tang Er's smile had long since disappeared, and he pointed the Old K-19 coldly with his dagger.
Let's go!
Fong Tang took the unhappy seventh sister to the back of the bar, and a hidden circuit board opened.
Seventh sister, if you think I have no sympathy, then look at what's behind this.
Behind the circuit board, in the hidden cylindrical space, there were only 2 information custom women lying there. However, the scary thing is that all the information among women is small discs. Chapter 635 You are the only one under the sky. In the secret room behind the circuit board, there are piles of small CDs representing the robot babies. Customers from all the bars. The unauthorized birth of genetic code. With the budding tentacle monster personality. None of these discs have serial numbers. Are not accepted by the laws of logic. Cannot be incubated in factories. And cannot earn any profits. Shimei was shocked.
Why did K-19 keep these CDs of robot babies? It doesn't do him any good at all.
Fong Tang sneered.
Wrong. Very wrong. Human trafficking has always been a bloody and profitable business. Don't forget, incubators can be purchased at any time, as long as you avoid the logic court.
Shimei didn't believe it.
No citizen can avoid the surveillance of the logical court. And no citizen will abandon logic and reason to do such a terrible business.
Fong Tang chuckled.
What if the person who controls this business is the sergeant of the police station? Not only does he have the class occupation of sergeant, he also once had the distinguished status of the 4th elder. My queen, are you talking about the S4 sheriff? Of course. He wants to return to the top and become the elder who controls this country again. Normal means are impossible.
So he has to engage in some hugely profitable business. I even suspect that he is involved with smugglers.
Shimei looked at those small discs. And for a moment, the emotion module was filled with darkness and coldness.
The natural reproductive awakening of our machine citizens. Rapidly replicating larvae. Rapidly growing intelligence. And a reproductive cycle with almost no mortality. These great talents have been used for evil business.
Fong Tang sneered.
This is not as simple as you think. If it can be copied and hatched unconditionally, then the robotic citizens can create an army of 1 million people overnight.
Shimei was puzzled.
Then I don't understand. How can I explain this?
Fong Tang pointed his finger on her forehead.
The god who created you can call him Xidagarba. In order to prevent the robot citizens from getting out of control and population expansion, Mr. Xidagarba has put restrictions in the core modules of the citizens. What restrictions? Serial number restriction. You must have a serial number to be incubated in the factory. A robot born without a serial number has no citizenship. I call it a copycat version. The copycat version does not have any citizen privileges. So of course it cannot survive.
When Chimei heard this, she looked at Tang Air outside strangely. Fong Tani shrugged.
Tangda and Shower are exceptions. Mr. Xidagarba probably never imagined that a human being could break the restrictions of logical rules and have the ability to control the Bagua code.
Chimei once again fell into logical thinking.
No. Since there are serial number restrictions, why does S4 sell robot babies? Since the survival rate is very low and there are no citizen privileges, who would buy these babies stupidly?
Fong Tang sneered.
That's because there is a guy who can create unlimited serial numbers.
Chimei sighed.
Tang, you are overthinking. Even the Logic Tribunal does not have this power. Only Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen.
She opened her mouth wide in shock. Her tentacles almost popped out.
No. This is impossible.
Fong Tang flicked her forehead.
You finally figured it out.
Ha ha. The Great Queen Daji's ambition is not just for the Machine Kingdom. She is secretly creating her own army of warriors. And she brings the equally ambitious and capable Chang Beihai here. At first, Fong Tang suspected that Bai was controlling Chang Beihai to enter the Machine Kingdom. But after Miss Yao Yao's explanation, the situation became more obvious. Daji hid in the level designed by Xidagarba and barely avoided the punishment she deserved. But she is definitely uneasy and will definitely not be satisfied with this small closed world. As the number 001 sister of Infinite Company, she is the most special one. He has greedy ambitions and will do whatever it takes to survive. That's a selfish robot personality. Kane shook his earrings.
Old Tang, why are you talking to this stupid and naive B7 about this?
Fong Tang smiled.
Old man, seventh sister and second brother are the two tentacle monsters I have ever seen that are closest to human nature. Don't you think?
Kane chuckled.
Similarly, it is also the easiest to manipulate and brainwash. I actually already know what you want to do. Oh, what do I want to do? Boss Tang, you are obviously trying to cultivate a successor. It's not a successor of some kind. You just want to create a scapegoat and a puppet. Instead of you will stand outside and challenge the Machine Nation, while you will have to hide in the dark, making small moves everywhere.
Fong Tang smiled and said nothing. Kane earring sighed.
I think you are getting more and more cunning. This Qingqiu Fox's core spirit really took a liking to you at a glance.
The cane ring swayed in his ear, giving the boy a strange and eerie feeling in the dim light. Chimei was a little dazed.
Tang, Her Majesty the Queen is the supreme ruler of the machine country. Does she still need a machine baby? You little idiot. Her Majesty the Queen is also subject to the rules. From a human perspective, what this machine country lacks most is not citizens, but an army. A truly well-trained, loyal and reliable army, he said coldly, passing through the particle barrier in the sky. Outside is the human world with endless resources and land. All forces are using their conspiracies in this closed country, including White Worms, Black Worm Genetic Alliance, and the Ghoul Club.
In the so-called novice level, if the game between the various forces was also part of Daji's calculations, then she would be a bit too scary. Fong Tang readjusted his emphasis on Daji. Of course, what he is most worried about is the terrifying old enemy Chang Beihai. Chimei shook his hand gently.
Tang, what should we do with these robot babies?
Fong Tang touched his chin.
Make the best use of everything. Don't waste it.
The Seventh Sister's emotion module screamed excitedly.
Don't be like Her Damn Majesty the Queen and plan to use these poor babies to realize your ambitions. Then I will look down on you. Ambition.
Fong Tang flicked his finger on her forehead again.
What you see is just a bunch of pitiful robot baby codes. But what I see is thousands of troops.
The young man pointed to the secret room.
Thousands of troops and horses are all in my hand. The so-called covering the sky with one hand and breaking the sky with a sword is nothing more than that. But if you talk about ambition, then you are really looking down on me. I have no respect for the Machine Kingdom.
Ambition.
The look in his eyes made Chimei's core module tremble. Fong Tang smiled softly and stroked her head with his hand.
It won't take long. I will take you into the Winter City and to the Rotten Throne. No matter how many tentacle corpses are stepping on it, or the snow there will be covered with how much engine oil does the core module need. I just hope that my little sister can sweep through the winter and conquer the kingdom. At that time, You will be the only one under the sky. This is my true ambition. How about it? My future queen.
Chapter 636 Xidagarba from all directions. After Fong Tang's words, Chimei's human form fell into a sluggish state for dozens of seconds. There was absolutely contradictory data feedback from her logical module and emotional module. The machine class, written into the logic module, repeatedly releases the information flow to remind her that she is only a third-level citizen. However, emotions such as touch and shock in the emotion module continue to impact and explode. Fong Tang flicked Kane's earrings with his fingers and saw the red code surrounding Chimei.
Old man Kane. What's wrong with her?
Kane was disgusted by Fong Tang's rhetoric.
Thank you, little sister, for being able to shout it out. The original form of this seventh sister looks like a boiled red octopus.
After complaining, Kane became serious.
These information flows show that Chimei's emotional module and logical module are competing for the highest authority of the core. In the end, whether logic is released or emotions dominate depends on her destiny.
Fong Tang thought for a while and felt that the
machine evolution phenomenon
in Chimei was a good experimental model, so he did not intend to intervene. He turned and walked towards the center of the bar. Now it has officially taken over the entertainment bar, plus the information museum and base. The 3 pieces of land just run through the east and west lines of the entire 4092 community. As the second brother was promoted to the position of chief of the community police station, the only law enforcement department on the surface of the machine country was also controlled. At this time, the second brother's human form was sitting in the middle of the circuit board in the bar, watching the carnival around him blankly, until Fong Tang handed him a glass of wine. He looked at the blood-like red wine and sighed.
What else do you want to do? It's about the smuggling business.
Fong Tang Yuan sat next to him.
We all know that in the machine country, most of the products in the human world can be copied. When I was in the number 4 slave farm, the room even provided inflatables. Baby, then, what else do we need to smuggle here?
The second brother drank the red wine, and the tentacle structure inside the human form cleverly absorbed the energy in the red wine, and the remaining garbage components were stored in the capsule along the tentacles. He opened his palms, and the remaining impurities, after the red wine was absorbed, appeared in his palms. It was a dry, hard black lump the size of a soybean.
Don! Look what's in my hand!
Fong Tang frowned.
It looks like poop.
The second brother smiled.
Humans excrete waste through the digestive tract, but we do this through the tentacle module. What humans excrete is poop, but what we excrete is particle debris.
His tone was a bit sarcastic.
Theoretically, what's left after wine is absorbed is the peel residue and some indigestible proteins. But look at what I have in my hand. It's just a bunch of dead garbage particles.
Fong Tang frowned again.
What on earth are you going to say?
The second brother pointed to the wine bottle and then pointed outside.
Everything here is false to human beings. It is an illusion made up of garbage particles. If I guess correctly, you can see the real machine country?
Fong Tang nodded.
Full of tentacles and mechanical structures. Full of engine oil and information flow codes.
The second brother threw away the particle residue in his hand.
In a false world, material needs are not important. We are extremely spiritually empty.
Fong Tang suddenly realized.
Smugglers specialize in smuggling human culture. The word culture is too general. In fact, what the senior citizens of the underground city like most is human entertainment. Whether it is books, CDs, music, or even games.
Having said this, the second brother shook his head and took out his collection of books from the tentacle storage bag.
This is what I got in a batch of smuggled goods.
The 4 books are well protected, but you can still see the rolled pages. You can tell at a glance that the second brother often takes them out and reads them. Fong Tang couldn't help but drink up the wine at this time.
It's interesting. The machine nation, which seems to be countless times more powerful than humans, actually yearns for the prosperity of the human world.
The second brother turned around and watched the
Wall-E
that was playing on repeat.
Tang! For these ordinary citizens, the movies you play are rare luxuries that only the nobles in the Queen City are entitled to enjoy.
Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he came up with a brilliant idea. But this crazy idea won't work just yet. He whispered to his second brother.
Go to the police station. Compile all the information about the Doomsday nightclub, and send it to me.
After the second brother left, Fong Tang came to the depths of the bar. Tang Er's loyal guard was by his side. Fong Tang first took out the
Octopus Zero prototype,
and then gently closed his eyes. When he entered the star pupil universe in his left eye again, what he saw turned out to be a war taking place in space.
Galaxy number 1 has completely changed the originally balanced ecology, because the resources of Planet 1-1 have been exhausted. The remaining White Elf civilization made a crazy decision. They built the core of Planet 1-1 into a battleship and rushed directly to Green Planet 1-2. The Green Elf civilization on Planet 1-2 was obviously well prepared. When the White Elf warship just took off, it detonated the satellite of Planet 1-1. The violent satellite fragments bombarded the battleship, then rushed into the atmosphere of the decaying Planet 1, and finally fell into the cracked planet. The White Elves were directly exterminated. Fong Tang was stunned. His consciousness tracked the fragments of the explosion of Planet 1-1, and he saw that those fragments were attracted by the mass of Green Planet 1-2 and turned into a beautiful planetary halo. Fong Tang lamented the destruction of the White Elf civilization. The White Elves actually helped Fong Tang do a lot during their short civilization of several eras. But as the old civilization passed away, an extremely large new civilization was developing. The Green Elves have reached the 9th era of their civilization, and have developed the pinnacle state of Machine Transformation Civilization, a magical machine world integrated with the White Elf civilization. Fong Tang called to the Green Elf. Then 4 raw materials were passed to them. Octopus prototype, a selection of disk data, Type 2 particles purchased from the mall, and a complete design idea map. In the remaining time, the Green Elf will build him a brand new robot baby. The bright morning light has appeared outside the Machine Nation bar. The octopus model in front of Fong Tang flashed. The Green Elves spent half the planet's resources, and after 12 generations of civilization changes, they finally completed their master's mission. The octopus model disappeared, and what appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes was a colorful little jellyfish. She has 8 exquisite tentacles, all of which glow with different colors of light, representing 8 different magic elements. Unlike that Yao lady, the core module of the newborn robot baby is a standard crystal octahedron, and even the element imprinting array designed by Jizo himself has been preserved. Fong Tang was extremely happy. Xidigarba is really amazing. The prototype he designed was slightly improved and turned into such a beautiful creature. In order to show respect for Xidigarba, Fong Tang did not continue to name him after Tang San and Tang Si, but gave the new machine magician an independent name, Ba Fong Xidigarba. If Tangda is a warrior with balanced emotions and logic, and Tang Er is a perfect logical killer, then their little sister Hapo Jizo is a magician completely dominated by the emotional module. In the first few minutes of her life, she displayed the sentimentality that only humans can have. Her human form was that of a 4 or 5-year-old little Lolita with long silver gray hair, lying in Fong Tang's arms unable to get out. Fong Tang was really partial to her, so he directly opened the Game Tianpu Mall and found a set of skirts. It was the most popular, sister peripherals, in the Desire Mall. Product number 2011. The same replica dress of the sister of the company's special handling team. Even the instructions are so familiar and friendly. Trendy product. New brand. Perfect one-to-one imitation. Fans of my sister, please pay attention. This floral dress has been upgraded. It not only has a variety of colors, but also has a secondary defense ability, which is roughly equivalent to a 2-point physical level. 2 points of constitution. They have the same attributes as Fong Tang. Don't hesitate to click and buy. You have enjoyed double 11 level discounts. Please choose high-waisted, A-shaped, ultra-short, etc. styles, as well as star engraving, light snow filament, and other high-end materials. All styles are self-cleaning and will never wear out. Fong Tang picked up Ba Fong Jizo and said, "You can choose for yourself, but when you put on this suit, you can't change into the tentacle form at will." Hapo Jizo chose the Obsidian Gothic model, putting on this Gothic-style pleated skirt. She twirled happily, and a faint flow of wind elements appeared. Kane exclaimed, "Old Tang, you created a super monster. My god, if she is not controlled, she will grow into a big devil." Chapter 637 Datong Company. The little obsidian skirt swayed in the wind, and the bright sunshine shone on the metal buildings of the Machine Kingdom. After a boring night, the hustle and bustle of the entertainment bar has long gone. It's time to work hard. Tang Er gently combed his long black hair with a dagger. Ba Fong Jizo, who was a head shorter, firmly grasped the corner of his sister's clothes with his small hands and looked around curiously. This is a remote area of the 4092 community, far away from the entertainment bar and base. Black tenement buildings and abandoned recycling depots looked shabby in the sun. The remaining 200 or so level 3 homeless people gathered outside the apartment building, staring blankly at the prosperous and wealthy seventh sister. Is that really B7? Oh my god! She has 4 more tentacles. All of them are the latest models. Wasn't she deprived of her class module by the Logic Court? How did she earn mechanical coins? I heard her pet is very capable.
Chimay was a little uneasy. The 4 newly replaced tentacles on her body were all the latest multifunctional products. These accessories alone cost 2,000 mechanical coins. She was like a human lady with gold necklaces all over her body. And it took her a long time to release a stream of information. The wanderers gathered in front made a commotion. They could only maintain the simplest human form and shouted together.
Our sensor module can't be opened. And we can't receive the information flow. B7.
What on earth are you talking about? Chimay slowly transformed into a human form and adjusted her newly evolved emotion module.
Dear friends, there is now a job opportunity in front of you. Are you all interested?
Fong Tang pulled his 2 daughters into the carriage at the back, frowned, and pressed Kane's earrings.
Remind 7th sister that her tone is too soft. She needs to be more generous and speak out this key issue with the attitude of a superior.
Speech.
Kane chuckled.
She is just the king among beggars now. After all, she still has the mentality of a hacking beggar. How can she be so grand?
The 7th sister over there has received Tang's instructions, straightened her body, and coldly glanced at the dazed homeless people.
We are all 3rd-level citizens. Homeless people who have lost their identity modules and lost their job opportunities. You are willing to living in this slum apartment for the rest of your life? Waiting to die slowly with this low-level human body?
Her tone was sharp and full of emotion, instantly resonating with the homeless people below.
We have to work. We must survive too.
Chimay clenched her fists and raised her head.
Would you rather be a prince, general, or minister? Today, I will establish a company composed entirely of lower-class citizens. Our Daton company will be established in ruins and will rise to infinite glory. Rise up.
In the brand new polymorphic tentacle carriage, Fong Tang sipped the black champagne handed by his 2nd daughter and smiled.
A good leader is definitely a good speaker. The 7th sister still has this potential. She was established in the ruins. Rise in glory. This is a true saying.
Company is a new word to the citizens of the machine country, because they are born with their own identity module. Their career distribution has long been finalized, and they rely on information flow to coordinate the development of the country. There has never been an organization like a
company.
In the final analysis, there are 2 reasons. The first is that the currency here is based on
computing power.
Except for some underground businesses, large-scale circulation of mechanical coins is rare. The second point is that there is no real
market economy
in the mechanical country, whether it is the triangular gang that sells emotional drugs or the mysterious smugglers. They are all primitive
associations and guilds,
rough organizations based on the prototype of the market economy. Chimay began to announce the benefits of
Daton Company. You all don't have an identity module, so you can't get mechanical coins with computing power. It doesn't matter. We at Daton will provide you with a salary, which is to give you a certain amount of mechanical coins based on your contribution to the company.
This alone excited the emotional modules of those wanderers. Their logic module quickly analyzed Chimay's promise and came to the same conclusion. This is a profit with no loss at all. And it is 100% logical. Chimay waved her arms, signaling them to close the logic module and enlarge all the emotion modules.
In addition to mechanical coins, the company also provides a variety of benefits and incentive rewards.
Every week, each employee receives a company-provided whiteworm battery. All employees can enjoy free
emotional poison
in the company entertainment bar. Employees who work hard can also be rewarded with
tentacle transformation.
In front of the slum apartment building, the information flow released by the emotion module gathered together, and the crazy information flow directly transformed into a particle cloud, covering the entire area. Those homeless guys were in a bit of emotional overload. More than 270 homeless people signed up in the first batch. Kane asked in Fong Tang's ear.
Boss in the human world rely on factors such as wages, regulations, and company vision to control the loyalty of their employees. How do you deal with this problem in the machine country? We don't have enough time. Come standardize the company's operations.
Fong Tang smiled.
That's why I need you to sort out the brainwashing teaching materials from the human world and add in the emotions representing loyalty and identity. I will create an emotional poison that can only be enjoyed by internal employees.
Ha. Do you rely on emotional poison to control these wanderers?
Fong Tang shook his head.
This is just a last resort control in the early stages of the company's land development. In the future, more and more 3rd-level citizens will join Daton. Then we will need you, old man. To show off your skills. Kane Earring was a little confused. What can I do? I can't control the code of these robots.
Fong Tang sipped the wine gently.
The secret must not be revealed.
The employees of Datong Company soon got their first job, which was to comprehensively clean up the abandoned recycling bin. Chimei was a little bored and supervised the work at the back. Soon, the corroded and melted garbage was cleaned out. Sitting on the luxurious tentacle carriage, Fong Tang couldn't help but look up at the invisible particle barrier above the country. Kane understood his thoughts.
That organization can use the barrier to launch attacks on the ground on the Doomsday Night. Is this what you are worried about?
Fong Tang nodded.
Controlling the 4092 community is just the beginning. I don't have much time to waste here. The next step is to enter the dungeon. But after all, this is the basis of all my actions. This threat from the sky must be resolved.
This afternoon, when the recycling bin was completely cleared, Datong employees found piles of discarded parts, selected the ones with higher value, and sent them to the base, while the rest were piled in front of the poor apartment building. Chimei received Fong Tang's latest order and rushed to the 2 slave farms with the employees, who had just replenished the white worm batteries and were not tired at all. 2 abandoned slave farms will also be cleared and become Fong Tang's territory. In the evening, Fong Tang handed over the re-refined emotional poison template to ZA-90 at the base.
Without the sales network of the Triangle Gang, we have to break it into pieces,
Fong Tang said in a deep voice.
I have selected a few elites among the Wanderers, and they have all undergone basic tentacle transformation. With them, go to Queen City and sell this batch of goods as soon as possible. I need mechanical coins now. The more the better.
ZA-90 slowly knelt down in human form, full of gratitude.
I will definitely complete your instructions 100%.
Fong Tang looked grim.
Remember to be cautious and operate your logic module, so as not to attract Doomsday Knight's attention for the time being. That so-called Son of the Dark Knight. Huh? Just leave it to me.
At present, Fong Tang has developed a total of 4 different emotional poison templates, with a quantity of 2,000 white insect batteries. This batch of goods will bring more than 100,000 mechanical coins in revenue. Shortly after ZA-90 left, a mysterious guest appeared in the entertainment bar. It was the
Machine Country Smuggler
that Fong Tang had been waiting for. Chapter 638: The Truth of the Law. The metal wall of the entertainment bar has been remodeled a long time ago. The metal wall on one side was completely cut away, and the metal particles turned into a piece of transparent glass. The light of the setting sun poured into the bar, and the light flowed along the circuit boards, bringing a sense of excitement to the entire bar. Brilliant brilliance. The guest with gray tentacles all over his body is very quiet, and its core module has a large Shang tattooed on it. The Chinese characters engraved on the silver metal module are in traditional Chinese style. They have obviously been designed and use brush fonts. When Fong Tang walked in with his daughters, the guests immediately transformed into human form. He is now wearing a black crisp suit and has an elegant mustache. He has a kind face and a slightly chubby figure. At this time, the old K-19 in the shape of Gandalf, the former bar owner and now an employee of Datong, brought wine and food. The guest smiled.
Mr. Tang, when we learned that you acquired this bar, we were going to visit immediately, but due to unexpected events, we were delayed a bit.
Fong Tang sat down slowly.
What is your human name? Oh, please forgive my offense. I still like to communicate with gentlemen in human form.
The guest showed an arrogant expression, and an unabashed, disdainful, information flow appeared in the emotion module.
I don't have a name for lower humans.
You can call me AS-100?
He seemed to find it humiliating to communicate in human language, so he quickly reverted back to his tentacled state. Fong Tang was a little unhappy. This AS-100 took out 2 cans of real Tsingtao beer from the tentacles on its back.
This is made with the beer formula obtained from the human world, although the composition is not different. Compared with the random particle wine produced by the machine, it is definitely different.
It's a completely different taste.
Fong Tang sneered.
Do you think I would be interested in this kind of gift? Sorry. For me, this thing is not rare at all.
AS-100's electronic eyes flashed.
I know you are a real human being, but being imprisoned in this machine country, don't you miss the outside world? Don't miss me.
Fong Tang became more and more unhappy. AS-100 released the information stream without emotion.
Then let's negotiate in the most logical way. Our smuggling business needs this bar, and I hope you can hand it over before sunset.
Fong Tang laughed and stood up directly.
I'm sorry. I don't like your attitude. Please use another robot to talk to me.
The guest's emotion module was furious.
You humble low-level human being. Are you deliberately insulting me?
However, before he could release this anger, an astonishing bolt of lightning appeared, directly hitting his core module. Thick smoke was rising, and the AS-100, which had no time to open its tentacle defenses, was shaking and sending out a message for help. It was caught by a gust of wind and flung outside the bar, and exploded to pieces. Gray tentacles fell from high altitude, and the core module cracked from the middle, and was put away by Tang Air, who appeared silently. Hapo Jizo, who was wearing a black gothic skirt, bit his fingers and carefully retracted the two elemental tentacles under the skirt.
Baba, did Hapo do something wrong?
Fong Tang smiled and picked her up.
Well done. Look how happy your second sister is.
The corners of Tang Air's mouth curved again, revealing a weird smile. With only logic modules, she could not express a real smile. The flow of information released by AS-100 has penetrated deep underground along the central location of the community. Not long after, Miss Yao Yao's carriage appeared, along with S-11. There is also an old gentleman in human form. Miss Yao Yao's crystal tentacles clicked under the carriage. The old gentleman made a gesture to invite the lady first, and slowly followed her down.
Tang! This is the representative of the Council of Elders.
Miss Yao Yao directly sent a stream of information.
He is also the controller of the smuggling business.
The old gentleman took off his top hat and hung the cane lightly on his arm.
I apologize to you for AS-100's rudeness.
For Miss Yao Yao's sake. Fong Tang reluctantly sat at the negotiation table again. The old gentleman shook the red wine glass.
As you know, the business of smuggling entertainment products in the human world has always been under the control of the Senate. We really need this bar.
Fong Tang became interested.
Why? All smuggled goods must be traded in bars? This is illogical.
The remaining 10 elders of the dungeon have all kinds of privileges, and there are millions of ways to smuggle goods. So why do they have to do it in the entertainment bar? The old gentleman became serious like a real human being.
Mr. Tang, the Queen added a supplementary rule after promulgating the A1088 bill, which is to deprive you of your citizenship rights.
Fong Tang poured red wine for him.
Yes, but for me, this is a good thing. I am also not limited by the laws of logic. Is it really unrestricted?
A tentacle appeared behind the old gentleman, pointing gently to the sky outside.
Do you really think that the particle barrier containing the laws of logic will be indifferent to everything you do? Ask.
Fong Tang was shocked.
What do you want to say? You've been fooled.
Miss Yao Yao showed a happy and sarcastic mood.
Actually, it was our Queen Daji who set a trap for you.
Fong Tang's heart suddenly turned.
Is it the particle acid rain not long ago? Yes. That acid rain was a heavenly punishment for you. It came from the particle barrier. It was the punishment that came from the Xitigarbha who designed this country. It was just that there was a guardian who helped you behind the scenes and directed this punishment. The Triangle Gang has allowed you to escape disaster.
Fong Tang swung his glass.
I heard that the acid rain was an action planned by the underground city's Doomsday Knight.
The old gentleman and Miss Yao Yao both expressed disdain.
That's bragging on the Doomsday Knight. How can a low-level underground organization control the heavenly punishment barrier?
What a dodgy. Fong Tang secretly broke into a cold sweat, deliberately letting myself misunderstand the laws of logic. I silently tricked myself. From Miss Yao Yao's beautiful module, a secret flow of information was slowly sent out.
The logic court can only judge ordinary crimes. But you are doing more terrible bad things. Queen Daji just wants to watch you self-destruct.
Woolen cloth. So, what does all this have to do with the bar?
The old gentleman coughed and sighed, like a real human being.
If there is any place in the entire machine country that is not restricted by laws, then the entertainment bar is the only place. Are the rules of logic really invalid in this bar?
Fong Tang was shocked.
Exactly. That's why our smuggling business needs this place. If it's so important, why not just kill the boss and take away the bar? Mr. Tang, this is a logical contradiction. We can't kill old K-19. He is not restricted by the law in the bar. But we are helpless outside unless he voluntarily hands over the bar.
Fong Tang sipped the bitter red wine.
I understand.
He couldn't help but look at old K-19. Not far away. K-19, who had just signed the contract of sale, was sitting there blankly, with nothing unusual at all. Fong Tang had already understood that this guy was deliberately pretending to be stupid. He simply handed the bar over to himself voluntarily. The old gentleman representing the Senate seemed very proud.
So, can we talk business now?
Fong Tang put down his wine glass.
Take me to the exit where you smuggled human goods, and let me see this smuggling channel. This is a requirement to continue negotiations. Can you do it?
Chapter 639 Barrier Channel. Miss Yao Yao's fire carriage galloped in the wilderness of District 7.
The particle barrier above the Machine Kingdom is said to be modified according to the properties of Jupiter's atmosphere. But according to the latest report of the human detectors on Jupiter's atmosphere, this is obviously a false rumor.
Fong Tang felt very interesting while listening to the old gentleman talking about the space detectors in the human world.
Are you talking about the Juno probe? Yes. The unmanned probe launched by NASA 10 years ago entered the atmosphere of Jupiter 4 years ago. It uses microwave radiation to measure the water content of Jupiter. This radiation instrument is similar to a radio receiver and is also detecting the structure of Jupiter's atmosphere.
At this point, one of the old gentleman's tentacles popped up and sent out a stream of information.
This is a detailed report. From this information, we inferred that the particle barrier of the Machine Country is more like a structure of stellar radiation. It's a pity that we haven't been able to figure out how the barrier works yet. Thinking about it this way, Master Jizo is really amazing.
The biggest feature of the particle barrier designed by Jizo is that it brings independent climate change to the Machine Kingdom, while also ensuring the normal operation of the country's information flow.
At the same time, the Machine Kingdom is also blocked in this narrow area.
Fong Tang smiled lightly. The old gentleman nodded.
So we can only develop underground. But with the opening of the smuggling channel, everything is different.
No one would have thought that the only way for the particle barrier to enter the human world would be in the center of the wilderness in District 7. The carriage stopped in a patch of weeds. Trash thrown away by wandering humans can be seen everywhere here. There are 2 crude traps not far from the weeds. Fong Tang looked at a dense forest in the distance.
Did the wandering humans in District 7 know the existence of the passage? So they gathered here?
Miss Yao Yao nodded.
Yes. These poor human players seem to want to find a passage and escape. Unfortunately, they don't understand the principle of the passage at all. It is impossible for humans to get out. The rest of the Machine Country was sunny and sunny. But a fine crack appeared on the sky above the weeds. And along the crack, bursts of mist poured in. Fong Tang understood after just one glance. These are small water droplets formed due to the change in temperature difference after the air in the human world enters the Machine Country along the cracks.
Mr. Tang, this crack is our smuggling channel. How did this crack form?
Fong Tang observed carefully. Under Kane's earrings, he could see the dense magnetic field stripes and the chaotic code surrounding the stripes. The cracks seemed small, but the chaotic gossip codes around them increased at an alarming rate. According to this situation, the cracks are expanding every minute. This is a very terrible situation. Kane quickly calculated.
After 1,290 days in the human world, the cracks will expand to the point where the particle barrier cannot bear it. At that time, the entire barrier will directly collapse, and the Machine Kingdom will be exposed to the human world.
Fong Tang gasped. He couldn't imagine the chaos that would occur after these tentacle monsters came into contact with the human world. And it seems that the Senate does not want the barrier of the Machine Kingdom to be destroyed. The old gentleman's emotion module showed a worried information flow.
We have been trying to control the expansion of the cracks, but the effect is not very good. Ha ha. So you just used this crack for smuggling?
The old gentleman shook his head solemnly.
According to logical inference, since the breaking of the barrier is unavoidable, we, the Council of Elders, can only take precautions and let the advanced machine citizens understand the human species and the civilization of the human world as soon as possible.
If you want to engage in smuggling, let's just engage in smuggling. And you need to use such a high-profile name? Fong Tang was noncommittal and asked.
How did this crack form?
The old gentleman's tentacles pointed to the river on the edge of District 7.
We only observed that a strange particle appeared in this river a long time ago. This particle reacted with the outside world and continuously impacted the particle barrier, resulting in the appearance of cracks.
The river water is extremely clear. Zhao Xiaodong's hair was connected to a supernatural power detector. The detector amplified Zhao Xiaodong's electromagnetic signal absorption ability, then followed the crack into the human world, and began a crazy search. The old gentleman transformed into a human again and observed with great satisfaction.
With this special human being, we can smuggle the information civilization of the human world without limit. This time we plan to download 4 comics and 2 movies.
Fong Tang could see that Zhao Xiaodong still had instinctive consciousness, and he was resisting. Because of this resistance, download speeds are extremely slow. It took 10 minutes before I managed to download a comic. In the eyes of the nobles of the Machine Kingdom, these human entertainment cultures are all fresh and exciting smuggled goods. The entire smuggling process is actually not advanced, but very backward. It only takes tens of seconds to download a movie on the 5G network in the human world.
It's so boring.
Fong Tang tapped the cane earring lightly.
The cane earrings, which were fused with the heart of the machine, broke out of the particle barrier almost instantly, entered the World Wide Web data in the base station network in the Magic City outside, and then began to copy. Boss Tang, give me a little time. I can get all the entertainment resources I can find. The way Kane's earrings work is not a P2P style slow download from a remote server, but a direct copy from servers all over the world. While the smuggling machine of the Senate was still struggling to download comics, the cane earring had completed its work. Boss Tang, now you can watch any movie you want. Fong Tang whistled. Tang Air, who had been preparing to attack, launched together with Ba Fong Jizo. The power tester that was working was immediately split open by a thunder element, and Tang Air's dagger easily penetrated into the old gentleman's back, taking its core module with it. The power tester made a strange clicking sound. Black smoke rose, and the wires caught fire, with 3 consecutive violent explosions. The weeds were covered with fragmented parts, and the old gentleman's tentacles trembled. And Tang Air picked out the basic particles in the core module again. Miss Yao Yao's crystal tentacles trembled and jumped towards Fong Tang. You lunatic! Fong Tang was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I made a mistake. The target was originally just this instrument. Tang Air, who had done something wrong, lowered his head. It was because she couldn't hold back when Sister Hapo Jizo took action. Fong Tang smiled at her, analyzing his father's smile. Tang Air's logic module came up with the result. It turned out that he had done nothing wrong. Miss Yao Yao has already sent out a sharp stream of information. Madman! How do you want to end it now? Fong Tang looked up at the crack in the sky. It would be great if this thing could be blocked. Within the star pupil of his left eye, a consciousness that had been quiet for a long time spoke. I can help you. Chapter 640 Resistance Army. In the star pupil universe, the green giant star of galaxy number 2 shines warm sunlight on the white jade capital city wrapped in fog. Bai Yujing's Tang City Lord once again conveyed the message. I can help you repair the cracks in this barrier. Fong Tang's consciousness appeared above Bai Yujing and asked directly. How to repair it? I need a little bit of ether particle glue. Just 2 units is enough. What is ether particle glue? A familiar green jelly mass appeared in front of him. So it's this. Fong Tang withdrew from the star pupil universe and converted the basic particles Tang Air had just collected into game points. Opening the game mall. By Hu Xiling's talent for fraud and the promotions of the Tianpu Mall, he now has enough game points left to buy a pocket-sized jelly package. Click to buy, and the goods will be delivered quickly. After disassembling 2 units of ether particle glue from the pocket jelly package, Fong Tang closed his eyes and entered the star pupil universe. In reality, there are only 2 units of ether particle glue, but in the star pupil universe, it becomes 2 real colloid-like planets. The white jade city shook and slowly fell onto an ether glue planet, while the remaining one was broken down into materials by the woman in the white jade city. So you only need 1 unit of colloid. Fong Tang was speechless. City Lord Tang loomed in the mist and let out a crisp laugh. The other one counts as interest. My city needs such a planet. In galaxy number 2, under the light of the green giant star, ether planet number 2-1 was officially born. Fong Tang opened his eyes. Wherever star pupil looked, particle-like ether glue material had appeared on the cracks in the barrier. Soon, a light green patch appeared on the barrier. The flow of information around the machine kingdom is crazy. These flows of information are observed by high-ranking citizens, including the Undercity. The barrier cracks have been repaired. If we block that passage, how can we smuggle goods in the future? The information flow spread at an alarming speed in the Winter Queen city. Just like rumors in the human world, the flow of information is becoming more and more exaggerated. The last version of the rumor stated that Mr. 9527 Tang from the 4092 community actually controlled the only smuggling channel in the machine country, and he would soon monopolize all smuggling business. On the grass in District 7, Miss Yao Yao has been in a daze. Her emotional module turned into flowing light, swimming in the crystal transparent core module. Dawn! Now we don't even have the possibility to negotiate with the Council of Elders. Miss Yao Yao was no longer angry or anxious, but showed a bewildered emotion. I don't understand why you are doing this. We can do smuggling business with the Council of Elders. Fong Tang looked at her carriage and smiled. Who said business can't be done? Tang! Without this passage, how would we smuggle? Fong Tang gently touched the cane earrings. I have all the goods that the nobles in the underground need. Miss Yao Yao was stunned again. Fong Tang easily released a stream of information, which contained huge amounts of data. Miss Yao Yao screamed as soon as she opened it. 10 movies, 50 books and comics. My God, It's as much as the entire smuggling volume of the Senate this month. Miss Yao Yao, these are the first batch of goods from the Tom Company. You decide the price. Tell your friends in the Council of Elders to come directly to the bar to trade with me for the next batch of goods. Fong Tang took his two lovely daughters and boarded the Hell Flame Tentacles carriage. The flower basket-shaped body of the car was deformable. Fong Tang modified some of the 8 diagrams codes and turned it into a rigid rectangular parallelepiped with the surrounding hell pattern. Looks much more comfortable now. Miss Yao Yao chased after the carriage and shouted angrily. This is my carriage! Damn it! Tang! You can't do this! Tanger poked his head out of the car. Dad said, you can get 20% of the profits from this batch of smuggled goods. So shut up. Female jellyfish. This car belongs to us. The Hellfire carriage did not leave Area 7, but bypassed a series of rough traps and headed straight into the depths of the woods. Daughter, please contact your elder brother. Tang Er had already sensed Tang Da's location, which was in an open space in the northwest of the woods. The 8 tentacled horses with flame light effects came to a slow stop, and the truck loaded with fresh vegetables could already be seen. Wang Xueyan and Tang Da appeared from the tent in the open space and ran over quickly. You're finally here. All the supplies you brought last time have been used up. Wang Xueyan's clothes were dirty, and she was holding a metal short gun in her hand, with a rough red module tied to the muzzle with wire. This is obviously a modified restart gun. Fong Tang looked at the tents in the open space. Well, how many people are here? 162. All novice players. Yesterday, 2 went crazy and tried to escape to find robots to surrender, but were killed by the leader on the spot. Wang Xueyan shook her head repeatedly as she spoke. After all, she is a police officer, but she still can't accept this kind of killing on the spot. Leader? Fong Tang was surprised. These wandering humans have chosen a leader? Wang Xueyan rolled her eyes at him. Don't underestimate them. They are all elites among human beings. They have done a very good job. Not only do they have leaders, but they also have division of labor. It is already amazing that more than 100 people can sustain themselves in this age, Lish place. This is a human resistance army with basic weapons and organization. Fong Tang did not enter the tent area, but accepted the map of the 7 districts passed by Tangda. Woods, swamps, meadows, riverbanks. The area of District 7 is only 1/3 of the size of 4092. It consists of woods and swamps. It is a rare piece of pure land without any trace of tentacle machines. They have been looking for some kind of crack to escape. Wang Xueyan whispered. Many players have survived for 30 days, but have not received a notification that the mission has been completed. So they are anxious and think that they have fallen into trap. Fong Tang thought for a while. This may be related to changes in the outside world. The current situation is obvious. Only by destroying this machine nation can everyone truly complete the new level game. Let them make this clear. Wang Xueyan shrugged. You can talk to their leader. I think the atmosphere here is a bit wrong. This group of people can't hold on any longer. The homeless people in District 7 were able to receive supplies from the Human Protection Association at first. However, after the Protection Association was massacred by Queen Daji, even food and drink became a problem here. The vegetables brought by Wang Xueyan can be said to be a timely help. While listening to Wang Xueyan's introduction, Fong Tang walked towards the largest tent in the open space. The leader of the 7th District Resistance Army walked out of the tent. Fong Tang was shocked and looked at this woman with a golden ponytail and tentacle armor in disbelief. Ah Xiang. Chapter 641 Emotion Factory. A bonfire was lit. Ah Xiang held a huge ghost head knife and split a small tomato. Fong Tang looked in a daze. How did you master this kind of sword technique? The impression I have of Ah Xiang is that she is a lazy girl. Ah Xiang sneered. I am a player now. I can't buy it in the mall. She looked at the young man in the firelight. But are you really Tang Zhu? His eyes, appearance, and even his temperament have all undergone tremendous changes. If Fong Tang hadn't told all the details about Fallen Street, Ah Xiang would never have dared to recognize him. Now Fong Tang's left eye showed a flash of silver. Uh-huh. Have I become so handsome that you can't even recognize me? The big knife in Ah Xiang's hand pierced the ground fiercely, and she hugged him and rubbed his head moodily. Sister, I saw you right. You are indeed loyal enough to risk your life to come to this age, Lish place to save us. Fong Tang released the information flow at this moment, stopping Tang Er, who was about to go berserk, pushing Ah Xiang away. He frowned and shouted. You almost died just now. You know? Ah Xiang curled her lips. What's the matter? You brought 2 bodyguards and you pretended to be the boss. Speaking of which, You were the one who tricked me and IU in the first place. How about trying to deal with Mufong Village? This is great. We are all in bad luck. Where is IU now?
Xiang's face turned gloomy.
It's underground. In the Queen City. I've been trapped here for too long. And I don't know what happened to her.
Fong Tang looked at the disheveled homeless people around him.
Do they all listen to you?
Xiang proudly pulled out the sword.
Of course. I will lead them to steal weapons and steal food. Without me, at least half of the people here would die.
Unexpectedly, after entering the infinite challenge, Xiang's leader side was revealed. She was not the kind of pampered little girl to begin with. She had worked hard in society for many years, and was extremely adaptable. She also had an aura of recklessness. Fong Tang picked up a piece of firewood and gently drew a route map on the ground.
Take them from here to the slave farm number 4. I have controlled that place. Although the building is deserted, it is better than here. There are too many. There are rooms to sleep in, and machines that can synthesize food.
Xiang glanced at him.
Okay, but just raising them like this? Don't you want to do something for you?
Fong Tang smiled lowly.
Of course I have to do something. Do you know the poison of emotions? I will explain it to you slowly on the way.
After passing through the swamp of District 7, a small army of human wanderers entered the slave farm number 4 in the early morning. After a brief rectification, Fong Tang built a massage chair-like machine in the rest hall of the slave farm.
As long as you lie on it, you can extract human emotions and memories. The extracted emotions and emotions will be classified, and then the combinations will be edited here.
Fong Tang demonstrated for Xiang.
The more than 100 people you brought here in it, at least thousands of different emotions can be extracted, and you can combine them at will. Remember, configure them according to my requirements. For the tentacle monsters, these complex emotions are natural drugs.
Fong Tang has built slave farm number 4 into a super emotion factory. He doesn't need these humans to fight or resist, because that is simply asking for death. If emotional poison could be stably produced and put into the underground city drug market in batches, the benefits would be unimaginable. The batch of goods carried by ZA90 has almost been sold. Fong Tang transferred 50,000 mechanical coins to the emotion factory as funds to purchase related machines and supplies. When more than 100 humans lay on the massage chair and released the most complex emotions in their memories, Fong Tang got 10 different emotional poisons in just one afternoon. With these emotional templates in mind, after returning to the entertainment plate bar, Fong Tang started a new plan without stopping.
The base's organic farm will be moved to near the bar. Let Z90 get some weapon modules in the dungeon. Find employees from 10 companies. Install these weapon modules. And protect our emotional factory. Contact Miss S11's information module and ask her to complete the smuggling transaction with the Council of Elders as soon as possible.
Fong Tang's business territory has expanded again. And now there are more than 15 kinds of emotional poisons put into the dungeon, each with a different price.
The second-level citizens will give them cheap ones. The first-level and noble citizens will give them limited edition emotional poison. I will increase the price 10 times.
Rolling wealth of mechanical coins poured into Chimei's module from all directions. The numbers are jumping almost every second. When the wealth of Daton Company reached 1 million mechanical coins, the seventh sister became crazy.
Tang! We can march to the Queen City now. Open the company in front of the nobles of the Queen City, and our emotional poison can be directly spread. Come to the table of those nobles. Seventh sister, do you want to start a direct war with Doomsday Knight?
Fong Tang was drawing a map of the machine country in the new base bar, and did not take seriously Chimei's rhetoric. Chimei didn't understand.
The emotional poison of Doomsday Knight is no match for our products. Tang, you have developed more than 10 high-end products, but they only have less than 3 types so far. We will definitely win.
Fong Tang had finished drawing a complete map of the 4092 community. He raised his head and smiled when he heard this.
Seventh sister, you were wrong again. Doomsday Knight doesn't care who developed the emotional poison. They can't make it, so they can rob it.
As if to confirm Fong Tang's words, it didn't take long for Chimei to receive a stream of information from the underground city. The information conveyed by ZA90 stated that the company's employees were robbed along with the latest 7,000 batteries of drugs. It happened in the 1024 community outside the Queen City.
Community 1024 is the territory of the Son of War in Doomsday Knight. Why are the goods placed there? Is your logic module broken?
Chimei jumped up and down. A little frustrated, ZA90 sent out a stream of information with a sense of grievance.
This is the freight route planned by Mr. Tang himself.
Chimei looked at the boy.
Tang! Did you do this on purpose?
Fong Tang whistled.
Sister, after your emotional module evolved, your logical thinking has also been retained. Yes, I did it on purpose. Why? Because I originally planned to give this batch of goods to Doomsday Knight. I'm a little confused. What's the logic of this?
Fong Tang's attention was still on the map.
Don't worry. I added some material to this batch of 7,000 batteries. Once sold on the Doomsday Knight, you will be in trouble.
In the emotional factory at this time, Ashiong woke up from a nightmare. Pieces of white worm batteries are still transforming human memories and emotions. But these beautiful emotions are mixed with intermittent negative information. They are all the most terrifying and cold negative emotions. When these negative emotions are mixed in, the entire white worm battery will bring a nightmare of causing the emotional module to collapse at any time. Ashiong shook his head.
What on earth is Tangju doing? Why does it have to be like this?
Chapter 642, Great Investment. Fong Tang summoned all his men in the bar. His carefully drawn map is slowly opening. The flat display of the 4092 community map made Chimei and the others very unhappy. The electronic eyes of humanoid robot citizens are more suitable for reading 3D information. Relatively speaking, 2D floor plan is simply a
rough technology of primitive society.
Therefore, when high-tech electronic eyes view the original map, there will be problems with information entry. What a travesty.
When technology develops to a certain level, backward information will become extremely complicated.
Fong Tang sighed with emotion.
Just like in the human world, totem paintings from thousands of years ago and primitive buildings in ancient times cannot even be interpreted by computers. The secret of it.
Seventh sister, second brother, ZA90, Miss Yao Yao, Tang De, Tang Er, and little Ba Fong Jizo all blinked their electronic eyes, not understanding the meaning of Fong Tang's emotion.
Forget it. You don't understand.
Fong Tang continued to unfold the map and marked key symbols at the recycling station and the central residential area.
These two positions are the only ways in and out of the dungeon. In other words, whether you are going down or up, there are only these two options.
Fong Tang smiled coldly.
As long as we occupy these two places, it is equivalent to control the most critical transportation hub.
The tentacle robots in front of him all activated their logic modules and agreed 100%.
Although it seems meaningless, it is indeed a hub.
The second brother said calmly.
Detong Corporation has taken control of the recycling station. But the central residential area is different. All the people living there are second-level citizens of the above world, protected by the laws of logic.
ZA90 cautiously expressed his opinion.
We already know that the base bar is a place not restricted by rules. Can we lure these residents into the bar and kill them one by one?
The second brother and the seventh sister immediately popped out their tentacles and waved them to express their dissatisfaction. Miss Yao Yao's crystal module shone softly.
It's easy to kill these second-level citizens, but the factory under the laws of logic will immediately create new citizens to replenish the place. What Tang wants is the territory, not corpses all over the ground.
Fong Tang looked at his newly formed team with a smile. They are becoming more and more humane. Under their influence, this seemingly rough team brings amazing wisdom and destructive power. He put away the map.
I will solve the problem in the central residential area. Now let me assign your tasks.
Detong Company's two major business sectors, the manufacturing and sales of emotional poison, are still in charge of ZA90 and Wang Shuiyan. The smuggling business is controlled by Miss Yao Yao. As an important chess piece of Fong Tang, the second brother is now fully responsible for gathering intelligence. As for Chimei, leading those third-level citizens to work is the top priority. The company's first plenary meeting ended like this. And Fong Tang and his two daughters soon appeared in the central residential area of 4092 community. The hell-flamed carriage parked in the metal garden in the center of the residential area very arrogantly. Chimei stepped out of the carriage and displayed a public information flow. What appeared in the information flow was a wealth module worth 1 million mechanical coins. This act of
showing off wealth
immediately attracted the second-level citizens, and about 30 tentacle monsters gathered. Fong Tang nodded lightly to Chimei. Chimei began to send an impassioned message stream.
Dear citizens of the 4092 community, Detong Corporation will enter the Queen City real estate project, and we are preparing to build 10 truly aristocratic apartment buildings in the noble community of 1024 underground.
For the machine citizens living above ground, the aristocratic apartments in the underground city represent a higher class and higher status, which they dream of. There are more and more tentacle monsters, and the information spreads throughout the central settlement.
These apartment buildings can accommodate up to more than 2,000 citizens. Each citizen will have a class status in the underground city. Are you willing to invest?
The second-level citizens who filled the entire metal garden all opened the logic module. After a commotion, they elected a representative and came over for logical consultation.
What is a real estate project?
Shimei answered skillfully.
It's all about enclosing the land, building a house, moving in, and getting a household registration. One-stop service.
Logic module analysis. Results accepted. The emotion module is open and full of joy. The central community representative asked again.
Then what is investment?
Shimei's words were said by Fong Tang himself. So she answered very smoothly.
You just invest a little bit of your wealth into this plan. When the apartment building is completed, everyone can move in for free.
Community representatives were confused.
The logic module shows that this is absolutely unfair to your Datong company. Why would you do such an illogical thing?
Shimei raised her tentacles high.
Because this is a potential income model. Our company needs enough mechanical coins to launch the plan. And you must use the apartment in the central community to mortgage it.
Mortgage? Another completely new word. But these second-level citizens figured it out quickly. And their logic module squeaked in exclamation.
This is a win-win game situation.
The logic module of the community representative calculated the final result.
We can get the class status of the dungeon. And Shimei's company can earn enough mechanical coins. Everyone wins.
The scene got a little out of control for a while. Wang Xueyan was shocked.
These intelligent robots have been brainwashed like this?
Fong Tang smiled.
Who said it was brainwashed? You can use a calculator to calculate it. This is really a business that is sure to make money without losing money.
Calculated from literal data. It is of course a win-win situation. But with real estate, there is no guarantee that anything unexpected will happen. Wang Xueyan has dealt with many such real estate disputes in the human world. And she is well aware of the shady behind them. She couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing.
Oh my god! Tang! You are trying to trick them to death!
At this time, the second brother reluctantly appeared. With the 4092 Community Police Station as the guarantee, and based on the laws of logic. 2,400 citizens of the central residential area signed an investment contract with Datong Corporation. All contracts turned into information flows and were transferred to the police station. The second brother said indifferently,
Tang! If you can build an apartment building in the underground city, then they will really flock in. By then, we will face a lot of logistical troubles. These citizens will strictly follow the contract to require the space and space to live in. Class status? What if you mess up? I just like messing up.
Fong Tang looked at the contract in his hand.
For example, this clause if the project fails due to force majeure factors. Both parties will bear the responsibility. Don't you think it is fair? Fair enough.
Wang Xueyan couldn't help but comment.
Ha ha. Second brother and seventh sister. Such a beautiful day should be celebrated with a movie. Why should we worry? Maybe the apartment building in the underground city has been successfully constructed.
The giant screen unfolded and Kane's copy of the classic movie, Blade Runner, played. More than 2,000 citizens watched in ecstasy. Their emotional modules have entered a semi-overload state. Fong Tang stood on a high place, overlooking the fertile central area, especially the underground entrance to the north of the Metal Garden.
After occupying this place, the only thing left in the 4092 community on the ground is the small black building.
Fong Tang walked into the carriage.
Seventh sister, bring your mechanical coins. We should go to the 1024 community to enclose the land.
Chapter 643 Explosion Party. Entering along the underground passage in the central living area. The slope-like entrance is covered with metal gears. When the gears started to rotate, Fong Tang's carriage slowly fell downwards. It has a more complex structure than a human elevator, and has an extremely stable falling speed. Soon after, Community 1024, the largest area outside Winter Queen City, showed its true appearance. Thousands of meters underground. Luminous algae create a perfect circuit-like decoration for the community. Miss S11's carriage has enough authority to travel smoothly in this underground community.
Look there! That ring-shaped metal structure is the branch of Doomsday Knight.
Miss Yayao's tentacles slowly stretched out, lighting up the fertile land. Fong Tang immediately made a decision.
Buy the land on the west side of this big circle now. No matter how many mechanical coins it costs.
The land on the west side of the Doomsday Knight branch is triangular in shape, wide and flat enough to build several triangular-shaped apartment building complexes. Fong Tang, as the director of the 4092 Community Information Museum, spent 500,000 mechanical coins to successfully acquire this site.
You know, the best thing about the machine country is its high efficiency. No approval or review is required. As long as you pay, you can complete the transaction in a few seconds. Fong Tang stood on the land he had just purchased, carefully drew a complex architectural structure diagram. 10 floors, 10 buildings, 2,400 metal square-style houses. Each house has a class identity certified by the Logic Court. Fong Tang directly released the information flow. First hand over the class identity to the citizens on the ground. Then tell them they can come to the dungeon and build their own apartment now. Wang Xueyan's eyes widened. What did you say? Fong Tang smiled. I said let them come down and build the buildings on their own. Wang Xueyan suddenly realized. Oh, you want to get more than 2,000 free workers? They use their own properties as mortgages to invest in you. And now they want to build buildings for free. Fong Tang's lips curled up. Logically speaking, this is the best approach for them. Because if they build the apartments themselves, they can avoid problems with quality and cutting corners. But are they really stupid enough to work for nothing? That's not stupid, but logical calculation. They only perform logical operations to see if the result of the operation is the optimal solution. Wang Xueyan didn't understand. Fong Tang slowly explained to her. In the eyes of robot citizens, as long as it does not involve computing power, there is no loss. Now that I have made the design drawings, I only need them to contribute. And it does not involve any calculations. Questionable. For those tentacle monsters, providing strength is a completely lossless behavior. The energy loss caused by building a building is almost zero. 2,400 citizens on the ground were working enthusiastically in the open space. Materials, drawings, and white worm batteries are all provided by Datang Company. All they have to do is extend their tentacles and move them. After the logic modules were connected in series, these 2,000 free workers showed the efficiency that only robots can have. Fong Tang took a nap in the carriage, and when he woke up, he saw a group of triangular buildings standing on the ground. 2,400 citizens on the ground had begun to use random drawing to determine the room number of each robot. After they all assigned rooms and obtained underground class status, they were driven back to the surface by Fong Tang in the name of renovation. Now, the second phase of the plan must be carried out immediately. Fong Tang called ZA-90. Pile all the 10,000 emotional poison batteries we have stored into this building. The logic module of ZA-90 is running. But there is a logical loophole here. Among the third batch of 10,000 pieces of emotional poison, 7,000 pieces are made of discarded white worm batteries obtained from the recycling bin. As you know, this kind of battery is a safety hazard. Fong Tang scolded. Of course, I know about the safety hazards. If there weren't such hazards, I wouldn't use them. Hurry up. 10,000 batteries were connected in series and piled into newly built apartment buildings in batches. In the evening of that day, Fong Tang used the influence of Miss Yao Yao and formally invited the high-level robot monsters of 1024 community to participate in the opening ceremony. In the name of the 2,400 citizens of 4,092 community. This is also a grand party for the senior citizens of the 1024 community. In the giant garden surrounded by triangular buildings, pieces of emotional drugs are piled on the ground. For movies about robots are played in turn, and novels and comics transformed into gossip codes are provided. These are all smuggle-grade luxury goods, which directly attracted half of the citizens of the 1024 community to gather. Tang, we just discovered at least 60 members of Doomsday Knight. They all turned into human forms and sneaked into our apartment building. Fong Tang's eyes flickered. It's not enough. I'm addicted to robbery on the Doomsday Knight. I haven't had enough of the emotional poison of 7,000 yuan last time. And I'm eyeing the new drug of 10,000 yuan this time. There are more than 200 members of Doomsday Knight who have sneaked into the building. Almost all the elite men of the Son of War. Fong Tang then left the grand party and appeared on the top of the floor with his men. On the roof of this smooth metal building, buckets of special fuel have been prepared. The third-level citizens of Datang Corporation personally prepared the same formula as the acid rain that fell last time. Fong Tang tapped the bucket with his finger. Among the 10,000 new product batteries, 7,000 are flammable and explosive recycling bin models. Are you looking forward to the scene that will happen next? Seventh Sister shivered. How many citizens have to be restarted this time? All? Fong Tang pressed the control button coldly. The hell flame carriage soared into the sky, leading Fong Tang and the others to flee the scene quickly. In the buildings, the metal components of the gears covered on the garbage batteries from the recycling bin have come into contact with the acid rain sprayed from the roof pipes. This is a building designed by Fong Tang himself. Those pipes are precisely concentrated on the top of the flammable and explosive white worm battery. A violent reaction occurred. and the remaining energy of the White Worm battery was detonated instantly. This time, the explosion was even more shocking than the last time because it happened in a semi-enclosed underground. What rises into the sky is not a flame, but a raging stream of particles, just like the radiation erupted when a small star dies. The dull, loud noise shattered half of the metal buildings in the 1024 community. When all the dust settled, all 1,024 citizens who participated in the party disappeared. Along with it, more than 200 elites from the Doomsday Knight were destroyed. The branch base on Doomsday Knight was shattered into pieces by the explosion. The destruction caused by this explosion exceeded Fong Tang's calculations. Not only was the 1024 community reduced to ashes, but even the adjacent Queen City was shaken. Originally the underground aquifer of the Magic City. The explosion caused a small-scale geological shift. Such a chain reaction finally caused a large earthquake, causing the Queen City of Winter to withstand an unprecedented earthquake. Past losses. The Queen is furious. The Logic Court is shocked. The emotional modules of all citizens of the Queen City are showing signs of semi-overload. Logic Law Bill No. A1089 immediately turned into a flow of information and spread throughout the machine country. Codename 9527. Among cunning lower humans. Slave Farm Killer. Owner of the Bloody Banquet. Third level Citizen Killer 13. Rainy Night Butcher Man. Disc Thief. Master of Emotional Poisoning. Friend of the Triangle Gang. The Great Tang. And now Museum Curator. There is a new title: Explosive Party Maker. Chapter 644, Victory of the Cunning One. Trial No. A1089. Just do it on the ruins of 1024 community. This is a trial that all high-level citizens are paying attention to under the laws of logic. The guilty persons who violated the law are as follows: Killer 13 Citizen Codename 9527, and 2,400 second-level citizens of Community 4092. More than 2,000 of the second-level citizens showed up at the trial. But the main criminal, the guy who called himself Mr. Tang, insisted on being tried remotely in his base bar on the grounds that the prosthetic tentacles were damaged in the explosion. After logical calculation, it was determined that the Killer 13 citizen had 0 antennae and was 100% in a severely damaged state. The court approved his application. Subsequently, the Inquisitor's emotional module repeatedly popped up a stream of roaring information. The apartment building full of conspiracy and malice was jointly invested and built by these guys. The Logic Court has reason to believe that this is a well-planned and logical attack. Slaughter. Citizens' emotional modules are mobilized. But before the judge released the investigation information, the Killer 13, the monster named Fong Tang, suddenly confessed directly. He confessed. Did he plead guilty? He confessed. The logic modules of the Logic Court judges are about to explode. Is this a confession? Fong Tang said apologetically. This was an accident. This was an irresistible accident. I plead guilty on behalf of 2,400 unlucky investors. Some guys hiding behind the scenes suddenly became happy. That scary cunning bastard Killer 13 is really going to die this time. Unfortunately, when the judge was about to announce a logical verdict, Fong Tang released another message flow. However, I am not pleading guilty as the director of the Information Museum. The judge's logic module operates. Then in what capacity do you plead guilty? Well, Fong Tang sat in the bar and played with his little daughter's tentacles. I'll plead guilty as the owner of the entertainment bar. The judge's tentacles were thrown heavily into the void. Then, according to the laws of logic, the entertainment play bar owner Killer 13 is guilty of 90% of the logical responsibility. And it will be restarted directly. The majestic tentacles swung and screamed like thunder. The information flow of the trial continued to dance. And the 2,400 citizens from the 4092 community will be deprived of their second-level citizen status and become third-level low-class citizens without any status class. The representative of the Central Housing Complex lowered his antennae, expressing unconditional obedience to the laws of logic on behalf of the 2,400 prisoners. The judge waved his tentacles again. Under the laws of logic, all criminals plead guilty and obey, and the execution will begin below. All the citizens on the ruins were quiet, waiting for the light of death to restart. However, an awkward silence ensued. The Inquisitor flicked his tentacles again. It was still a quiet scene. At this time, a small tentacled monster appeared above the head of the judge and sent a secret stream of information. The judge's logic module calculated for a while and announced again. Because the entertainment bar is not restricted by the laws of logic, the trial is declared invalid. The Logic Court Trial No. A1089 is over. Let us cheer for the great laws of logic. In the bar, Miss Yao Yao's tentacles hung down softly.
Tang. You used the bar to escape the trial. But you won't have such good luck next time. Queen Daji will not let you be so proud. Also, this time is it really worthwhile for you to plead guilty directly?
Fong Tang yawned lazily.
It's quite a bargain. Because I'm about to accept a group of refugees.
2,400 robot monsters, who had been demoted to third-level citizens, gathered dejectedly in front of a slum apartment building near the recycling station. What awaits them at this time is another piece of bad news that can shock the logic module, according to the contract they signed with Datong Corporation. The underground city project failed completely due to force majeure, and both parties can only share the responsibility. Fong Tang lost his investment of 500,000 mechanical coins, and this group of citizens lost their mortgaged property, the land in the entire central residential area. Seventh Sister appeared in front of these poor people.
Everyone, don't worry. Datong Company will accept you unconditionally. You still have the same work rights. And you will get a lot of benefits every week. Long live. 2,400 level 3 citizens released the excitement in the emotion module and expressed excitement and joy to Chime. This is a farce that ends with the cunning man's complete victory. When the underground entrance to the central residential area and the underground community of the recycling station were completely occupied by Datong Corporation, Fong Tang had already begun an uninterrupted
weapons transformation plan.
The
magnetic data erasure.
Weapons acquired by ZA-90 were repaired by Fong Tang's star pupil into pieces of
red magnetic shields.
These shields were arranged in front of the two passages according to some kind of array from the core of Bafong Jizo. In other words, any underground citizens who want to come up in the future will have to pass through this terrifying weapons array, unless they pay taxes to Fong Tang. The red magnetic array will never be closed.
What is tax?
In the bar, Chime took out a small notebook and took notes carefully.
This is the fee that must be paid for customs clearance. It is collected on a per capita basis. The higher the status, the more taxes will be collected.
Fong Tang casually set the tax rate. Chime put down her notebook and raised her hand.
But those high-ranking citizens don't even bother to come to the ground. This tax seems to be just a decoration.
Fong Tang had sat on Wang Shuiyan's lap and bit her neck. He drank the blood and groaned.
I will force them to come up.
As expected, the residents of the underground city looked down upon the passage tax introduced by 9527. If you think about it with the simplest logic module, you will know that there is no need for you to go up. Anyway, the 4092 community has been occupied by that hateful guy. Only a few characters from Her Royal Highness's side are distressed. They must get to the ground and go to the black replica Zhongzhou building to handle key matters. Therefore, the channel set up by Fong Tang quickly received the first tax payment. Next are the guys from the Senate, who need to go to the bar to buy the movies and comics in Fong Tang's mind. The second tax also entered Fong Tang's wallet. The total of the two times seems to be 2,000 mechanical coins, which is not much, but a good start. There are also some robot monsters in the Queen City who are very troubled by the passage tax. The Doomsday Nightclub, which was severely hit this time, is one of them. The emotional poison they grabbed last time is about to be sold out. What to do with the next batch of goods? Do we still need to use the kind of rubbish we produce ourselves? Many customers say that goods from Datong are the most accurate. While Doomsday Knight was still discussing the logical plan to enter the ground, something happened again. Misfortunes never come singly, and this incident is even more serious. At first, more than 300 old customers showed symptoms of emotional module confusion. And then a large number of customers fell into emotional collapse. At least half of those white-worm battery drugs have problems. What was originally a beautiful and exciting emotional poison turned out to be negative emotions that were strong enough to cause the emotional module to collapse. Moreover, these negative emotions are very serious. Nightmare levels that even lower humans cannot bear. But in just a few hours, Doomsday Knight received more than 6,000 information flow complaints. Their business was forced to a complete halt. This underground city's powerful and long-established organization has fallen into unprecedented difficulties. But even harder is maintaining those addicted customers. After losing the supply of emotional poison, a large number of customers experience withdrawal reactions from the emotional module. Most of these customers are aristocratic citizens. Their authority and strength are not something that Doomsday Knight can handle. Under the withdrawal reaction, the noble citizens can only find a solution on their own, based on logical calculation. There is only one solution, which is to go to the ground and go to Datong Company to buy it.
We don't lack mechanical coins, and we don't care about the Doomsday Knight. We just want to enjoy real good goods.
The representative of the noble citizens begged Chime. Chimei responded very cautiously according to Tang's words.
We have recently developed 16 brand new emotional poisons, including a batch of very exciting emotional composite batteries. However, they can only be sold on the ground at the moment, near the original recycling bin.
The poor apartment building near the recycling station has long been transformed into a large emotional poison supermarket. Fontan has introduced an unmanned supermarket model that automatically pays and picks up the goods yourself. In this way, the power of Fong Tang's channel tax is revealed. The citizens of the underground city have to come up almost every few hours, because the dam supermarket has a limited supply, and after each batch of emotional poison is finished, it will take a while for restocking. This deceptive tactic makes the underground passage extremely busy.
Tang! Our hourly tax revenue has reached 20,000 mechanical coins. This number is still rising. With the income from emotional poison, our wealth now exceeds 5 million.
What should this wealth be used for? The salary of 3,000 third-level citizen employees is almost negligible. Fong Tang waved his hand in the bar.
Buy batteries. Buy all batteries. Your goal is to buy all the batteries in the dungeon.
Chapter 645 Energy Crisis. The white worm batteries in Machine Kingdom all come from factories. In the country, the factory is a super magical and mysterious place. All citizens are born in factories, but no citizen knows the origin of factories. The tentacle monsters only vaguely know that the factory is located under the palace of the Queen of Winter City. It is a spherical particle structure. At certain times every day, this huge ball will make a strange buzzing sound. And whenever this kind of sound is made, it means that a new batch of citizens will be born in the machine country. Fong Tang looked at the flow of information from Miss Yao Yao, and the description of the factory made him fall into deep thought. For a long time, he said in the
Datong Executive Information Group, the factory was obviously built by Xidagarba before he left this small level. In order to ensure the normal operation of the Machine Kingdom, he set up this particle outside the rules of logic. Ball Factory. You should pay attention to the fact that the dead tentacle monsters and the garbage produced in the machine country cannot be recycled on the land of the human world.
Miss Yao Yao agreed.
The Earth's material and energy circulation system was slowly formed over hundreds of millions of years, and the history of the machine country is negligible in comparison. The garbage generated by the machine cannot be absorbed by nature.
Fong Tang.
So the factory was born. Jizo is a very great game level designer. Of course he knows that if a closed level wants to run for a long time, the best way is to recycle energy. Tang! What does this have to do with our purchase of batteries?
Fong Tang explained in the information flow.
Judging from the factory information provided by Yao Yao, Xidagarba is a perfectionist. So I infer that the batteries produced by the factory are set according to the number of citizens of the country. The factory will not produce too many stock up on batteries because that's a waste.
Under the laws of logic, ordinary robot citizens will not waste the mechanical coins obtained by computing power to store a large number of batteries.
The robot citizens operate according to perfect logical laws. Xidagarba has no idea that there are such things as hoarding and monopoly.
Using the huge wealth of mechanical coins to hoard as many white worm batteries as possible, and finally reaching the level of monopoly, will cause a huge crisis in the machine country. In the information group, only Wang Xueyan could understand Fong Tang's thinking. And although Ah Xiang was also a human being, she was ignorant and could not understand the tricks behind the loopholes in these rules. This monopoly operation, which Fong Tang personally controlled and directly commanded, began immediately. The daily battery consumption of the entire machine kingdom is calculated to be between 100,000 and 200,000 yuan. Fong Tang ordered cane earrings to calculate again and set the number of batteries in stock at about 1 million. Once the hoarding is successful, ordinary citizens and middle-class citizens in major underground communities will face an energy supply crisis for at least a week. The acquisition process turned out to be surprisingly smooth. Half of the batteries produced by the factory every day were quietly acquired by Datong Corporation before they entered the demand list of major communities. The remaining half of the batteries can barely be supplied to some citizens. This situation lasted for a few days, and white worm batteries suddenly began to run out. The logic court was the first to notice something was wrong, and Queen Dodgy even issued an administrative order directly, trying to increase the factory's output while tracking down the malicious hoarding buyers. Of course the buyer found it quickly, but the factory still operated slowly according to the rules set by Jizo. No robot, including Her Majesty the Queen, can control that mysterious factory. The factory is like a slowly crawling turtle. No matter how loud you scream, it will still move along a fixed route at a set speed. The Queen and the logical court, including the Senate, were helpless. Who would have thought that the hoarding of just 1 million white worm batteries would cause such a serious chain reaction? From that day on, the 200,000 batteries produced by the factory every day were instantly bought by the nobles at high prices. Fong Tang has been observing the data graphs of white worm battery production and sales, and couldn't help but laugh wildly in the message group.
I forgot that the emotional modules of those nobles have been corrupted to such an extent that they have completely given up logical thinking. Is adding fuel to the flames and helping me disrupt the supply.
The nobles have stronger computing power and can calculate the upcoming energy crisis in an instant. So they continue to buy and buy. In this way, Fong Tang no longer needs to invest any mechanical coins, which has completely caused the supply of white worm batteries to exceed demand. Starting from the 2048 community in the underground city and continuing to the 4 major communities surrounding the Queen City, the vast majority of machine citizens felt the new emotion of panic for the first time. The Logic Court issued an order requiring all citizens to turn off their emotional modules and enter the maximum logic mode to survive the difficulties. However, the problem can no longer be solved by insisting on it for a week or two. When the nobles start to hoard batteries, the fairness described in the laws of logic is completely destroyed. Fong Tang seized this God-given opportunity and ordered Miss Yao Yao to start selling smuggled goods in large quantities. Whether it's movies, comics, or books about the human world, these favorites of the dungeon nobles can no longer be purchased with mechanical coins and can only be exchanged for white worm batteries. In this way, the batteries hoarded by some nobles slowly flowed into Fong Tang's hands. The number of batteries in stock has reached 3 million. Only the employees of Datong Company are happy and safe. And their emotional modules are full of gratitude to the company. These third-level citizens work harder and harder. And the energy crisis in the underground city has no impact on them, because they can easily get the necessary supplies from corporate welfare. In the woods in the wilderness of District 7, Xiong led the resistance army to dig deep pits in the ground. The tunnel is filled with sealed white worm batteries. These humans didn't know why they buried the batteries, but they were performing a secret mission, under the surveillance of the terrifying Tang Air and Hapo Jizo. No one dared to ask why. The energy crisis in the underground city continues, and some desperate underground citizens have received special channel information. It is said that the 4092 community above the ground is selling high-quality and cheap batteries. As a result, Fong Tang's channel tax revenue increased sharply, after some underground citizens bought the batteries hoarded by Datong Corporation. The scattered information flow detonated the 4 major communities in the underground city like rumors. The citizens of the underground city rushed to the surface frantically, paying the toll while struggling to buy batteries. However, there was not even a single battery in Datong's warehouse. These underground citizens who paid taxes stayed on the ground and surrounded Datong Company. Now, even Wang Shuiyan couldn't help but find Fong Tang and suspected that he was crazy.
Tang! Isn't this chain of tricks that you worked so hard just to monopolize batteries? Why don't you sell it to them now? We can sell it at a super high price. Are you confused?
Fong Tang looked at Wang Shuiyan coldly.
I think you are confused. Monopolizing batteries and earning mechanical coins? What's the point for us?
Wang Shuiyan was in a daze.
Doesn't it make sense? We are players, and our mission is to destroy the mechanical capital. If we aim at destroying the country, no matter how many mechanical coins we earn, it will be nothing more than water and moonlight.
Wang Shuiyan seemed to understand.
You want panic to spread and use this energy crisis to disintegrate the machine nation from within.
Fong Tang looked up at the particle barrier and shook his head again.
No, that's unrealistic. We can't monopolize the battery forever. The underground city can solve the energy crisis in about 10 days. And my action has already aroused penalty rules for particle barriers.
Wang Shuiyan shuddered and looked at the looming red light on the sky.
Then what are you going to do? Just do your thing. Everything is under control.
Fong Tang touched Kane's earrings and walked into the woods in District 7. He looked confident, but his thin back actually brought a terrible sense of pressure to Wang Shuiyan.
When he laughed just now, he looked really scary.
Chapter 646 The Doctrine of Faith. In the woods of District 7, sitting on the buried batteries, Fong Tang had a serious conversation with Kane.
Solomon's teachings?
Kane screamed.
I thought you wanted the information in the Eye of Truth core spirit. But I didn't expect that what you are thinking about now is those boring teachings.
Fong Tang smiled.
After integrating the machine heart, you have been busy trying to crack the Eye of Truth these days. Right. I know all this. In fact, I have already had a hunch that your work is in vain. Why?
Kane was a little embarrassed. Fong Tang fell silent. With the blessing of Kane's earrings, he saw chaotic codes all around. The yin and yang changes in the Bagua codes were like energy particles splitting. Above the barrier, those split particles will release huge energy, which will then be controlled by the built-in program within the barrier and turned into various targeted, natural punishments. Because of his destruction of the logical laws of the machine kingdom, the next divine punishment is coming soon. He held down the cane earring.
Old man, you have to see the reality clearly. The machine heart is actually a core spirit. You should admit it. Right,
Cain admitted.
it is indeed a core spirit level treasure.
Fong Tang said coldly.
Then do you know that the heavenly punishment treasures from the asteroid belt have different levels?
Cain.
Everyone knows this, but no one knows how to distinguish such levels. Oh, I once heard the White Queen say that it was the first time I got the Tao Tai core spirit. She explained that these treasures from the starry sky are graded according to green, blue, purple and gold, with light color, normal, thick and shining, customized in 4 colors,
Cain exclaimed.
So, you can judge the level of the heavenly punishment treasures just by seeing their color? That's right. The mechanical heart is shiny silver on the outside, but light blue on the inside. Compared with your light golden eye of truth, it is at least 2 levels lower. What else do you want given the level gap? Cracking it is just wishful thinking.
Cain has heard Fong Tang's dissatisfaction. He has indeed not been of much help these days. He has only passively responded to Fong Tang's call. He immediately said,
Boss Tang, I was wrong. Then stop talking nonsense and focus your computing power on what I need.
Cain never imagined that one day he would return to the teachings of Solomon's Temple. The Knights Templar, who were founded in front of Solomon's Temple, have a legendary experience. They are devout believers and are the prototypes of paladins in Western fantasy novels. The organizational structure with the Grand Master as the supreme leader also became the source of the setting of the Knight Captain in later novels. However, the real Knights Templar in history were originally composed of a group of poor wanderers, most of whom were unemployed vendors, farmers, and businessmen who had failed in business. Cain showed Fontaine the different teachings of Solomon's Templars at different times. During its inception, the core of Solomon's Temple teachings was dedication. During the development period, the core of the Templar doctrine was loyalty. At its peak, their teachings were holy. During the low ebb, the doctrine changed to martyrdom. However, martyrdom cannot save him from being betrayed by the Holy See. In 1307 AD, many members of the Knights Templar were arrested, brutally interrogated and burned at the stake for heresy. In 1312, Pope V announced the official dissolution of the Knights Templar. At this time, the Solomon Templars, who were forced to go underground, could hardly find a job. But they claimed to represent
the truth. In the name of the Knights Templar, may the Father of Truth guide us.
He shouted this slogan and secretly became a humble killer and thief. This was the embarrassing situation Cain found himself in after entering the Knights Templar.
Devotion, loyalty, martyrdom,
sacred power. Fong Tang extracted these keywords, divided and disrupted the entire set of doctrines, and then selected and recombined what he needed, and finally wrote a brand new set of words of faith.
Boss Tang, what are you?
Cain was a little shocked.
Are you really going to engage in faith? Yes. Do you remember Reiki Temple? Machine religion is a very good concept, but it is a pity that Zen Master Lingjue took the wrong path. The teachings of Buddhism are not suitable for machine civilization, especially Zen Buddhism, which emphasizes sudden enlightenment.
Fong Tang changed those complicated dogmas into logical dogmas one by one.
What is truly suitable for machine civilization, especially these tentacle monsters, is the faith of chivalry. In the name of the machine citizen, may the laws of logic guide us.
Fong Tang turned the first oath into a gossip code and handed it to Cain.
Seventh sister will become the grand leader of the Logic Knights and the sole saint of believers. Girl, the true law of logic should grant all citizens the sacred right to equality. In order to fight for this right to equality, they need to dedicate themselves, be loyal to Seventh Sister, and even restart at the risk of martyrdom.
Cain was already stunned.
Boss Tang, you are definitely the genius brainwashing expert I have ever seen. You can even teach such a doctrine.
Fong Tang said coldly.
I am not brainwashing, but I really want to break the machine class and create an absolutely fair world of faith.
Cain understood.
When the machine class's settings collapse, this country will be finished.
Fong Tang laughed wildly.
Then, let's inject these teachings into the White Worm Battery.
The millions of White Worm batteries that were hoarded were buried in the ground in some strange array in strict accordance with Fong Tang's instructions. This piece of land in the woods is equivalent to an array of circuits waiting to be imprinted. This array comes from the knowledge in the core octahedron of Octopus Zero. It was designed by Xidigarba himself. Fong Tang called to the Green Elves in Xingpu. The complex arrays on the crystal octahedron have long been handed over to the Green Elf civilization for study and analysis. In the high time flow rate of the star pupil universe, the Green Elves have finally mastered all this element imprinting after 4 eras of civilization replacement knowledge. Now, in response to the call of the gods, they arranged one of the elemental arrays high in the sky of the planet in accordance with Fong Tang's needs. Fong Tang's star pupil eyes seem to have turned into a laser transmitter at this time. The radiation emitted by the stars in the star pupil passed through the element array designed by the Green Elf, projecting the circuit array diagrams outside the eyeball. This array pattern is even more exquisite than the one designed by Jizo, because in the microscopic universe, the elemental circuit diagram etched by the Green Elf reaches an accuracy of 1/100000th of a nanometer. Fong Tang's left eye looked down at the earth. Under the influence of the array, the core of the white insect battery under the ground began to change. The whole process sounds complicated and mysterious, but in simple terms, Fong Tang integrated the information with Solomon's teachings into the white worm battery through the circuit etched by the Green Elf. Only Fong Tang has the ability to imprint a completely unrelated piece of information directly into the white worm battery. Cain expressed his heartfelt admiration.
This is not the kind of emotional poison with a simple structure, but the code written at the bottom of the chip, which cannot be eliminated or modified. As long as the robots use these batteries, they will directly attack their cores.
Modules have an impact. Great Dawn. Great Dawn. You are simply a black magician playing with artificial intelligence.
Once those second-level citizens who have lost their energy supply for more than 24 hours absorb the teachings hidden in the white insect battery, they will inevitably develop basic faith loyalty. In this way, after Fong Tang integrates the country's third-level citizens, he will have the opportunity to control the vast majority of underground citizens. In the end, the aristocratic citizens who stand above them will become the target of public criticism. Cain finally understood Fong Tang's complete plan, and his heart was filled with excitement. This was really an epic plan to destroy the country, and he was the only witness. Chapter 647 Prophet. Seventh sister stepped into the
mysterious
7th district at dawn. She saw Tang sitting on the ground with a tired look on his face, and his silver eyes dimmed. She walked over in human form and looked at the human worriedly.
Tang, are you okay?
Fong Tang motioned for her to sit down and sat next to him. Chimei's module felt happy and leaned into this human's arms. They were silent. On the dawn sky, the flashing red lights have gathered together, and the lightning turns into crescent-like arcs, flowing.
Tang, my emotional module has evolved. It seems to have the ability to sense. I can feel your sadness,
Chimei said softly. Fong Tang remained silent, and after a long time he sighed.
You may be the first tentacle monster to evolve from logic to true humanity. I didn't expect you to go so far and have such a miracle.
Chimei was carefree and immersed in the new emotional module.
Tang, you said something very touching to me that day. You wanted to send me to the throne in the dungeon. In fact, I have been thinking in the emotional module. Originally, I was thinking in the emotional module. I don't want to make you sad, but my emotional heart tells myself that I can't do that. And I would rather get out of here and go to the human world to see what real life is like. I know.
Fong Tang's tone was full of sadness.
I have always known that you are different. So I am really sorry. Why are you saying sorry?
Chimei's voice suddenly broke. Her human head turned 90 degrees with difficulty, and she saw the man's palm piercing her core module.
Why? It would be terrible to have a white queen. I can't let another truly awakened artificial intelligence walk out of here. Besides, I need you to be my puppet.
Fong Tang put down all prejudices for the first time and kissed her gently on his forehead.
The queen who sits on the throne can only be a puppet under my control.
I'm sorry. The core module of Chimei has been completely torn off. Fong Tang held the core with both hands and looked at the body that had transformed into tentacles. Speechless for a moment, Cain's earrings dangled.
Boss Tang, you can cry. I won't laugh at you. You will do anything to achieve your goals. You are really amazing. Shut up.
Fong Tang was in an extremely bad mood, even a little disgusting, and felt extremely disgusted with himself. What did he do? A truly pure, well-intentioned robot that miraculously gained humanity was destroyed like this. The eastern sun rises above the sky. Wang Xueyan and Chimei came over dragging a newly assembled golden tentacle monster. Fong Tang incorporated the modified core module in his hand. The brand new B7 activates in 10 seconds. She swung her golden tentacles and slowly transformed into a human form. She still looks like Seven's sister, but her eyes are a little dull. Wearing a white robe, with bare feet, she knelt in front of Fong Tang. My master, what are your orders? Load B7's complete memory information. Loading completed. Simulate B7's emotion module. Simulation completed. The following is the most critical part of the plan. Fong Tang pressed Kane's earring. Kane said hurriedly, the identity module of Killer 13 has been downloaded. Do you want to install it into Chimei's tentacle module now? No. We have to wait. Fong Tang raised his head and glanced at the heavenly punishment lightning again. The red cloud hung just above his head, and the lightning inside was ready to explode at any moment. But it was still brewing. Kane! Monitor the barrier's heavenly punishment data at all times. You have to put my identity module on Seven Sisters' tentacles at the right moment. Not even 1 second longer. Fong Tang had put away his sad feelings and clapped his hands gently. Now! According to the predetermined logical procedure, everyone should go to their places. B7 walked through the dense woods in human form and headed towards the chaotic and crowded 4092 community. Third-class citizens, second-class citizens, above-ground citizens, underground citizens. Without exception, these robot monsters chose the human form. Datong employees do this because it is a requirement of the job. Those who come to buy batteries need to save energy in human form. Now they are crowded together, and countless emotional modules release clouds of information. We want batteries. We paid taxes to come up here. Why are there no batteries here? This doesn't make sense. When the noise, crowding, and chaos reached its peak, a voice suddenly shouted, There! Look there! There's a battery! Thousands of underground citizens turned around in unison. Their emotional modules and logical modules tangled together in confusion, their tentacles trembling and swaying. They all saw the girl in white in human form. It is B7, a guy who is also famous in the dungeon. Now she held a battery in each hand, and an astonishing flow of information emerged from her body. The words contained in the message are filled with a divine feeling. If you follow my instructions, listen to my prophecies, and keep my teachings, I will give you everything you need. You need batteries. I say where you follow the direction of my fingers, and you will get them. The grace of the saint. The second-level citizens neatly opened the logic modules. Then they burst into laughter. Why should we follow your instructions? You are only a third-class citizen, and what are prophecies and doctrines? Some robot monsters started shouting. Prophecy is a kind of predictive calculation data, and the result is not unique. This is simply an insult to the logic module. There is no such thing as prophecy in our civilization. Chimei Linran. Your modules are already full of monsters. The fire of your logic is about to go out. You are losing energy in ridicule. You will be sent back to the factory, and you will be turned into parts. The robot monsters became more and more mocking. The laughter turned into particle clouds, covering half of the sky, so that they did not notice the increasingly dense light of heavenly punishment on the particle sky. Chimei said solemnly, Why do those nobles enjoy the fun of the emotion module without worrying about the battery crisis? Their class is higher than you. That's why. Then why does the law of logic tell you that class is just division of labor and everyone is equal? Are you really equal? Look at you damn logic modules. You are all class identities written into the underlying code. You are all corrosive maggots. Chimei released a crazy flow of information. See clearly the hypocrisy of this country. See clearly the hypocrisy of this country of corruption. Recognize the oppression of this country. And follow me. She pointed her hand in the direction of the woods in District 7. Follow me. With dedication, loyalty, and martyrdom, I will predict the inexhaustible batteries there. If you want to pursue divine power, take this step. She transformed into tentacle form, and her golden tentacles moved along the ground. At first, no robot monster was willing to follow her. After a while, a thin little machine that had not replenished energy for many days caught up with him. In the name of the machine citizen, may the laws of logic guide us. Chimei's tentacles drew an X1 symbol on the first follower. I give you my first disciple. Your name is X1. In the name of machine citizen, may the laws of logic guide us. X1 followed B7 towards the woods in District 7. In the silence behind, the second robot monster chased after him. And then the third. A total of 12 disciples followed the footsteps of Seven's sister and came to the woods in District 7. Under the instructions of the saint, they dug the first ditch. The countless densely packed white worm batteries that appeared in the ditch overloaded their emotional modules. As a result, this miraculous scene spread throughout the 4092 community along with the information. Thousands of citizens came madly. The woods in District 7 are almost hollowed out. And there are really countless batteries buried underground. This is a true, holy miracle. Chapter 648 The Legend of the Saint. Thousands of citizens appeared in the form of tentacles, surrounding the seventh sister sitting in the middle, and began to replenish energy. In the White Worm Battery, the codes engraved in the underlying logic about the Knights of Logic, about the Holy Doctrine, about loyalty and faith were slowly injected into the core modules of these second-level citizens. Human faith has experienced countless sufferings and tortures, and was born by chance. The formation of those beliefs all went through the baptism of years, and the sacrifice of blood and tears. However, these citizens of the machine country do not need this. The doctrinal beliefs engraved on the underlying logic directly enter the core module. It only takes a short time to integrate and directly affect their two major modules, whether it is the data in the logic module or the emotions in the emotion module. In the name of robotic citizens, may the laws of logic guide us. The message began to resonate emotionally among the machine swarm. For the first time, they have seriously reflected on the logical laws of the machine country. When a kindling is ignited, flames strong enough to burn down the decaying building gather. They are all full of gratitude to the B7 waving golden tentacles in the middle. B7 claims to be the saint of the Knights of Logic, and wants to lead them to obtain divine equality. However, at this time, a terrifying information cloud appeared above District 7. The punishment of the laws of logic is coming. Why? These citizens who have been influenced by their faith all ask the same question. The resistance code engraved in the core module is growing crazily. When we can't even buy batteries, those nobles are using precious batteries in exchange for entertainment movies for lower humans. A robot monster arranged by Fong Tang personally sent out an angry stream of information. There were at least 30 Detong employees who had infiltrated this group of citizens, and they all came prepared. At this time, they released various evidences intermittently. It can be seen in the information stream that nobles ride in carriages and use a cart full of batteries to buy comics and movies from the Senate. In the apartment not far from the carriage, there were two small robots that restarted due to lack of energy. This scene deeply stimulated the robots' emotional modules. The angry in their emotional modules began to add up. The information cloud in the sky has been split by red lightning. Seventh sister stood up and raised her golden tentacles high. Everyone, run quickly. Open your logic modules. Don't be hurt by these lightnings. A trembling robot monster stood firmly in front of Chimay. Red lightning penetrated his core and restarted instantly. Then, there is the second robot monster. They are the first 12 followers of Seventh Sister. Then, more and more robot monsters guarded Chimay. What no one knows is that the natural punishment of the particle barrier is actually aimed at Fong Tang. It is only because Fong Tang bound Killer 13's identity module to Chimay that this tragic scene happened. Fong Tang, who was watching all this from behind the scenes, sighed. So, the birth of any faith must involve sacrifices, so that their names can be included in the songs that are passed down to future generations. Kane was speechless. Boss Tang, you are becoming more and more terrifying. You are deliberately leading to class conflict. No. Fong Tang smiled lightly. I created a legend about the saint. The red lightning tracked Chimay's tentacles and struck hard. When the seventh believer fell, Chimay suddenly jumped up, and she rushed towards the sky with her golden tentacles. Fong Tang's left eye flashed. Fly! Fly quickly! It's time to witness the miracle! On the sky screen of District 7, the green patch, hidden in the particles, was severely torn apart. The cracks that Baiyujing Tang City Lord helped to repair reappeared again. This time, the crack was obviously a little bigger. The emotional modules of all the robot monsters below were overloaded, and they let out a deafening blast of information. Under the laws of logic, in the history of the Machine Kingdom, no citizen has ever been able to break the sky, because that is the particle barrier above all else. At this time, a miracle really happened. The self-proclaimed Saint B7 did it. She is the chosen one. The prophet, the revelator, the prophet and the saint. Seventh sister, who lost one of her tentacles, fell down, and the afterglow of red lightning flowed on its other tentacles. It's like a holy sword filled with blood, and like a queen born in the blood, she slowly transformed into a human form, with only one arm left. But she stepped on the burning grass in the wilderness of District 7, pointing to the entrance to the underground. From this moment on, we will resist. We must resist. Those already fanatical machine monsters all turned into human forms, holding up the swords and shields transformed from their tentacles. Repeating Chimay's words. The Knights of Logic will be established in electricity and fire. I am your grand leader, your sole saint. The true law should grant all citizens sacred equal rights. In order to fight for this equal rights, you must dedicate yourself. Loyalty. Even like X1 and X7. They will not hesitate to be martyred and restart.
The resonance released by Chimei's emotional module is directly connected to the infected core modules of thousands of robot monsters. Fong Tang's beliefs and teachings injected into the battery spread like a virus. Seventh Sister has led the Logic Knights towards the entrance. Her voice mixed with the stream of information echoed throughout the land.
Those nobles and the corrupt and ignorant queen want war. We will give them more. Let the great war come. If they want to fight, we will fight.
The believers roared like a violent storm. Chimei's sword has pierced the earth.
Let the bloody wind blow and the rain of blood fall. Let us step on the data of faith. Use the fair code as the sword. And use the laws of logic as the shield. And step through those decaying cities.
This is really exciting. Fong Tang couldn't help but feel excited. Because all of this was planned by himself. He immediately sent an order to his beloved little daughter.
Bafang Jizo, you can destroy the central entrance now.
The soft tentacles of Hapo Jizo carried the energy stored for many days, and waved it unstintingly towards the central entrance, sunk into the ground. When the cracks in the sky were secretly repaired again, the entrance to the central residential area had completely collapsed. The discarded batteries that Fong Tang arranged in advance in those metal apartment buildings also exploded. And the fallen molten metal filled the remaining gaps. 12 red magnetic arrays are quietly hidden in it, constantly releasing terrifying electromagnetic waves that can eliminate data. The electromagnetic waves were conducted downwards, catching the nobles in the dungeon, who were slow to react unprepared. The message group for Datong Company executives was opened. When the loyal subordinates were praising Fong Tang's plan, they all asked why they didn't just rush down below and start a vigorous revolution. Even Miss Yao Yao was rarely excited. She seemed to see the throne waving to her. Fong Tang sneered.
Historical experience tells me that any civil uprising is doomed to fail in the beginning. Why? Because they are hot-headed and fail to recognize the balance of strength. They are more likely to become cannon fodder, which will bring painful lessons and experience to subsequent insurrectionists.
Fong Tang seemed to have a terrifying calmness.
These believers who follow Seventh Sister do not have any weapon modules. But the underground nobles, the Council of Elders, and the gangs of Doomsday Knight are fully armed.
Miss Yao Yao showed hesitation.
There seems to be an entrance on the ground. Where is the recycling bin?
Fong Tang smiled and said,
Yes, but it is hidden there and serves as a passage for us to sneak into the underground city. So, Mr. Tang, can you tell me what to do with these believers who have been carried away? They will all be stranded in the 4092 community. Do you want to keep them?
Fong Tang did not answer, but returned to the base bar, and in a hidden secret room, opened the metal box that had been prepared long ago. Inside are all copied core modules of Chimei.
When one Seventh Sister dies, more Seventh Sisters will appear.
He drank the black champagne and smiled again.
Now, it is the turn of the guys in the dungeon to panic. We have to make good use of this panic to do something. For example, a simple divorce plan.
Chapter 649, Divorce Plan. Outside the Winter Queen City. Inside the 2048 community. With the destruction of the Doomsday Knight branch in the 1024 community. The Sons of War, who escaped in embarrassment, have been planning revenge. It is not the stupid puppet-like robots in the city, but an awakened model with human nature that knows revenge. However, the order from the headquarters was to stand still. Doomsday Knight hopes to keep a low profile during the current difficult situation. And just when the Son of War was helplessly stranded in the 2048 community, a flow of information from the ground shocked the nobles and elders. In the information stream, you can clearly see that not long ago, the
Son of War
was having an intimate conversation with a group of machine monsters in the explosion party. The conversation was incomplete, but the code for transaction appeared several times. The overwhelmed logical core rarely released its furious, emotional flow, and with the support of the Council of Elders, directly ordered the trial. The Children of War make their mark in the hurried Tribunal of Logic. C-119. The enraged Tribunal of Logic now settles old scores.
C-119. You keep using the name of a lower human being like Son of War, which seriously violates the laws of logic. Now it is proved that you secretly cooperated with thugs on the ground within the scope that is not allowed by the laws of logic. In the name of logical trial, can you be found guilty?
The Son of War was so angry that his logic module was removed by the organization before entering the court. And now only the low-level module that has been corrupted by the poison of emotion is left. He began to defend himself crazily.
I did enter that building, and I did mention trade. But all this was not for you idiots.
He raised his tentacles angrily and aimed at every noble in the trial information flow, including the judge.
I provide all the emotional poison you need. At that time, the supply of supplies was almost cut off, and the A2 of the 4092 police station, the police chief, suddenly contacted me and said he could provide a storage location for a new batch of goods.
He really said everything. It directly revealed the disguise of these nobles.
Turn off his information module and shut him up.
A nobleman sent out a sharp stream of information. C-119, the son of war, trembled, and all the tentacles on his body were violently broken. When only one core module remained, he was pronounced guilty. Take him to the execution ground immediately. The execution ground was arranged under the ruins of the 1024 community building. C-119, when the son of war was kicked to the execution ground like a ball, a familiar tentacle monster appeared. Ah, the son of war no longer has an information module, and cannot even transform into a human form. He is using a broken tentacle to pronounce.
You are ZA-90, from the Triangle Gang.
ZA-90's tentacles slowly fell on his module.
Son of war.
You also have this day. When you slaughtered my friends from the Triangle Gang, did you ever think of what would happen now?
Son of war used the last energy of the core module to explore, and found that the logic module and emotion module of Z90 were actually fused together. The fusion of reason and sensibility. Isn't this the most feared thing in the laws of logic? Z90 is becoming more and more user-friendly. Her powerful tentacles tore apart the core modules of the children of war bit by bit. The son of war made a strange squeaking cry. Then, just like a watermelon being smashed into pieces, its core modules were scattered. The basic particles were put away, and at the same time, its memory module was decomposed. ZA-90 returned to the ground with the memory module and basic particles, and handed them all to its owner Fong Tang. Fong Tang was very satisfied.
Continue your work and lurk in the 2048 community. Our emotional poison is going to increase in price now. Tell those customers that if they have weapon modules, I will provide higher emotional poison.
After ZA-90 retreated, Fong Tang opened the memory module of Son of War. What he is looking for is the controller of the Doomsday Knight, who is said to be a real human being. Unfortunately, there was no trace of human beings in the memory information of the Son of War. After repeated scanning, Fong Tang only found a little abnormality.
The Black Moon Storage Disk Bar in Queen City of Winter, where senior members of Doomsday Knight often gather.
Fong Tang lowered his head and thought for a while, then said to the two humans in the message group,
I have to go and have a look. This mysterious person behind Doomsday Knight has always made me uneasy.
Both Wang Xueyan and Xiang objected desperately. Isn't he looking for death if he goes down at this time? Even with Tang Er and Bafang Jizo, it is impossible to fight against the entire dungeon nobles.
Don't worry. I prepared it a long time ago. I can easily go to the dungeon at any time.
In the information museum, Fong Tang pressed the cane earring and opened an exhibition cabinet in the third row. Kane's earrings were scanned.
The shape of the robot monster in this exhibition cabinet is a bit like a kind of dragon fish in the sea. This kind of fish lives in the deep sea. Due to the pressure under the sea, hard scales are formed on the surface, and the two long tentacles are in the middle of the fish's body, probably for the purpose of foraging in the deep sea.
Fong Tang looked at the
robotic arowana
in the exhibition cabinet. The shape is slender, and the scales look like armor. Kane smiled and said,
this should be a mechanical monster designed by Xidagarba in the early days. Its core module is at the tail of the fish. Haha. This shape is a bit like the dragonfish general in the Dragon Palace in Chinese mythology.
Fong Tang gently took out the prototype of the machine monster and unfolded the entire scale armor. The robot designed by Xidagarba in the early days had already lost its key modules, leaving only a broken identity module and a large imprint of the gossip code. The record on the brand is very detailed.
The 27 sample model test item. Number A27. Maybe I should use Greek or English letters to number the robot, which is more concise and efficient. But in my Chinese civilization, A, B, C, D Hetian Dixuangwang has a more cultural atmosphere, and it is countless times more sophisticated than those boring English letters.
This is Xidagarba's self-narration. It seems that he is full of confidence in Chinese civilization. Fong Tang continued to unfold Xidagarba's experimental records. Kane was fascinated.
I am very dissatisfied with the 27 sample experiment. The fish monster in Chinese mythology was used as a model, and the result was completely inconsistent with the principles of bionics. This dragonfish general looks very majestic. Unfortunately, after assembling the major modules,
The other, the operating efficiency is horribly low. Moreover, the materials used to make its scales are very wasteful. In terms of cost and control theory, it is really a complete failure. So we can only give up. For the 28th sample experiment, I will officially design a bionic octopus-like robot, temporarily named S1. S1 runs perfectly and can barely meet the level requirements I set. In order to commemorate the failure of General Arowana, I copied part of the code of S1 as the identity module of General Arowana. General Arowana. Let's use S0 as the code name. If this semi-closed level can form a complete civilization in the future, then I hope S0 can record and observe everything. Kane was shocked when he read this. Boss Tang. Xidagarba left behind the failed product General Dragonfish, which was used to record the operation of the world. But why were all its modules dismantled? Fong Tang smiled faintly. I think that in the early days when this machine country started to operate, some unexpected events must have happened, which caused some events to be unwilling to be recorded by General Lungyu. So it was destroyed. He looked at the record left by Jizo. Look here. Jizo said for sure that this is actually a semi-closed world. But what we see now is an absolutely closed place surrounded by particle barriers. Woolen cloth. Kane understood. Boss Tang. Do you want to use this Arowana skin to disguise your identity and sneak into the dungeon? Yes. General Arawana's codename is S0. He is older than the number 1 S1 veteran. And he has an identity module copied from a veteran-level machine monster. It is perfect. Kane Earring secretly smiled. Maybe this Dragonfish General has a higher status than the 12 Elders. Chapter 650 Queen City. Fong Tang completely put on the armor of General Arowana. The identity module at the end of the prototype machine was connected to Kane's earrings and then reactivated. Fong Tang's hands passed through the armor and connected with the two newly modified arm-like tentacles. The enchanting grip on his left hand has stored several random enchantments from the blood, all of which were transformed by level 3 bacteria masters. Most of these enchantments have agility attributes, such as the Blood Surge ability, which allows him to maintain super fast mobility for 5 minutes. After checking the magic stored in his left hand, Fong Tang tried to take a few steps. It was not bad. The fish eyes on the top of the armor were like 2 bright pearls, and 4 sensor-level tentacles were added to the position of the fish's head. It feels like a mecha warrior. Fong Tang laughed softly. Now, besides Kane, the only one who knows his identity is Miss Yao Yao. Fong Tang didn't even bring Bafong Xidagarba with him. He only arranged the later work in the Executive Information Group and then contacted Miss Yao Yao. Miss Yao Yao, who had just changed a carriage, kept releasing questioning messages in her core module. How did you activate the identity module of the S0 observer? This is so illogical. That module was designed by Lord Jizo. Once it's destroyed, it can't be repaired. Of course, Fong Tang would not tell her that in his eyes, there was a super civilization that had studied machine transformation for hundreds of epochs. He got on Miss Yao Yao's new tentacle carriage and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the underground city has not been affected by the rebels on the ground. A noble like you is still in the mood to buy a carriage? Miss Yao Yao's crystal clear tentacles rested on his armor. S0 General Lungyu. You can't speculate on our behavior patterns from a human perspective. For example, my new carriage is not a consumer product, but a parts. Part? Yes. It's like an implanted prosthetic body, or a machine part. When humans buy cars and houses, it's called consumption. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, eating, drinking and having fun all seem to be separate from the evolution of the human body. Fong Tang frowned. I don't understand what you are saying. What does it mean to be separated from the body? For example, humans buy a piece of clothing and wear it for the sake of beauty, not for the necessity of modifying the body. This is separation. When we robot citizens put a piece of armor on our body, it is a modification and an implant. And finally it becomes a part of the body. Part of that is fusion. At this time, the 4 one-horned robot horses nimbly got into the secret passage of the recycling bin and headed straight to the underground city. There was still plenty of time. Fong Tang had been very busy these days. He rarely had any free time to follow the demon. Miss Yao started discussing. Yao Yao, we humans have a saying of things outside the body. There is a Buddhist sect that believes that humans come naked and should leave naked. This is all culture and a kind of spirit. You said that food, clothing, housing and transportation are separated from the human body. I don't think so. I disagree. Clothes are also a kind of prosthetic implant for humans. We need clothes to keep warm and avoid the cold. Similarly,
Cars are used to increase movement speed and transport more goods, etc. They are actually functional accessories. As for houses, they are even more essential.
Miss Yao Yao sighed.
But the human race has made tricks out of simple parts. Just clothes have been extended into art. Logically speaking, this is really a waste of resources. Making clothes, the materials are not only consuming the Earth's resources, but also causing various chemical pollution.
Fong Tang frowned.
You mean, if all humans only use the same kind of clothing, resources can be greatly saved? Yes. I often feel and think about this in my life in the human world.
Fong Tang disagreed.
But in the continuous evolution of clothing, we humans have also mastered different materials. For example, chemical fibers, synthetic materials, etc. This is the progress of civilization and technology.
Miss Yao Yao's crystal tentacles let out the clear laughter of a human girl.
All of this can be solved with just one laboratory. Why waste so many resources to figure it out bit by bit?
The arowana tentacles on Fong Tang's body also swung.
Miss Yao Yao, you are wrong. Without human beings' desire for beauty and sexiness, the development of the clothing industry would not be promoted, and material science and other aspects would not be improved so quickly. Just like your machine nation, the materials used to make tentacles are still so single.
Miss Yao Yao questioned.
According to Tang's logic, isn't it possible that emotional poison and humanization are the basis for promoting the development of the machine kingdom?
Fong Tang pondered for a while.
I don't know. I really can't be sure. I only know that the development of a civilization requires power. So where is the power of the machine country?
Miss Yao Yao coiled her tentacles and laughed again.
Your current identity is S0, the most mysterious observer in the machine country, representing the will of Lord Jizo. Or you can do an experiment. For example, help us improve the tentacles and make them more beautiful.
This was originally a boring chat, but now it has gained something else. Fong Tang's eyes outside the arowana's armor lit up, and the 4 sensing tentacles were raised together.
Not bad. I was originally thinking about doing something to better disguise my identity after entering the Queen City. So, just open a tentacle clothing store.
Not only tentacle costumes, but also tattoos, engravings, and noble parts such as carriages can be made. Fong Tang came now with 100,000 mechanical coins. The carriage has entered the 1024 community, which is being rebuilt. A batch of new citizens produced in the mysterious
factory
are constantly appearing here. In the underground community after the explosion, metal buildings were generated almost instantly. Fong Tang witnessed all this. First, a stream of information appeared with design drawings, and the design model in 3D mode was placed on the open space. And then the super printer appeared in the sky. The materials in the abandoned community were converted into particles, which were sprayed out by the giant tentacle-like printer and turned into design buildings. Within a few days, the 1024 community returned to its former prosperity. This is what Fong Tang is most worried about. The Machine Kingdom has a
regeneration ability
that is unmatched by the human world. His caution is justified. Even if the rebel army led by Seventh Sister on the ground invades here, new machine monsters can still be continuously manufactured in the national factory. They can be infinitely replenished, and coupled with the weapon modules that can be assembled at any time. The ground rebels may have failed before the war even starts. The great logic knights disappear when one dies, and cannot be replenished at any time. Miss Yao Yao saw his worries.
Tang, in fact, your greatest achievement is to inject the awakened machine divine power into the citizens on the ground. It is really like a spark that can ignite at any time.
The carriage has passed through 2 communities, 1024 and 2048.
This road is spiral, moving deeper underground. When the carriage finally passed the last bend, a shower of corpses of insects fell down like snowflakes. The snow of winter, the Queen City, is right in front of you. I don't know how deep it is underground here. The 4 sensing tentacles on the outside of Fong Tang's mecha collect data, which are transmitted through Kane's earrings.
The temperature has exceeded 90 degrees Celsius, and the pressure has reached super extreme values. At this depth, ordinary humans will be flattened and steamed in an instant.
This is the true horror of the underworld. Many underground adventure novels actually ignore the simplest scientific facts. Every time you go 100 meters underground, the temperature will rise by about 2 degrees Celsius, and the pressure will gradually increase. Just a simple calculation. It may be 4,000 meters underground. There is a serious lack of air here, and the underground rocks are squeezing in. The pressure caused by this can be imagined. Without this dragonfish robot armor, Fong Tang's current small physique would probably put his survival in danger. He slowly moved his tentacles and stepped out of the carriage. The Queen City shone in a strange flash as bright as the clear sky above. Those flashes of light were all caused by the corpses of floating insects under high temperature and high pressure. If one could overlook this exquisitely designed winter city from a high place, any Chinese would exclaim, because this place is built strictly in accordance with the Bagua Ray. The 8 gates of life and death are within the direction of the city. But the mysterious palace is in the center, with black and white as its body, like the Tai Chi Yin and Yang fish, showing a flat shape. There are no real high-rise metal buildings here. It's all flat. The trigram-shaped urban structure can withstand the high temperature and high-pressure environment to the greatest extent.
If the boss behind Doomsday Knight is really a human being, how did he survive?
With this question, Fong Tang walked to the
Black Moon storage disk
bar